Check, check, check. We're going to start in 1 minute. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this morning's Transit Commission meeting for Tuesday, November 14th. We acknowledge today that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire.
The city of Ottawa is on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people. Their present have been in.
We have no regrets that I'm aware of, but I'll ask Eric to do our roll call.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Present. He's here.
Councillor Hill. Present. Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Menard. Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Curry.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you. And I see Councillors Kavanaugh and King are in the room with us, and I'm sure we'll be joined by other councillors in person and online as our day goes on today. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Okay, I'm seeing none. Confirmation of minutes, the minutes for meeting number 8, October 12th. Are they carried? Carried, thank you. We're going to go through, I guess, the agenda and see if there's any items that we can carry on consent, but we do have a number of presentations and delegations. We have a response to an inquiry on dedicated service for secondary schools. Are there any requests to lift that item? All right. Thank you. What may come up in the budget as well? Yeah. Indirectly. Yeah. On item 5.1, that's the OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. We have a staff presentation on that. No delegations, so we will hold that item. Item 6.1 is the OC Transpo route review. This as well has a presentation, and we have a number of delegations, so we will hold 6.1. Item 7.1 is the draft operating and capital budget 2024. And we have a presentation and delegations on that one, so we'll hold 7.1. Item 7.2 is delegation of authority contracts awarded for the period of January 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2023 for Transit Commission. Can we carry that item? Carried, thank you. And item 8.1 is status update, Transit Commission inquiries and motions for the period ending November 2nd, 2023. Can we carry this item? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to have, I think, a long meeting today, lots of discussion and on some really important and interesting items. We're going to begin. We'll go back to item 5.1 that we held. It's the OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. And good morning. Bonjour, René.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis très contente d'être ici, comme
Hello,
d'habitude.
everyone. It's a real pleasure of being with you today. Yes, you're right. It will be a long day, but we do believe that we've done a good job, and we will present you the update.
To provide important updates on projects at OC Transpo. Today is a very special meeting. There are many important things to talk about. One that is a priority for me is the route review. And of course, the budget is also a key subject today. Next slide, please. The 39th annual LC Transpo and Loblaws Holiday Food Drive is coming up on Saturday, December 9th, for 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. To date, this drive has raised over 3 million pounds of food and has become the single most important day for food banks in Ottawa. There will be many volunteer opportunities, and we would be pleased to see you involved as counselors and community leaders. I'll be present. As the holiday season arrives, we are proud to once again partner with Safer Roads Ottawa and Mothers Against Drunk Driving to provide free service after 6 p.m. on New Year's Eve. This would not have been possible without the generous sponsorship of approximately $20,000 from our partners. I would like to thank them so much for this support. Both these initiatives speak to our commitment to support our community and offer services that matter to our customers. We also reached an important milestone on October 17th by launching our new O-Train extension website. The new website provides enhanced information about the O-Train extension and gives customers an opportunity to explore the future O-Train system. I'm proud to note that this website goes above and beyond web content accessibility guidelines, making this content more accessible to people with disabilities. Our recruitment campaign to hire new operators is progressing well. I'm happy to share that OC Transpo is working to create an all-women's bus operator training program through our Empowered at the Wheel initiative. At an all-women event on October 17th, OC Transpo staff shared their experiences and answered truthful questions from participants interested in careers as bus operators. This session was received very positively by the community. And the event takes us one step closer to creating a workforce that is more representative of the city we serve. It also furthers our commitment to gender diversity and equity. You will hear more from Olivia Moiguente later in the presentation on our progress with the bus operator recruitment. I will now hand the presentation over to Troy, who will take you through our key performance indicators for October. Over to you, Troy.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président et les conseillers.
Hello, everyone. Next slide.
Bonjour, Commission des Transports. Je suis Paul Prébuta, je suis de la sécurité.
My name is Paul Tributa. I'm responsible of health and safety. Today, I will talk about the employee injuries as well as the customer injury rate.
So year to date, there have been 630 employee injuries at OT Transpo. For the month of September, there were 69 injuries in total, and this is slightly lower than the monthly average of 70 injuries per month in 2023. The top three injury types year to date continue to be struck or caught by an object, assault, and harmful or stressful event. Looking at the customer injuries to date, they are down from the previous month of August, with 3 injuries that required medical attention for our customers. Continue to see that hard braking events on buses are the main reason for these injuries and for requiring medical attention for our customers. This supports what we're seeing in the next table on vehicle collisions. We observe that both the total vehicle collision rate at 2.45 collisions per 100,000 kilometers and the preventable collision rate of 1.4 per 100,000 kilometers exceed our safety management system targets. Recognizing that this trend continues to be on a slight rise and continue to observe that traffic light infractions are also on the rise, we are relying on our one-day mandatory driver refresher training for all OC Transpo employees authorized to operate an OC Transpo vehicle as part of their job duties. The bar graph shows the number of operators that have completed the one-day refresher training. As of the end of September, it's 536. The most current data as of the 4th of November, however, shows that we've actually completed training for 601 operators. I'll pass the floor back to my colleague, Roy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Merci. Et bonjour, Monsieur le Président, les conseillers. Les prochaines diapositives donnent un aperçu
On the
des
next slide, you will have the next Paratranspo on-time performance,
I'll take the next few minutes and I'll go through October's KPIs for
and I'll give you the
as well as rail operations. So looking at the Paratranspo on-time performance, you can see throughout the year service for Paratranspo, the on-time performance has been quite steady, ranging between 92 and 95% for the majority of the year. On-time performance for the month of October is up slightly to 93% for the month of October, up from 92% the previous month. Next slide, please. With respect to the para telephone booking and response times, customers choosing to call Paratranspo to book a trip experience an average wait response time of just over 4.5 minutes. While this is up slightly from the previous month, it's well below the 15-minute maximum threshold. As well, response times have been fairly consistent throughout the year, with obviously some variation from month to month. Next slide, please. Push in. This shows a breakdown of customers choosing to either book their trips by phone or online, and the vast majority of our customers still continue to choose to book their trips using the phone option. So we're still looking at approximately 10% of our customers are using the online method. So it's been slightly growing throughout the year, but been fairly consistent the last couple months at 10%. Push in. Merci. For the month of October, the number of customer complaints per 1,000 trips increased to 3.2 for the month of October. This increase in complaints is primarily in the service delivery category, with also a slight increase in the booking and information categories. Pour le mois d'octobre, le nombre de plaintes,
the number of complaints for October per 1,000, it's 3.2. It's a raise compared to the 2.4 from September. It's mainly done because of the service delivery, as well as an increase of complaints with booking and information.
Moving into ridership for the month of October, Paratranspo ridership continues to exceed the forecasted ridership. We achieved just over 63,400 trips delivered, approximately 2,700 over the forecast for the month. Next slide, please. Paratranspo revenue and ridership have been following a similar trend all year, year-over-year increases, and performance indicators being at or above the forecasts. This has continued into the month of October. October revenue exceeded the budgeted forecast, generating a little over 205,000 in fare revenue compared to the 179,000 forecasted. At the October Transit Commission, we were asked where the additional revenue for Paratranspo is allocated. Paratranspo expenditures are up as we are carrying more customers and providing sufficient capacity to meet customer demand. Any increase in revenue is used to offset the corresponding increase in expenditures associated with the higher ridership. Lors de la réunion d'octobre, on nous a demandé.
In October, we were asked what we were doing with the excess revenue. Yes, the requests are on the rise, but our expenses are also on the rise because we have to have more service people for the service. So we are using it to compensate for the expenses.
We'll be moving into the O Train Line 1 service delivery. So looking at rail for the month of October, we service delivered achieved 98.7, down slightly from September. Primary cause, the result of three very brief but unplanned uses of R1 due to an issue with the power substations in the East End. In each of the three occurrences, R1 was briefly implemented to keep customers moving, and RTG technicians were quickly able to return service back to normal operations with minimal disruption. Next slide, please. Le service fourni pour le service d'autobus conventionnel a atteint.
For the traditional services, we achieve a 97.2% rate of bus service delivery, slightly higher than September. I think our maintenance schedule is giving positive results. So we saw a difference. We hope that is going to continue.
Up from the month of September. The ongoing recruitment efforts and the work of our maintenance teams continue to yield the positive results. And this is reflected in the improvement in reliability that we see in October, and it's continuing into November. It is also important to note that the rapid bridge replacement on the 417 did have a significant impact on bus service for the 4 days that the portion of the highway was closed as motorists moved to other roadways, which had an impact on our bus network. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, conventional bus service delivery achieved 97.2 of planned service delivered, leaving 2.8% of approximately 259 out of 8,100 trips daily undelivered. 51% of these trips that were undelivered are a result of on-street adjustments due to issues such as general traffic, congestion, and detours. A service undelivered due to fleet unavailability. So that's looking at the orange and the yellow pie pieces there. It's approximately 22%, and operator resources accounting for approximately 28% of all undelivered trips. The top three routes experiencing the highest number of undelivered trips are routes 11, 12, as well as the line 2 replacement bus service. And then a little later in the presentation, Madame Amilcar will provide some additional insight and detail on the service delivery and the plans on implementing the goal of 99.5% service delivery. So some more information will come on that shortly in this presentation. Next slide, please. At the last TC meeting, we were asked to provide statistics of on-time performance for the bus service. And this chart on this screen is for bus routes that run less frequently than every 15 minutes. This table shows the percentage of arrivals at major stops where buses were neither more than 1 minute ahead or 5 minutes after the scheduled time. And you can see that that the on-time performance for these routes is varied between 72 and 75% over the entire year. We're still working on the best way or the best metric to report on-time performance for trains and for bus routes that operate with similar frequency as trains, where having an evenly spaced regular service can be more important to customers than the exact time of the arrival. So the more frequent the service, the more likely customers would be interested in the how often the bus or the train is arriving every 5 minutes, as opposed to is it arriving at exactly 5:15. So we're working on that metric for you, and we'll have that for you at a future meeting. Nous travaillons encore sur la meilleure façon, les meilleures mesures.
We're still trying to find the best indicator to measure the ridership, the on-time performance. The frequency of the bus route is better than being on time for clients. We will provide you with more details on the next meeting.
So at this point, you will have noticed that there is no ridership data for the month of October. That data is still being finalized and therefore is not available at this time. We'll bring the October data to the next TC meeting in December. Ridership data usually is available the third week of the month, so we don't have it for this month, but we'll be able to bring it to the next TC meeting. And next slide, please. Fare revenue, forecasted fare revenue for the O-Train conventional for the month of October was 16.2 million. Fare revenue achieved for the month was 12.1 million, up from 11.7 in 2022. Or sorry, up from 11.7 in October of that month. So my apologies. Well, now at this point, I'll pass things over to Madame Amilcar, who will provide a bit more of an update on service delivery. Thank you.
Merci, Troy. Je vais prendre un petit peu de temps pour vous parler du fameux 99,5%.
I would like to take some time to explain you the 99.5%. This is a very aggressive target. For me, I think we can reach it. Though we need also a more aggressive plan in order to achieve our goals. Once more, it's very important to me. All the work done by OC Transpo in terms of redesign, recruitment, we will talk about recruitment shortly, and Troy and Paul talked about all of the performance indicators. All of this together will be able to offer you 95.5% bus service delivery. This is possibly the best gift we can give our riders. We will respect our promises. We still have a lot to do. We know what we have to do. We just need some time. But we're progressing very well. We want to make sure that Ottawa be amongst the best service cities in the world.
Since I have started at OC Transpo 2 years ago, you have heard me say that I want to achieve 99.5% service delivery. Nothing else will do. This is an ambitious goal, but I know we can achieve it. Ottawa residents deserve a reliable transit service. We must think big for Ottawa because Ottawa has more than 1 million residents. As you see on this slide, there are 3 components that contribute to achieving this goal. One component alone won't get us there. Each of them is equally important. We need an efficient bus network, a strong workforce, and a well-maintained fleet to keep us moving forward. If buses don't work, having a fully staffed team is of no use. If we have operators and buses that keep breaking down, again, we cannot deliver service. The network that our fleet runs on must also be optimized so that we can respond to our customers' evolving needs. If one spoke on this wheel breaks, the transit system fails to deliver the service customers expect. They are all connected, and one does not work without the other. The route review equipment and the bus maintenance action plan are all key deliverables of our 5-year roadmap. We are working on each one to ensure we meet our collective goal of 99.5% service delivery. With that, I will now hand the presentation over to Olivia Megwenti, who will speak of the first spoke recruitment.
Merci beaucoup. Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here again this morning with a bit of a lingering head cold, but to talk a little bit about the role recruitment plays in our service reliability goals. Je suis contente d'être ici ce matin.
I'm very happy to be with you today. I would like to explain how the recruitment is influencing our service delivery.
We've been focused on recruiting and hiring the right number of bus operators to ensure that we have the sufficient resources to deliver the service we've committed to provide. Although determining the required number of resources may seem straightforward, it is actually quite complex, given the complex nature of our growing organization. Next slide. To understand the complexity, the slide before you shows our talent pool of bus operators at the center. Many of them are eventually promoted into the various positions you see in the periphery of the image. So, for example, we need rail operators, trainers, instructors, dispatchers, schedulers, controllers, supervisors, and much more, all of which come from our bus operator talent pool, all of which have fluctuating requirements. To that end, there's a consistent turnover due to retirements and resignations, something we've discussed here before. Although we have some really great data that helps us predict and prepare for these changes to our headcount, it is a factor in our resource planning that is critical to getting our numbers right. As our organization continues to grow with the Trillium Line, the East Extension, and beyond, the importance of mapping out the ongoing draws from our bus operator talent pool is more important than ever. There's a lot of coordination and planning that needs to take place in order to be able to do so. This work is underway. By taking the time to forecast our internal requirements and subsequent draws, we will be in a better position to ensure our recruitment targets moving forward are appropriately aligned with the 99.5 service delivery goals. Next slide. Before I turn things back to Renee, I wanted to give a brief update on our 2023 recruitment targets. We are nearing the end of the year and we have onboarded 316 new recruits to date. Another 60 will be hired in a month's time, which will mean we will hit our 97%. We will hit 97% of our recruitment targets for the year. We are also able to see that our graduation rates are not as high as we expected. By the end of the year, we will hit 83% of our graduation targets. This information, however, will help develop next year's recruitment and training plan. Some related data that will also help us with next year's planning, which was recently raised here, is the retention data of our new recruits. We have thankfully had high rates of retention since January of last year. We've had just shy of 400 new bus operators graduate, and only 34 of those operators have resigned or been terminated since being hired. Je vous remercie énormément pour votre temps ce matin.
Thank you so much for your time. We are looking at the target in front of us, and we'll be there next year to provide you with another update.
To provide you with our 2024 recruitment and training plan, particularly as it relates to the slice of the service delivery pie we're discussing here this morning. Thank you.
Merci, Olivia. On a parlé beaucoup ici du train léger.
We talked a lot today about the light train,
Du recrutement des chauffeurs.
recruitment of bus operators.
Les chauffeurs qui deviennent des opérateurs.
Then these bus operators become train operators.
De la maintenance des autobus.
But we didn't talk a lot about maintenance,
Notre service
bus maintenance.
par des autobus. Donc, je pense que c'est approprié aujourd'hui.
I do believe it's time to
Donner
tackle this topic
un aperçu
and provide you with a high-level
au niveau
overview of what we're doing for the
parce que c'est important et c'est pas parce qu'on en a pas parlé ici.
keeping the bus fleet in shape.
C'est pas parce qu'on en a pas
It's not because we didn't talk about it, it's not important. It's not because we didn't talk about it, we didn't do anything.
de vous tenir au courant de tout ce qui
But
se
we
passe
want to make you aware of everything that's going on at OC Transpo
service d'autobus de 99.5
in order to achieve our 99.5% goal.
C'est important aussi de parler des autobus.
It's very important to talk about the buses today.
Next slide, please. To keep our bus fleet in shape, we need a skilled and well-trained workforce. Our maintenance schedule is informed by maintenance quality standards, a data-driven management system that has been in place since 2017. This system is updated every year based on bus fleet requirements. Our reports indicate that preventive maintenance accounts for more than half of the work. As our bus fleet ages, we focus on planned maintenance to avoid unplanned repairs. This is also necessary to meet strict regulations set by Ontario's Ministry of Transportation, the MTO. OC Transpo has a high compliance rate with MTO inspections. A 2020 audit of our bus maintenance found that our maintenance practices are keeping the fleet safe. Safety is paramount, and we want to ensure that it stays that way. Next slide, please. We have a total of 738 buses in our fleet and require approximately 560 for weekday service. This number needs to be closer to 605 to account for unplanned service. 157 mechanics are currently available to maintain buses. Some of the challenges we face in maintaining our fleet include staff resources, an aging bus fleet, unplanned service disruptions, supply chain delays, and upgrades to facilities. Long-term planning is also a challenge. We need a robust resource plan to better manage the workload. All these factors put us in a difficult position, but we are working on solutions. Next slide, please. Some of the short-term solutions we have implemented to close the gap and address the backlog of preventive maintenance and lack of buses include a 2-week overtime blitz and incentive focused on addressing the backlog created from the 4-week LRT shutdown this summer. We have bi-weekly meetings with union executives to help identify solutions and collaborate together. Next slide, please. We understand that mechanic recruitment can present additional challenges. It is a 24/7 operation that requires day, evening, and night shifts that are in competition with private sector schedules. We want to solve this issue by developing succession plans and exploring ways to build our staffing pools through collaboration and partnerships. We know that improving mechanics experience and employee morale will be important to achieving our goals. We will also address high and heavy workloads and focus on resource planning. We are looking at service maintenance contracts that would be a minimum of 1 year and working with the union to do this. Next slide, please. We want to ensure that we are using our engineering resources effectively. We will complete a work study to continue to find efficiencies and review and develop plans to ensure we are covering all shifts, and we will share ongoing reports. We are also refining the training program for apprentices and mechanics. And we are working to retain apprentices after graduation by signing an MOU. To fill vacant positions, we will hire a bus maintenance manager and backfill our open program manager positions. To address the issue of outdated technologies, we want to seek out more efficient and accurate software systems, and we'll work with the city's IT team to achieve this. Next slide, please. We now come to the final spoke in our wheel, the bus route review. Like the other two components, this is a critical part of our plan. Next slide, please. In August 2022, we started to rethink our transit network and consider ways that we could adapt it to deliver more reliable service to our customers. This is a key project of OC Transpo's 5-year roadmap, which also fits well with the City of Ottawa service review process. The route review was undertaken before Council's budget directions were provided. This isn't about cost cutting. It's about building a network that meets customer needs, that is reliable, and that is sustainable. When we started the process in January 2023, the goal was to examine service planning principles, prepare for the opening of the Outram Lines 2 and 4, and respond to noticeable changes in customers' travel patterns over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. As part of our commitment to transparency, we knew that customer feedback was an important part of this route review process. The proposed bus network design will meet our anticipated bus ridership, which is 25% lower than pre-pandemic levels. Our goal is to optimize the entire transit network. While there will be a small reduction in bus service hours per year, there will also be efficiencies gained by adjustment to rail service. The result will be a system that serves customers, meeting their needs and travel patterns. For example, we reduced train frequency on Line 1 on weekends and have been able to continue to meet customer demand. Ultimately, We wanted to ensure that we implement a sustainable network that delivers the quality of service that our customers expect and deserve. We will dive deeper into the route review in our next presentation. Next slide, please. As outlined, we are making good progress on all the components within this wheel and are dedicated to keeping all the spokes moving. The bus route review has been completed and we are ready to move forward with implementation. We are excited about our ongoing recruitment initiatives, and we have completed short-term actions to address issues in our bus fleet as we look ahead to long-term solutions. Thank you, and we can now open the floor to questions for commission members. Merci beaucoup.
Merci René, et merci à votre équipe pour la présentation.
Well,
We
thank
do-
you, René. Thanks for your presentation.
For this item, we have Patrick Shepard, who's joining us online. Patrick, you may have to accept a prompt so that we can bring you into our panelist room here.
Hello,
Hi, Patrick.
you guys can hear me?
Yes, we can. You will have 5 minutes for your presentation or for your comments today. Welcome.
Okay. From last month, I still see the same issues are happening from my concerns I brought up last month in terms of cleanliness, in terms of the condition of the fleet, but also I'm noticing now more bunching up and cancellation of runs. Would be pretty much, so I just like to know what what's happening with that.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. So we're going to go to questions for staff, and perhaps one of our committee members will ask staff to address your concerns on your behalf. But any questions for Patrick? Okay, thank you for joining us, Patrick. And we will move now to questions for staff. Look for hands up on the screen. And I'm going to start with committee members. So Councillor Hill, you're up first.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question on the overhead catenary system and ice accretion. I know that over the last few days, we've had a few incidents where there's been a little bit of ice accretion. Could I just get an update on the preventative measures that have been taken over the last year in order to ensure that we don't run into any problems with the LRT system based on ice accretion?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. One of the actions that has been implemented just in the last 24 hours is the application of antifreeze product to a section of the OCS between Herdman and Lees. And so that application will be taking place over the next several days because it will take a number of days before we can apply completely between Lees and Herdman. So that's certainly something that we're expecting will help the reliability of the system moving forward. One of the other elements that we've talked about previously is the deployment of a rescue vehicle or a shunter. And so that vehicle is on site. It's currently undergoing some assessment and helping with training of operators within the yard. It has not yet moved out onto the main line, but it is on site, and we're expecting that will be available through this winter, should it be necessary. One of the other measures as well that you've heard us talk about is the installation of winter carbons. And so when there was a warning or severe weather warning last week, several trains were fitted out with our winter carbons in anticipation of some ice buildup on the OCS. So I think they're the major items that are currently in play now. There's a couple of other initiatives that have not yet been fully deployed. So we are discussing with the contractor the installation of a piece of equipment that will be mounted on the top of a vehicle to monitor the interaction between the pantograph and the OCS. And so we're just negotiating a particular supplier and the pricing for that equipment, but we're expecting that's going to take a few weeks, but it will be ready this winter. And I think they're the major components. They're the major initiatives that we've talked about in the past and that will be implemented.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on some of the comments that were made in the last transit meeting about the current state of rail infrastructure in and around the Lees and Herdman stations and its impact on facing the LRT. Could you confirm the cant angle in those tight turns at Lees Station, Herdsman, in terms of the banking and how that could or could not affect the potential lateral load on the wheel assembly hubs?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. There was a track survey undertaken several weeks ago. Those results are in and are being analyzed. So I am expecting to be able to respond with the details of the super elevation in those curves to respond to that question. I don't have them now, but within the next 2 or 3 weeks, I should be able to provide a response.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick questions I have to ask about the shunter, or I like to say tug. What's it powered by? I feel we're being evaded on what it's powered by.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. It's a diesel vehicle.
It's a diesel tug. Okay, good. So, if we have a naming contest, Thomas the tug, whatever, I'm good. Patrick also asked some great questions in regards to the backing up of buses, but Chair, I think I'll defer my questions to the next presentation, because based on some of the preliminary discussions with staff, it does seem like we actually have a real plan to be able to make sure that we don't see, 324s in a row or missing 12s a few times in a row. So I'll defer my questions for the next segment and open the floor back up to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. It's my understanding, if my memory serves me well, is one of the first snow days recently we lost power on the LRT line, and I just want to make sure if that's correct, and if so, what was the cause of that power interruption?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. On the first snowfall, I think you're referring to October 30th. We had a bit of a light dusting that day. We did have a few minor impacts, but it wasn't a power issue. There were a vehicle issue with 2 separate vehicles and a switch. And then in my presentation, I mentioned that we did have 3 very, very brief power issues in the evening that were quickly rectified, but they weren't related to the weather. They were related to a grounding issue, and then actually in 2 of the occurrences, some a rodent infestation that they've had to deal with. So hopefully they've been able to rectify those 2 issues, but nothing weather related at this time. But we did have that first light dusting. We had some early challenges that first morning, but did not appear to be weather related.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. And Madame Amical, you presented this morning as part of your plan to get us to 99.5% reliability, sort of a 3-point plan. You talked about the bus route review, recruitment, and bus maintenance. And one item that I did not hear you say that has been mentioned by both yourself and your predecessor as a contributing factor to bus reliability issues in particular is absenteeism of the workforce. So can you give us an update on where we are on this specific item? And are you able to provide us with what October's absenteeism rate was?
Chair, c'est sûr que l'absentéisme est un enjeu.
Well, absenteeism is an issue. It remains one. And this is why we're working closely with the union to address all the issues. If I ask the union why people are absent, well, they'll say, well, morale is low. And what can we do to raise morale? Over the last few weeks, And I mentioned this earlier. The last few weeks have been tough because of the accumulated backlog over the 4 weeks when the train was down. So that has meant that there's been additional pressure on bus service. People were on vacation as well. Now, all that means that the last few weeks have been tough, and people have turned out to help us. I'd like to thank everyone for having stepped up to the plate. We'll continue to work on absenteeism among drivers and among mechanics as well. On a weekly basis, we have performance indicators on absenteeism. We were at 12% last week. And this is something that we're continuing to work on so that we can present figures to you. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on accuracy. We want to make sure that the figures are accurate when we give them to you, but we're continuing to monitor operators. Bus operators will do the same thing for mechanics and train operators as well. And I think in the first quarter of 2024, we'll be in a position to give you more accurate figures on absenteeism. Thank you very much.
In previous years, Chair, the absenteeism rate was reported to us as being in the low 20%, which is astronomically high. We're now hovering at 12%, if I heard you correctly. What's your target?
I wish there were. I think having 8 will bring us closely to the average of normal for transit.
And I don't want people to misunderstand my comments. People are entitled to take leave if they need it. That's what those benefits are there for. But when you have absenteeism as high as it's been, as we've seen, it has a detrimental impact to our ability to provide reliable transportation to the public. So Madame Amicar's job is to find out why it is that high and to address that. And we're here to support that through resources. But this has to be part of the puzzle in getting reliability back on track. So I appreciate that. That's it for now, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation this morning. I'm wondering, what is the average dollar value of providing 1 hour of transit service?
Mr. Chair, the answer would vary according to the time of day and whether we need to bring additional buses into service. But generally speaking, and I'm looking for confirmation as I say this, when we do our planning service, we are counting on an operating cost of about $132 an hour. There are capital costs above that, of course, to own additional buses.
Okay, thank you for that. The number 12 seems to suffer service delays often. I'm cognizant of this because it's up here often when we come here, and then I'm cognizant because the route review has other service changing for the 12, some increases. So I just why are we seeing the number 12 suffering service delays so often? I've obviously seized with R2, but hopefully that's a short-lived service delay given the launch of LRT in the spring for the north-south route. But why does the 12 seem to suffer so many delays, and what can be done to improve it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a good question. Yeah, you're correct. The 12 has been a regular on the report. And largely it has to do with the traffic conditions and some of the road arteries that it travels along. It is a very frequent route, because the ridership is there, but it's also because it is a frequent route. It's one of those ones that can be used or that does result in delays and in cancellations to support both routes in the downtown core, but other areas as well too. So we're using the route review as a means to look at what other options that we can employ. It's not just about just adding running time to the route or adding an extra bus. It's looking at how we can manage that service as well too. So we're looking at adding in things such as potentially be a midpoint relief point where we could have a bus waiting should there be some delays or issues. But that route review is looking both at how we can provide the service to our customers in the best possible way, but as well, what additional changes can we make to manage that service to get to that 99.5 target that we want to see. But the 12, it's largely about the roads that it travels along, the congestion it faces. A little over half the cancellations are a result of delays in traffic. As I said, the route view is really going to give us that opportunity to look at how we manage it and make some adjustments in both the route itself and how we manage it.
Okay, thanks. I think it's important because it's set to become even more of a workhorse in the route review, and the replacement of the 10 and the extra service hours that are going to come from it. So it needs to work well, and we need a solution to and run more buses more often, I think, on that road and make sure that it's well served, because right now it's coming up often with service delays, and that concerns me for what the route review is proposing. I'll go to another local question, but the Rideau River pedestrian bridge was supposed to open in the fall. I guess we're still technically there. Do we have an updated date for when that is going to open to connect to Carleton up with Vincent Massey?
Chair will need to come back to.
Okay. We've, I think there was hope last winter in December of 2022. Councillor Brockington tells me who's the adjacent councillor. So just, we want a firm date here. Obviously, it's not going to be winter maintained as I understand it, but there's cross-country skiing that goes on along that route. They want to connect up with Carleton. People will still use it even if it's not winter maintained. And so it's important that we get a firm date on that. It's been a long wait, and there's it's service with Carleton, obviously, that's needed there. My last question is around the compensation as the result of the LRT shutdown. There was a couple of directions to come back, and I know staff had looked at things like free transit on 4 bus routes in suburban, urban areas, east, west, south, and centrally. And appreciated that review. Is there a plan right now to allocate some compensation, maybe try something innovative as a service while we're at it to combat obviously what's been difficult in terms of ridership retention? So I'm wondering, is there compensation being proposed as a result of the LRT shutdown? And secondarily, what are you doing with the kind of innovative ideas that councillors have brought forward to increase ridership as the main goal that staff have done good work on to calculate some of those costs?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. One of the things that we are looking is when we'll open the Trillium line, we will try to do something to compensate travelers. So we will continue to work on it, and we'll come back to you when we will be ready. But for sure, we still have this on our radar.
Okay, I'll just finish with a comment then on this one piece because there's lots of delegations coming, but this is something where I want to see us start to innovate a little bit more here. Look what other cities are doing, because they're gaining back ridership faster than we have. And I know that there's ways that they're doing it is by servicing their customers very, very well, right? Their ridership is growing because they're trying innovative things on certain routes. And they're looking at things like, grade 12s and under being free, for example, things like that we can be trying here. We're not. And so I want to make sure we're doing all we can to get riders back on the bus and onto our train line. I am concerned that we're lagging behind. And these are the ways that we've been talking about here, the directions that have been provided. These are ways that we can attempt these things for a fraction of the cost of the transit budget. We need to be trying innovative things. And this is something we're not doing. So appreciate that the opening of the Trillium line, there might be some compensation come as part of that, but I want to see more. Maybe the route review gives you some opportunities to be innovative, but I'm not seeing it right in front of us. And I think the city is just really yearning for that. So thanks very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Hi. So I want to kind of focus first on the maintenance portion of the buses that was in the presentation there. Currently, you said there are 157 mechanic positions available to maintain those buses. Does that include vacant positions, and how much of a struggle is it to fill those?
Chair, the answer is yes, that this is 157 FTEs that we have, and we include as well the apprentices.
And I'm assuming that there's a similar campaign to kind of really fill these vacancies, right? With the same challenges as operators because of all the challenges that were mentioned in the presentation there.
Yeah, absolutely. The refreshed recruitment campaign that was launched this year included a focus on our maintenance positions. We met a lot of people at our career fair as well earlier this year. So yeah, we are including, the maintenance positions in our recruitment work. We have increased the number of apprentices, the onboarding of apprentices to kind of make up for the challenges that we're facing with mechanics, because eventually over time they will obtain the required licenses. So yes, they're on our minds for sure.
Okay, so one of the things that so this weekend there was the CUDA fall conference in Edmonton, and I didn't go, but I attended virtually. But one of the main topics was how to attract more youth into working in transit, whether it's operators, whether it's mechanics, call center, in planning especially as well. Do you what sort of efforts do you or have you undertaken to kind of attract more people into the industry that you can kind of retain as well as possible?
Well, the data actually tells us that we are attracting a lot of younger folks to the roles. Over 50% of our recent bus operator hires have been under the age of 35. So I don't know what you consider young, but I certainly think under 35, obviously you need 5 years of driving experience. And so, there's kind of a minimum age there. But yeah, we are seeing a lot. And I think in our campaign, we have a wide range of faces to kind of show that we're welcome to, anybody. There may have been in the past a traditional, to be an operator, you have to be such and such way. But, times are changing for the better, obviously. And we seem to be attracting younger folks.
I'm going to be 32 soon, so if you think 35 is young, thank you. So another question is, with our aging, one of the challenges noted is the aging bus fleet, right? In the past, we tend to buy very large tranches of buses in the same year, and I'm wondering if part of your solution to improve maintenance overall could include switching to a more sustainable, more steady state model of procurement where, we're buying 10 buses a year instead of buying 300 in 1 or 2 years, right? That way, especially if let's say there's a recall on the 2020 models of Nova buses, we're screwed, right? So has there been any consideration of moving to a more steady state of procurement like that?
Chair, définitivement oui.
Well, yes, especially with the arrival of the new buses, we're going to have to make sure that these hybrid buses are bought in a staggered fashion so that we can make sure that we can take care of maintenance properly. Now, we want to be able to receive the buses perhaps in batches of 20 a year, even if we bought them all at the same time. So that will help us to deal with the issues. This is part of our plan to smooth out our fleet. Thank you.
Lastly on this line, and I'll get back on. When you're calculating the mean distance between failure, what do you consider a failure? Is it any code 4, or sorry, is it any time a bus has to be taken out of service, or is it like the bus being towed, has to go back to the garage and be out for a few days? Like what what exactly do you consider a failure?
Richard, do you have the definition, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair. So code 4s would include any kind of mechanical issue, which means that the bus is not safe to operate. So the bus is kept where it is and would be towed away. But it also includes, we call them like dirty buses, but a bus that is spoiled for whatever reason. And there's a number of other issues where the bus is not stopped because of a mechanical failure, but for another issue, they would all be counted up as failures under the MDBF calculation.
So as soon as there's a code 4, that's a failure then?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll get back on.
Okay, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation today. Informative as always. I have a few small questions. First, the data that you presented, Troy, with respect to on-time performance is excellent. It sounds like you're trying to give us some more precision on that as well. I'm really interested in those routes that operate at 15 minutes or greater frequency, the 14, the 16, like a number of the routes that serve Kitchissippi Ward, and geographic precision, if you're at all able to give it, because I suspect where we have the problem with on-time performance is not necessarily out on some of the the quieter runs around Place d'Orleans, but probably trying to bash buses through some of the traffic that's on our main arterials in the downtown core. So any greater precision that you can provide on that would certainly be helpful. And I'm wondering if once LRT ridership is available, whether that could be distributed by memo. It's going to be quite a while before our next Transit Commission meeting. Unfortunately, the timing didn't work for you to bring that to us today, but I would be interested in seeing those numbers sooner than the Transit Commission meeting. So I'll leave that with you. One question that arose out of the presentation was with respect to an action plan to address the calls for maintenance from en route buses that are en route. I'm trying to remember the words that were used, en route calls from bus operators. Is there a problem that we should know about? Are those numbers going up that justify creating an action problem or an action program?
Councillor, there's no specific problem with regards to that, but it is a driver in terms of the cancellations, right? So we want to make sure that when we're following all the regulatory requirements, check, we're good there. But it's a feedback mechanism and discussion points that we need to have with our operating staff. So sometimes it's clear for us that a certain issue is a safety issue. It's a code 4. But when you're the operator in the seat, sometimes those issues aren't as or the definitions aren't as prevalent in their mind. So it is a driver of cancellations, so we want to manage it. We want to make sure that we're capturing metrics on it, and we have actions to deal with it. So so we're just looking at all those aspects.
Can you back up a moment and just help me understand what the problem is more generally? I don't think I'm following this one.
Right. So our operators, whenever they're in service, they have an option to, we ask them to always observe and report what's going on with a bus, right? And then we have a list of defects that, a bus can stay in service or a bus needs to be taken out of service. And sometimes there's a bit of a gray area between that. But now with the engineering team that we have in place, we really want to dig into all those types of defects and really make sure that they're clearly categorized between a code 4 or code 5, pull from service or can remain in service. So cancellations as a result of operators calling in certain codes is one of the drivers in which results in trip cancellations and service undelivered. So we just really want to make sure that we're managing it. We have good data in, good data out, and our engineering team can really get into the mean distance between failures and those types of things. So it's about communication with our staff. It's about redefining some processes and really utilizing the engineering team to dig into the what the primary causes of any sort of failure are.
So if there's code 4, I guess, is there's a safety issue with the bus. The brakes aren't working properly. The engine is cutting out, stuff like that. I guess the solution to that is to are we not are we sending buses out on the road that we shouldn't be, where we should have caught that issue in the garage? Is that what this comes down to?
No, I don't believe so, Mr. Chair. Our maintenance team, they do circle checks. Our operators do a circle check before they take the bus out. There is the possibility from time to time that something could be missed, yes, but for the most part, when the buses go out, we are expecting them that they'll be able to do the full trip. And, we do, 80, 100 trips a day. Things are going to happen with the 500 and some odd buses. So I think it's just a bit of a law of averages, but those are the types of things that we are looking at. I don't think we do see a specific trend that buses are going out that have defects or issues, but it is something that we do need to keep an eye on and monitor for sure.
Is the need for an action plan because those code 4s are increasing though? It's interesting. It's been highlighted in the presentation, obviously.
Oui, je vais répondre à cette question. On sait qu'avec les autobus articulés,
We understand that with the articulated bus of more than 15 years, they should have been already retired because we're going to be switching to electric buses. So for us right now, we have a certain reliability issue there. They were not supposed to be on service for 18 or 19 years, and we understand that we will have some issues. The electric buses are late. They're late on delivery, and we're having some issues with the aging buses. But these are, normal mechanical problems when you have an aging fleet. What you're trying to do is to put in place measures that we shouldn't have if that bus would have been retired, but we can't right now because we haven't received the new buses. They're not ready. So yes, we do anticipate to receive at least 2 calls linked to reliability, but at the same time, we wanted to present you the plan. Once more, what can we do on the short term? What can we do meanwhile? We were aware that some of the buses should have been retired at 15 or 16 years of use, but now we have to push it back to 17 up to 19 years of service. So we're trying to do some repairs. It's not the same thing as if you have a failure on a 2-year-old bus. We also understand that we have a surprise and we'll have to live with this aging fleet. That's the reason why we're having an increased number of code 4. So there's a reduction, but it's really linked to the aging articulated buses. We're over the average numbers of failures. So we're doing actually very well with the maintenance. But once more, with the team, with Troy and Jim's team, we're really working hard on that, trying to find solution. But there's no miracles.
While we await the
e-buses
delivery of e-buses.
Correct.
Because I didn't see in the 3-spoked plan that you presented, acquisition is not part of that, but we are already obviously on a fairly aggressive acquisition schedule, thanks to the support of the other levels of government in terms of bringing us the ability to buy a lot of new e-buses to replace those.
Yeah, and Chair will come back for sure because today it was the action plan, but we have so many things to do, and only Richard's team has a lot to do with the maintenance to come back. When I talk about the engineering on the action plan, anyway, we'll come back for sure. We'll present each of the action and what we need to do, when we can expect having an improvement and how we're going to measure it, etc. So today, I would say I just set the table, but this is something that you will hear from me a lot next year because we will focus a lot on that to be able to achieve the 99.5%.
forgive me, I've forgotten the slice of the pie that is mechanical failures as a reason for the cancellation. I think it was around 15 or 18%, something like that.
I think so. Maybe we can put it back. I don't have it.
When you combine the pie, Mr. Chair, the two items added up to about 22%, but the maintenance piece was specific one was 15-16%.
Okay.
But when you add the two maintenance pieces together, it was about 22.
Okay. And those code fours are counted in that maintenance piece, that 15-16%. So we can expect as we acquire new buses that will last longer between failures, presumably a long time between failures, that we'll see that number come down. Thank you for helping me to understand that. And then, so I don't know whether to raise it now, Mr. Chair, or later, but I'm taking a look at the recruitment and the maintenance spokes of the wheel. I'm looking at the budget that's been proposed where salaries and maintenance operations are going down in terms of expenditure and trying to reconcile that. So I don't know whether that's a discussion we want to have now, if you want to prepare, because I can ask that question again during the budget discussion. You want to try it now? But for budget, okay, I'm happy to wait until the budget, but that's probably the key thing that's on my mind is relating the stated intention of what that 99.5 plan is with the resources that we are proposing to put toward that. Thank you, Chair. Merci.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh. Thanks for your patience.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I've got a couple of different questions. My first one is about recruiting. And I just want to know how closely you've worked with some neighborhoods like Ottawa Community Housing, whereas potentially a lot of people who'd be interested in well-paying jobs, places like Foster Farm or Michelle Heights, where they have community centers. And I'm happy to arrange things because we certainly have a lot of people that are there that who might be interested. Has that been addressed, or possibly high schools?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we do a lot of outreach with a lot of local organizations and communities. Always open to more suggestions, but it is part of our recruitment strategy to be out there and meeting with different community groups and organizations to help us with our goals.
Have you worked with Boys and Girls Club?
Nope.
Okay, I would suggest that one.
Okay.
They're in several locations across the city. They're well organized and they bring in a lot of youth from the area because they bring, like teenagers as well. But you got to get the thought process going early, even if they're younger, so that you can have them for the future. So thank you. I appreciate that. And especially if you're offering apprenticeships, that would be extremely helpful. I have a route question, and I just want to say overall, thank you, Pat, for meeting with me, and we've gone through the routes for Bay Ward, and I appreciate some of the changes actually were an improvement. The two concerns I have were Crystal Beach, which is a neighborhood that is only served basically by one bus. Now, ironically, this is a neighborhood that's going to have a transit station in the future, but that's 4 years away. You can argue with me about the time, but you can't hear me?
Can we wait for the next presentation? We will have a deep dive on the route review.
Okay, okay. I just may not be able to ask questions then because I may have to leave. But Pat promised me an answer on 258, so which is where I was going.
Mr. Chair, I can confirm that I've spoken with Councillor Kavanaugh, understand the questions she has about routes in the Crystal Bay and Crystal Beach area, and we'll work with her further on that.
Okay, and we'll have more during the route review, this presentation later this morning. Okay.
Considering the number of delegates, I wasn't sure if I'd be here for then, so I just wanted to make sure that was on the record of that concern, and yes, understood. Merci.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the Alstom recommendations in the presentation last month was to the soft rail with harder rail in some specific places. What's the impact that hardness of the rail has on the durability of the axles? And are you concerned about this as a significant issue going forward?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So that the condition of the track is regularly monitored by RTM. Through that monitoring, they have in the past 2 years identified sections of track where there has been excessive wear, and so sections of track have been replaced. And specifically, it's because there is heavy wear on the upper rail, so the outside of a curve. And so that is something that will be continually monitored by RTM. In terms of the contribution and the interaction between the hardness of the rail and the issue that we're facing with the bearing failures, there is not a unanimous decision on whether there should be further replacements of sections of rail to deal with the bearing failure. So we're still waiting for a clearer position from RTG and RTM on what would need to be done in terms of rail replacements to help us deal with the issues with the bearing failures.
No, thank you very much. And when can this commission expect that the Alstom root cause report investigation will be available? Is that something that we will have the opportunity to see?
Chair, we are waiting for RTG to have a consolidated report. This report will be available for sure. I don't have any ETA for now, but we're still working with them, and I would say that we are progressing very well.
Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Councillor Devine, go first.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. Where's that again? Hello. Thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. On the subject of recruitment, and the challenges that you're facing, I can only assume that so many of the challenges you're facing are the same by perhaps any other transit industry or just the labor market in general. But I also assume that some of the challenges you're facing are very Ottawa-specific challenges. You made reference to morale and how that plays a role in it. So I guess, aside from the larger global problems that you can't address, that you can't fix, when it does come to any Ottawa-specific challenges, barriers, and obstacles that are posing challenges to your recruitment targets, whether or not morale plays a role into that, and I suppose that's a bit cart before the horse. What, if there are so, my question is, what Ottawa-specific challenges are you facing to recruitment outside of any global trends? And how might you be addressing those in your recruitment strategy?
Thank you for the question. Trying to think if there are any Ottawa-specific challenges. There are absolutely some, transit-wide, industry-wide challenges that are also felt here. We've been fortunate that we've been able to achieve our targets to the degrees that we have. So this year, 97%. So just under 400, right? New hires and the same kind of ambitious targets last year were met. We're just doing everything we can. Our approach is very diverse. We're doing the outreach, as I said. We're hosting information sessions to, have those conversations with interested candidates that may be hesitant to apply. We've made updates to our jobs page on octranspo.com and have uploaded testimonials from, existing employees to shed light on what the job is like. So Hard to say. I can't quite say if there's anything Ottawa specific, but we are trying to keep our,
And I suppose in a similar vein, if earlier, we were discussing the fact that your absenteeism rate at 12% is perhaps higher than other absenteeism rates in other departments of the city or in other industries as a whole. If we can accept as true that there's a high absenteeism rate, i.e. those within the workforce, for any number of reasons, not able to show up, I can only perhaps assume that those challenges, those barriers also pertain to recruitment. When you do attend recruitment events or outreach strategies, I assume that when you throw that net out to catch as many fish as you can, a lot of fish don't want to jump in the net. Do you do any kind of info gathering where if you have a field of people you are hoping to retain, you do any kind of info gathering after the fact to perhaps survey what may have led them to come through the door or what may have prevented them from coming through the door? Do we ever do any kind of info gathering where we ask our targets why they did not choose to come in through the door?
Thank you for the question. Not specifically. It's something that we'd like to do more of into the new year, some focus groups, discussions, to see, what those reasons are. But we do have some meaningful conversations at career fairs and outreach events. We always bring employees in the roles like bus operators or mechanics with us so that we can have those realistic conversations with folks. We do want, applicants to know what they're getting into, if you will. But it also gives us a chance. It actually, those conversations help address maybe some myths or assumptions people had about the job that, we can help clarify, and that in turn encourages them to apply. But we're gathering the information kind of as we go, but something moving forward that we want to do and that's on our work plan is to have those conversations more deeply.
And I suppose the reason I'm asking the question is if hypothetically, if you were having trouble making your recruitment targets, and if we were observing reasons why, especially a younger workforce might want to come in, that said, at the same time, if in our messaging and our marketing, if we can identify reasons why they might eagerly want to come in, and if we can stimulate that value and stimulate that desire, then our marketing and messaging could target that way. And I only ask that because certain times when I do see our marketing, our recruitment marketing splashed out on bus panels anywhere, it doesn't always feel like the marketing messaging is communicating the kind of value triggering response from a potential recruit that other messaging might. So I guess that was the reason for the question, but thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilor White. I think you may be unmuted. Okay. Councilor.
Thank you, Chair. If you'll indulge me for about 30 seconds first, some of the on-street defects that you're asking about, sometimes you get a perfectly maintained bus, you hit a bump weird and something slips, and that's it. So it's really anything. Like you have a mirror that comes loose, and that's it. You're done for the time being. Anyway, so that's my indulgence. So when one of the data points that was presented in the presentation was that 27% of trips on routes that are less frequent than every 16 minutes, they're either a minute ahead or 5 minutes behind. Right, the 5 minutes behind is less of a concern for me than the 1 minute ahead, because if the passenger gets to their stop as they're supposed to and then they see their bus go, it's kind of like a betrayal. I don't know if that's the right word. It's probably a really bad word for it, but like in some cases, like you're waiting 60 minutes for the next bus, or in my local route's case on a Saturday, that's 3 hours for the next bus, so you're walking. What like other than the obvious like runtime adjustments, are there any other ways that you're looking into reducing the number of buses that arrive early like that?
Chair, thank you for the question. One of the things it's important to do is we need to know exactly how many people are in advance on their schedule. Definitely, you have 1,000 good reason to be late, 0 reason to be in advance, for sure. I agree with that. So we will need to monitor that. And it's a little bit hard because, we didn't bring the on-time performance here before Councilor Leeper has asked for it because we're not ready to do so. Because for me, I will calculate my on-time performance when I will be able to have a bus driver, and when I will be sure that I will be able to deliver the service. So then I will say, okay, what kind of quality of the service that I'm delivering? So because of that, we're not very ready to answer the questions that you just asked, because when we will be ready, we'll be able to see, okay, do we have 10% of our trips that are in advance? And most of the time, if I'm not wrong, my experience will tell me that most of the time, 80% of those 10% are related to 20% of people, So it's a tiny people, so we can address that with them. We can sensibilize them, and Troy has supervisors on route who can monitor that as well, but we're not there yet, but we're coming.
Understood. And I think part of those questions will kind of relate to the route review as well, because there are some details that have not yet been made available. So the second question and my last question for now is the share of paratransport bookings that are made online has remained more or less stagnant for a year. It looks like there have been some advances, but understanding that it will not be possible to get that to a majority just because of there's just more certainty when you book on the phone. Are there strategies to try to increase that share to perhaps in turn reduce the wait time on for the people calling in?
Mr. Chair, we are reminding customers when they call that this is an option. We're not requiring it. We're not pushing people hard, but we're reminding them that booking online is an option for them, and telling them, reminding them that there's benefits of booking online, such as that you can see and get confirmation of the trip you've booked. So we'll just continue to do that, continue to inform people, continue to encourage them, but so far we have not pushed hard on telling them that that's really what they should do.
Okay, thank you. No, I get that some people will just never make that switch. It's their choice, but as long as we keep pushing the message that it is available, I think it will be it will help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions or comments to agree with Councillor Leeper. If there's a way to get those October ridership details as soon as possible, it'd be very interesting to see those. My observations from the West End into downtown is it does seem to be getting busier and busier every week, which is great. On cleanliness, just wanted to mention, I've noticed, compared to say a year ago, a lot more visibility in cleaning staff at the LRT stations, which is good. I know we switched to a new contractor, so they're out there, and I think their work is paying off. Double trains, is there a way to provide more clarity to riders when there's a double train rather than a single train?
Mr. Chair, that's a great question, and I know that our maintainer is working on a software package that would provide that level of detail on the passenger information screen for customers. So that is it's an update that we're waiting for an update when they're going to be able to push out that new software. But that is something they're actively working on, yes.
Well, that's good to hear. The 3 power outages that you highlighted, should we be concerned about that? Is there any commonality between them? Is it something that's happening more than it should, or more than we would expect it might happen?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, definitely not something that we expect to see happen on a regular occurrence. We did have those 3 occurrences all happen within a short period of time, and they all were sort of towards the east end. our maintainer is doing a deep dive into that, but the early indication is it was related to, as I mentioned, a grounding issue with one of the TPSSs, as well as a bit of an issue with some rodent control that they needed to rectify. The good news is that the systems did generally function as they're intended to, and that in certain types of failures, you want the power to drop so that it doesn't affect the other power substations. And that's what happened in these occurrences. Ideally, we'd have that backup redundant power, but for certain types of failures, you want to protect the rest of the system, and that's why they were able to get the line back up and running in very, very short order. So we're encouraged by that, but we can bring back some more information on that, but they're doing a deep dive into that to make sure that everything's functioning as it's intended. But we were encouraged that they were very, very short outages, and we were able to return really, really quickly.
Okay, thank you. On the on-time performance, we're at 73% in the data you provided. Can you give us some context? Are we striving for 100%, or is it 99.5%, or is there an industry average that we can compare to?
Chair, the average is when you have 85%, it's a very, very good.
85%, okay.
Yes.
Based on what we see in other cities. Okay, thank you. And can you give us a quick update on on-demand transit and the launch for that?
Chair, we should come back with on-demand service at TC on December. However, if everything continues to go well, we should have good news to launch something at the beginning of next month. But we still have tiny things to work on, but most of the time it's that we take more time to resolve those little things, but we are confident that at the beginning of December, we should have good news to announce.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm seeing no other questions. We've covered a lot already, but we'll keep moving on. Thank you for your presentation to the team on this, and we will move on to our next topic, which is item 6.1, the OC Transpo bus route review. We're going to begin with a presentation from staff. And then we have a number of delegations, and then we'll be able to move into questions for staff as well. Welcome.
Alors, merci beaucoup de nous donner l'opportunité.
Well, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to present the Transpo bus route review. I'm very, very pleased. A great team has worked on this file, and this is something which is major for OC Transpo and for the City of Ottawa. This is something that we identified when we developed our roadmap in August 2022. We knew what we wanted to do, and we had clear goals. I'm very, very pleased that my team has developed this project. This is a significant project. From experience, it takes 2 to 3 years to do this. And what we see here today is something we've done over a year only. Of course, we're open to suggestions, of course, but I think that the team has shown a lot of openness for us to continue working with councillors. And I will repeat again, give us the time to implement the new design. Give yourselves time to experience it, and give us time to use the performance indicators to gather information, data, and then we'll get back to you at some point to make changes if they're needed. And of course, there will be some which will be needed.
View of the process goals, and the service improvements that customers will see. As I mentioned earlier, the route review process began in January 2023 and was part of OC Transpo's 5-year roadmap. Our goals was to examine service planning principles, prepare for the opening of train lines 2 and 4, and respond to those noticeable changes in customers' travel patterns over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic. Listening to our customers and stakeholders has been at the forefront of the bus route review process. We conducted an online survey, held multiple in-person and virtual open houses across the city, and consulted with key stakeholders, including major employees, post-secondary institutions, and OC Transpo bus operators and staff. The feedback we have gathered along with our own analysis has informed the proposed new bus route network. With the optimized bus network and the launch of train lines 2 and 4, customers will see a range of improvements, including improved connectivity between communities, faster travel times, more connections to community destinations, and changes to routes where ridership is low. Next slide, please. I think, okay, no, I'll stay there. Okay, you were there, sorry. Tu peux retourner à la slide 1. As I mentioned earlier, this is not about cost cutting, but all about creating a sustainable network that meets current customer needs and service demand. As stewards of taxpayers' dollars, it's the responsible decision to make. The route review is also a critical component of our plan to achieve 99.4% service delivery. As you see in the illustration here, we're optimizing the entire transit system, bus and rail. The new bus routes connect our riders to the backbone of our transit network. Line 1, bus transitways, and soon lines 2 and 4, to keep customers moving in the most efficient way possible. This is the start of the process. We will continue to engage our customers and stakeholders so that they are well informed and prepared for the planned changes. You will see an overview of our communications plan later in the presentation. I want to emphasize that all changes arising from the bus route review will fit within the Transit Services Department's budget envelope, as outlined in the Budget Directions Report approved by Council. With that, I will hand over the presentation to Pat Kimcher, who will take you through the route review implementation process. Merci beaucoup, Pat.
Thanks, Renee. And I'd also like to introduce Derek Washnuk, Amanda Thompson, and Matt Wollstonholm, who are all at the table today to help to answer any questions that come later. They and their teams have been working very, very hard to bring this to you. As Renee has mentioned, the bus, can we have the next slide, please? As Renee has mentioned, the bus route review comes from the OC Transpo 5-year roadmap as we presented it to the Commission in June, and which is built on the vision and mission statements that you've seen before and that you see here, plus the 5 pillars on which we have built our work. The bus route review is one of the strategic initiatives in the Our Services pillar. Next slide, please. Comme je l'ai mentionné, l'examen des circuits.
As I mentioned, the bus route review is part of our 5-year roadmap. It responds to changes in travel patterns following the pandemic. And we've seen a decrease in the number of people traveling to work in offices, and the increase in the number of people working from home or working in a hybrid fashion. We've seen increased interest for travel within communities themselves. Now, our bus route review is designed to create a network built around new connections to the old train in the south, the east, west, and the north. It's based on consultations that we undertook with customers, councillors, and others earlier this year. The review is based on the previous policy direction from council as well. Next slide, please.
We carried out consultation with customers through several means. We did an online survey where we had approximately 6,700 customers who replied in full and another 1,500 who partially completed the survey. We held 3 in-person open houses where over 90 people attended and several councillors attended as well. We held 1 online virtual open house with about 70 attendees. We had outreach staff at major transitway and O-train stations, and we spoke to about 400 people there. We participated in 2 open houses that were organized by councillors. We had about 200 emails with specific suggestions. And the project team also spent time at each of the OC Transpo bus garages and talked with bus operators as they came back from their morning work to talk about what their customers were telling them and what advice they had for future bus route changes. Next, please. And the results of the consultation were that people asked for more direct routes, more connections to major hubs, more options for their travel, longer hours of service with an earlier start and a later finish, and more frequent service. And some customers said that no changes were needed for them. Next, please. Les résultats de la consultation.
Now, the results of the customer surveys indicate that service reliability is the customer's #1 concern.
As Renee mentioned in the previous presentation, we've set a target to deliver 99.5% of all bus trips. So that means that we are re-engineering all of our processes to achieve that level and then maintain it going forward. That includes the work we've done in the bus route review, where we've designed these routes to be more reliable. But it also goes beyond this, and it shapes how the routes would be scheduled and how the services would be managed. Next, please. Les consultants que nous avons retenus pour nous aider.
Now, the consulting firm we've worked with have helped us design a better bus route network. They have told us that we need a sustainable service that connects all parts of the city, that is connected to the old train and the transitway, which is equitable for all, and which helps us to build complete communities as well.
And as a result, we established these network design principles for the review: achieving and maintaining 99.5% service delivery, ensuring that there is mobility for everyone to and from all parts of the urban area, that there is access to important community hubs, including grocery shopping, that the O-train and the transitway remain the spine of the network, that daytime service will operate at least every 15 minutes on frequent and rapid bus routes, and at least every 30 minutes on most of the remaining local and connection routes. Next, please. So now that we've completed the review, we see these themes coming out of it. We've adapted capacity to and from downtown to align with current ridership levels and travel needs. Almost all of the reduced ridership that we've seen compared to before the pandemic is downtown oriented. So this means that a number of connection routes are no longer required. We will still ensure that we have sufficient capacity to carry all customers on the major transitway corridors, but those buses will be more crowded than they have been over the last 3 years. We'll have more frequent service on many important routes across the city, running every 15 minutes at most times. Especially in the south, we will improve connections to O-Train Line 2, taking advantage of the quick, high-capacity service from Riverside South into the central part of the city. We've got more connections to and between community hubs, especially shopping areas. And in some cases, we've redirected service away from some streets where ridership has been low or that are close to other streets where service will continue. Next, please. Once the new routes are in place, customers will experience these types of changes. There will be more frequent service on some major routes and less frequent service as we reallocate surplus capacity from the major transitway corridors. There will be faster trips for some customers, especially those who are taking advantage of O Train Line 2 from the south. There'll be more connections to community hubs and destinations such as transit stations and grocery stores. Some customers will have a longer walking distance to their nearest bus stop, and some customers will need to make an additional transfer. Prochaine, s'il vous plaît. L'examen des circuits d'autobus est lié au
The bus review is linked to the budget. The bus review reallocates capacity from downtown-oriented commuter routes to other areas. We take advantage of the capacity and speed of the O Train Line 2. There are savings in bus operating costs, which are being reallocated to support the operating costs of O Train Lines 2 and 4. Overall, you will see an increase in transit operating resources.
Next, please. So now I'll take you through a summary, but a slightly closer look by sector of the city. We've divided the city here for this purpose into 6 areas, and we'll go through each one, talking about the improvements and the other changes. I'd like to thank a number of councillors, thank all of the councillors for their participation in attending the briefings that we put on. We've been working with a number of councillors on making improvements to the proposals as we first briefed the councillors on. But I wanted to point out that some of the service changes that I'm going to outline are a little bit different from what's in the report that's been published, because those changes have been made in the time since the report went out. But and also we're continuing to work with the councillors, and there's some changes that we have in mind and the councillors are asking us to look at a little more deeply that are beyond even what I'm going to show you here today. So that work continues, and we will we'll make all of these bus routes as good as we can. So now let's start in the west, and we're sort of scanning west to east. Kanata and Stittsville, where our changes are. Next, please. These are the improvements. So that we've got an new all-day Route 60 that would run from Eagleson and Cope to Terry Fox Station via Castle Frank, with peak trips extending to and from Tunney's Pasture. And the little gold star there indicates that this is a change from what was in the report and in our first briefing to the councillors. Route 62, which already runs between Stittsville and Terry Fox, would have improved connections to other routes at Eagleson Station, and we would also add new service on Compo west of Terry Fox. Route 63, which runs from Kanata North to Tunney's Pasture, would be improved to 15-minute service all day long by combining it with the current Route 64, and that route would also have improved connections at Eagleson Station. Route 67 would be increased to 7 days a week. It runs from Cope to Terry Fox Station, and it would continue to have its downtown trips to Tunney's Pasture and rush hours. Route 88, the long crosstown route from Kanata to Herdman, would be divided into 2, with Route 68 replacing Route 88 between Terry Fox and Baseline. And I'll say more about Route 88 as we get to the next zone east. And Route 110 would be extended to run all the way from the residential area of Kanata North right through to Limebank Station in Riverside South, making a connection with O Train Line 2. Route 110 is an important route. It provides the north-south connection in Kanata. It provides the connection from Line 2 and from Kanata to employment locations such as Amazon in Barrhaven, and it provides one of the connections from Barrhaven to O Train Line 2. Next, please. Other improvements in Kanata and Stittsville to local and connection routes. There'd be a new all-day Route 162 running from the commercial area at Palladium and Compo to Terry Fox Station. A new all-day Route 163 running from the shopping area at Carp and Kittiwake in Stittsville through to Terry Fox Station along Abbott and Castle Frank, where it'd be combined with Route 60 and 61 to provide quite frequent service on Castle Frank. Route 65 would be improved to all-day service and extended to serve the section of Katimavik between Terry Fox and Castle Frank. Route 168 would be revised to add new service on Maritime Way. Connection Route 261 would be revised to add new service on Kimpton, a newly developed street. Connection Route 263 would be extended south to add a couple of morning trips from Richmond straight through to Tunney's Pasture via Stittsville and a couple of trips back in the afternoon. Route 265 in Canada North would be revised to operate two ways on Penfield, Leacock, and Varley rather than the one-way loop that it does now. And connection routes 261, 263, and 266, which 261, 263 now join the highway at the Canadian Tire Centre bus loop and on-ramp. They would operate instead, as with the new route 266, via Palladium to join the highway there, providing closer service to a new residential area. Some other changes in Canada and Stittsville on the next page, please. We would be removing non-event services from the Canadian Tire Centre bus loop. So we'd still use that for events at the arena, but not for all-day service. And we would close the parking lot that we lease there. Route 61, 63, and 66, their peak period extensions to Gatineau would be replaced by a new Route 13, which customers could transfer to at Tunney's Pasture Station. Two of the variants, 61C, 61D, would be removed from Route 61. Route 66 would be revised to remove service on Solant east of Leggett. But we understand there's some new development in that area, and we'll wait for that to happen. Route 110, which I mentioned earlier, would replace Route 165 on providing local service on Klondike, Marconi, Shirley's Brook, and Helmsdale. The limited Route 158 to Hanel would be replaced by special trips on Route 63. Route 161 would be revised to serve Hopeside Road, Bridlewood, Fernbank, and Terry Fox, the commercial area there, and then Eagleson and Compo. And Route 168 would replace Route 161 in peak periods on Rothsay, Sheldrake, and Abbey Hill. Also, the connection Route 256 would be revised to serve Cope, Equestrian, Steeplechase, Bridgestone, Summer Gaze, and then operate through Bell's Corners before picking up the highway and the transitway to Tunney's. And then connection routes 252, 257, 267, and 268 would be removed with the service for those customers provided by other routes nearby. Now we'll move to West Ottawa and North Nepean, as we've called them. Go to the next. Thanks. So here I've just divided them up by number. Routes 11 to 88, the lower number routes on the first page. Route 11 would be changed to operate along Ambleside, which is where it's operating right now on a detour. We would keep it there permanently. Route 53 would be expanded to run from Tunney's Pasture Station to Baseline Station to provide service along La Perriere, Woodward, Maitland, Merivale, Woodfield, and Medhurst, then back up to Baseline Station on Woodruff, replacing parts of Route 50 and Route 83. Route 56, which many people remember as the old 6, run from Tunney's Pasture to King Edward via Dow's Lake Station on line 2 and Lee's Station on line 1, would run all day, 7 days a week. Route 81 would be expanded to run from Tunney's Pasture to Bayshore through Westboro Beach, Carlington, Iris, and along to Maurier, replacing, as it does so, parts of Route 16, 50, 58, and 82. Route 82 would be expanded to operate from Baseline Station to Lincoln Field Station, with peak trips continuing through to Tunney's Pasture Station. And that would replace on Morrison part of Route 58. Route 86 would be extended to Auriga and Antares, and Route 88 would be revised. I mentioned earlier the Route 68, which would run from Terry Fox to Baseline Station. Route 88 would run from Bayshore through Baseline and across Baseline and Heron Road to Billings Bridge and then Herdman Station. And the two routes would combine on that busy section of the route between Queensway Carleton Hospital and Baseline Station. Moving on to the next slide, the higher numbered routes in this area. Route 111 would be changed to operate directly along Meadowlands, Prince of Wales, Heron, making the stop at Mooney's Bay Station and ending at Billings Bridge. A new Route 112 would run parallel to 111 between Baseline and Billings Bridge, but on Viewmount rather than on Meadowlands, and would provide new service on the section of Prince of Wales between Fisher and Meadowlands. And it would replace parts of Route 89 and part of Route 111. We'd have a new weekday peak period Route 115 between Greenboro Station and Baseline Station, running along Hunt Club, McFarland, and Slack, and replacing the current service on Slack current service on McFarland provided by Route 80. The new all-day Route 116 would replace Route 96 and be extended further west to run to Baseline Station. And there'd be a new weekday Route 189 running from Baseline Station to Colonnade, replacing part of Route 89. On the next slide, some other changes in this area. Route 50 service on Churchill between Scott and Carling would be removed. Route 54 service in the Chinese Pasture campus and on Parkdale north of Scott would be removed. Route 58 service from Crystal Bay would be shortened to end at Bayshore. Route 84 would be reduced to operate during weekday peak periods. Route 111 service on Chesterton would be removed. Route 111 service to Carleton would be replaced by the O-Train connection from Route 111 to Line 2 at Mooney's Bay Station. The limited service that's provided on routes 114, 154, 155, and 186 would be removed. And connection routes 258 and 282 would be removed, with service provided nearby by other routes. And now we move to a larger area containing Barrhaven, Riverside South, Richmond, and Manotick. And we'll go to the improvements in that area now. Route 73 would be extended and would operate from Limebank Station to Fallowfield Station at all times through to Tunney's Pasture at peak periods, and it operates via Leakin and the employment area there. Route 74 would also be extended to Limebank Station on Line 2, and it runs via Woodruff and Nepean Wood Station. Route 75 would be expanded to serve the new Quinns Point residential area in Barrhaven South. I mentioned Route 110 would be extended both north into Canada North and east to Limebank Station, replacing as does so part of the current Route 99. There'd be an new all-day Route 117 running from Fallowfield Station to Citygate, which is where the Amazon and the Costco are, and then looping back through residential parts of Barrhaven, providing a sort of a cross Barrhaven connection, and then continuing across the bridge into Riverside South and making the connection with Line 2 at Limebank Station. And in doing so, it would replace parts of Route 170, 171, and 173. There'd be a new all-day Route 119 running between Barrhaven Centre and Marketplace over to Limebank Station, and in Riverside South, that would run along Boarbridge and Spratt, replacing part of Route 99. Route 173 would be revised to operate between Citygate and Fallowfield along Kennevale, Sherway, and Foxfield. Route 263, I mentioned earlier, would be extended to provide a connection from Richmond to Tunney's Pasture via Stittsville. Two new connection routes would be introduced, Route 275 from Half Moon Bay to Tunney's Pasture, serving a new residential area and replacing Route 175 in Stonebridge East. And Route 276 would run from Manotick to Tunney's Pasture, replacing Route 176. And we would also change connection route 283, which runs from Munster, Hamlet, and Richmond, so that it would make the connection to O-Train Line 2 at Limebank Station. Other changes in this area, on the next page, I mentioned the Canada and Stittsville routes, also Route 75, the extension to Gatineau would be replaced by the new Route 13. The limited service on Route 199 to the employment area on Leakin would be replaced by the extended Route 73, and the connection routes 270, 271, 272, 273, and 278 would be removed, with nearby service provided by other routes. Moving now to the central part of the city, starting with the low-numbered routes on the next page. Route 5 would be extended so that it would run from Rideau Station to Elmvale via Smythe and the hospitals, replacing part of Route 55. There'd be a new all-day route running from Gatineau to Dow's Lake Station via Preston, replacing part of Route 85, and that has the potential of also operating to the new hospital when it opens. Route 9 would be revised to provide two-way service on Sussex between Bottler and Murray, and that route would also be extended south from Herdman Station to Carleton Station, where it would replace part of Route 10. Route 11 would be revised to run along Bayswater, Bayview Station and Preston rather than on Somerset to provide another connection to line 1 and a better connection to line 2. Route 11 would also be extended in the east to run right through to Saint Laurent, replacing the current Route 18. Route 12 would be extended to run from Blair to Carleton and then continuing to Herdman Station, replacing Route 10. And the new weekday peak period, Route 13, would operate between Gatineau and Tiny's Pasture, replacing the extensions of the other routes, and that would run only up until the west extension of the train opens. Continuing on with higher numbered routes improvements in central part of the city, Route 16 would be extended to run from Parliament to Billings Bridge through Sandy Hill, making a connection at Lee's Station, and then down Riverdale, replacing part of Route 5. There'd be a new weekday peak period, Route 17, running from Wateridge to Rideau via Montreal and Brittany. Route 20 would be extended from Vanier into downtown. And Route 56, I mentioned earlier, would run 7 days a week. And on this page, finally, Route 85 would be extended to Lee's Station, crossing south of downtown on Chamberlain and Isabella eastbound, Catherine and Raymond westbound. And in doing so, it would replace part of Route 55. Some other changes on the next page. The Route 15 service to Gatineau via the Portage Bridge would be replaced by the connection to the STO at Lion Station. The STO runs many services across the Portage Bridge, and Route 16 service through downtown on Queen would be replaced by Route 12. And then moving to South Ottawa and Alta Vista, the improvements in this area would be that Route 40 would be revised to run via Queensdale, Albion, and Bridle Path on route between Saint Laurent and Greenboro. There we go. The new all-day Route 41 would run from Billings Bridge to Saint Laurent via Heron, Walkley, Russell, through Elmvale, and then in doing so replace part of Route 46. Route 48 would be extended to run from Herdman to Elmvale, and then along Kilbourne to Billings Bridge, and then extended to Carleton Station on line 2. Route 49 would also be extended so that it would run from Elmvale to Billings Bridge on Pleasant Park, as it does now, and then extended to Carleton. Route 90 would be revised to operate along McCarthy, Cahill, and Uplands. A new Route 91 would operate between Upland Station on line 4, that's the station by the EY Center, and Greenboro to continue to provide service on Uplands Drive between McCarthy and Riverside. And then it would replace the current Route 197. Route 93 would be shortened to just make a connection at Leitrim Station to line 2, but would also be extended to the newer areas of Findlay Creek east of Bank Street. A new Route 94 would operate on Kelly Farm Drive from Findlay Creek to Leitrim Station, replacing part of Route 294. And I mentioned earlier the new crosstown routes 115 and 116 between Greenboro and Baseline. Other changes in South Ottawa and Alta Vista, we would have a new Route 43 running from Karsh to Greenboro along Johnston and Tapiola, replacing part of the current Route 40. Route 90 service would be removed from Riverside Drive between Walkley and Uplands. Route 92 would be revised to operate in weekday peak periods between Greenboro and Billings Bridge via Plant to Walkley Station and along Heron Gate. Route 93 would be removed from Bank, Athens, and 6th. Route 97, of course, would be replaced, the service to the airport replaced by O Train Line 4. Route 99, service to Riverside South, replaced by O Train Line 2. Route 140 would be removed from Jefferson, Featherston, and Ryder. Route 141 would be removed from Caladar, Brookfield, and Clover. Route 190, its limited service on Riverside Drive would be removed. Connection routes 290 and 291 would be removed with nearby service provided by other routes. And connection route 294 would be revised to run from Leicester Road to Greenboro Station. And then finally, we'll move to the east. And the improvements in the east and in Orleans. I mentioned earlier the new weekday peak period Route 17 from Water Ridge. We would also extend Route 24 to run from Saint Laurent to Chapel Hill Station via Ogilvie, Jasmine Crescent, through Beacon Hill, through Blackburn Hamlet, along Bryan Coburn and Renault, and it would replace Route 28, and it would also be ready for a nice new connection with Line 1 when the Eastern Extension opens at Montreal Station. Route 25 would be extended north into Water Ridge and continue to provide the same service that it does along Ennis Road and to La Cité. And with that extension to Water Ridge, it would replace Route 27. Route 30 would be revised with all trips to operate via Montmayor in both directions. There'd be a new all-day Route 130 operating from Ennis to Place d'Orléans, sort of looping around the east part of Orleans via des Épinets, Charlemagne, and Saint-Joseph. And Route 131, its counterpart, would be modified to loop through the west part of Orleans, running from 10th line to Place d'Orléans and going north on Meadow Glen and Forest Valley, and then serving Fortune and Saint-Joseph. And as Renee mentioned earlier, we have the on-demand service on weekends coming to Blackburn Hamlet quite soon. The other changes in East Ottawa and Orleans, we would close the leased park and ride lot at Telesat Court. And we'll work on the timing of that with the councillor for the area. Route 26 would operate during weekday peak periods. Route 28 service would be removed from Tovette and South Park. Route 31, the limited service would be removed from the section of Saint-Joseph between Bearbrook and Jeanne d'Arc. Route 33 would be revised to operate via Tompkins, Chartrand, and Dufour. Route 35 would be revised to operate via Bottrell north of Merkley and would be removed from Merkley east of Bottrell over to Charlemagne. Route 37 would be replaced by the revised Route 234. Route 39 service to La Cité would be replaced by Route 25, which would continue. Route 138 would be revised, and it would run between Saint Louis Residence and Place d'Orléans via Saint-Joseph. And the connection routes 231, 232, and 236 would be removed with service provided by other routes. So the two tables that follow here are really reference documents. I'm not going to read them to you. The first is a list of the frequent route network as it would exist once these changes are in place. These are the routes that would run every 15 minutes at most times of the week. And we may be able to add more routes to this list as our scheduling work continues. And again, just for reference, the next table lists all the bus routes as they would exist, all the bus routes except for the shopper routes, the summer routes, and the school trips. And now I'll turn it over to Amanda Thompson to talk about how we will communicate these changes to our customers.
Merci, Pat. So I'll provide an overview of the communications plan that we've created to support customers during the extensive changes that Pat has just outlined. Next slide, please. So we know that for many customers, using the new network means changes to their daily trips, whether that's a new route number, a different bus stop, or a transfer to the O train. So we want customers to be able to seamlessly use the transit system when the new network is implemented. To do this, it's important that customers are informed, aware, and supported. That's why we've been developing a robust, multi-layered communications plan. So right now on the screen, you will see the goals of this communications plan. There are three I'd like to highlight, which we believe are key to being successful. The first is educating and preparing customers to use our new network and the changes that may impact their trips. Second, we want to ensure our team is ready to answer questions from our customers. And finally, third, we're incorporating lessons learned from previous OC Transpo network changes and from other transit agencies. Next slide, please. Our communication plan will consist of multiple phases that are made up of specific communications tactics as we approach the implementation of the new network. Each phase will add to the scope and scale of the campaign. The phases will start several months ahead of the start date and continue after the network is in place. For the first phase, we are introducing the future network changes to customers and providing them with an opportunity to explore information and ask questions. The tactics we will be using during this time include public information sessions, which we're working to schedule throughout the city. We'll also be updating our website to provide an overview of the route review project. And there will be a special travel planner that will allow customers to simulate their future trips. This is a tool that we used in the lead up to the opening of Line 1 that was successful in helping Ottawa residents understand how they would use the system once the Line 1 had opened. So we can go to the next slide, please. So moving into the second phase, we're going to add to those tactics by publishing a full suite of information online with a detailed list of changes, including network maps. This will be done in advance so that customers and residents will have sufficient opportunity to learn more and find information on how trips to key destinations and neighborhoods may be changing. Tactics that can be expected during this phase include detailed information on octranspo.com, notifications in the transit app, system maps on social media channels and our website, and there will be changes that start to on-street information. We also plan to proactively reach out to media to share information about the network changes during this phase. Next slide, please. So moving into the third and final phase, our focus will be on preparing customers for the new trips. This will be achieved by implementing tactics that customers are most likely to see and to remember. A special focus for our team here is supporting customers whose trip will be moving to a nearby street or where their bus stop location may be changing. We will support customers through these changes with both print and digital communications tools. This phase will also include an advertising campaign, major changes to on-street information, print materials, which will include brochures, prominent features on our website, and customer outreach at stations. During this phase, we will also be using internal communications to improve our staff familiarity and comfort with the new network so they can speak to customers as well. And then our communications will not stop once the network is in place. We will continue after the implementation to ensure we support customers and residents through this adjustment. Next slide, please. So outside of these three phases that I've outlined, we have other important communications activities that we will undertake. These include preparing information packages that we can share with councillors and elected officials, media kits and taking part in interviews or earned media, public service announcements, working with major destinations and tapping into employers' communications channels, collaborating with STO on changes to interprovincial services, signage and static information displays at stations. We know that many customers will have questions or concerns about their trips, and we want to support them through this change. As Pat and Renee have outlined, the successful implementation of this network is key to building a reliable and sustainable transit system that serves the needs of our customers. We know proactive and clear communications are a part of a positive customer experience, particularly during times of change. And I'm confident that our team will be there at every step to support our customers. Merci, and I will now turn it back to Renee.
Merci beaucoup, Amanda. Merci beaucoup aussi, Pat.
Thank you, Pat. Thank you, Amanda.
We continue to be open and to listen to our customers. We know we will continue to receive feedback and we will review it. However, once the new bus network is implemented, it will be very important that we take time to learn and measure the system's performance. With this performance results and new data, we can revisit and consider adjustments or even improvements that may be possible within our budget envelope. Thank you for your time. We are ready for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. And I know most councillors, I think all of us around the table, were briefed a couple of weeks ago, and it's interesting to see even how the original recommendations have evolved in a couple of weeks, and appreciate staff's collaboration in addressing concerns that have been brought to us by residents. We have a number of residents, 17 delegations, so we'll appreciating it's perhaps a challenge for people to fully understand what a new network's going to look like based on the text descriptions that we've had. So hopefully today's presentation gives some more context, and we can address some of the concerns we hear today. The first speaker today is Nick Grover, representing Free Transit Ottawa. Not sure if Nick is online or in the room. Nick is online?
Yep. Hey, everyone.
Oh, I see you there. Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. Thanks, everyone. So I've dug into the details of this in the last week since they were announced, and I'm not convinced that it's going to grow ridership, and I'm also not convinced that that's even the goal anymore. The more I hear OC Transpo talk about the need to align service to meet demand, I'm not sure that we understand why demand is where it is. Of course, a lot has happened that's changed, but we do need to make sure that we're making a service that's convenient and reliable in all parts of the city. And looking at these route changes, I have concerns. There's a 3.5% overall reduction in service hours. We're looking at a fare increase too, and this isn't going to make transit more attractive for people. We have the route cuts, the connection routes. This is going to put people about 15 minutes further away from a bus stop than they used to be. That's a barrier that's going to affect people. The routes being cut generally run about 4 hours a day. I would suggest if you want more people to ride them, maybe you run them more often than that, maybe in the middle of the day. I've availed myself of some of the midday routes at Tunney's, and it's a great connection. That once it stops running, it's much harder to get over to Bayshore or where my relatives live there. We're also seeing reductions on certain routes. We're seeing other routes being extended, which is a problem we don't need to double down on. It stretches the area that a route needs to run for. It gives it more opportunity to get stuck and delayed. And so it's not good. And look, I sympathize with OC Transpo. I know that they've had a close relationship with the 9 to 5 commuters for decades. It's been a relationship of love. They've designed the transit system virtually around them, whether it's the Transitway or the LRT. The focus was always on getting those office workers into the core. And look, breakups are hard, but a lot of them have moved on. They work remotely now, and it stings, but it's time to move on. And there's a lot of us here in the city that would be more than willing to take on OC Transpo if you wanted us, and we feel like you don't. There are people, thousands of people driving throughout the city at all times of the day. People who are doing errands in the middle of the day or going to plans in the evening. And if the bus isn't reliable or frequent or accessible, why would we take it? So we're here, we're waiting. Our hearts are open, but OC Transpo doesn't seem to want us. And that's a problem. I think if we really want to grow ridership, we have to do what other cities are doing. And other cities have been really creative. You look at Vancouver or Edmonton, Calgary, Brampton, Charlottetown. They've expanded that off-peak service. They've implemented bus lanes. They've bought more buses. They've implemented fare relief, and they're seeing more ridership now than they did in 2019. I don't think the recipe is particularly difficult, but I think we need to face the fact that we don't have enough buses, and we're spreading them too thin. We act like we're on some desert island with minimal resources, and we have to cobble it together with sticks and stones. But we have money. We can buy more buses, and when we be able to spend less money on their cars as a result, and that will save people money in the long run, and it will reduce our emissions. And I want to suggest too that as we're talking about the route review process, I noticed early on that there was an online portion, which is great, but it was also very much based on you come to us, which is a problem the city has with all its committees and services, but particularly OC Transpo. Our organization, we're always out at bus stops talking to riders and getting feedback from them. And we don't have paid staff, and we're doing it. So why not go to bus stops and talk to people and say, hey, specifically, what do you want to see fixed with your route? What are the problems? What are the solutions? bring riders in, say like, hey, so the 252, we want to fix that up. What should be good? Because riders know best. They take it every day. They know what the problems are and they know what would work better. So I would encourage you to involve us in that, not just listen, not just ask us some broad questions about, would you rather have reliability or a long walk? Don't ask questions like that because then those get misinterpreted and the data gets skewed. Ask us specifically, what do you guys want on this route? Because you take it every day. And I think that would produce some better results. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Nick. There's a couple of questions for you. Councillor Menards, first up.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Nick, for being here. And I hope that you continue to advocate through the consultation process that's supposed to come with these suggestions, because your voice is needed. I think staff are laying out what that consultation will look like into, I guess, Q2 2024. I asked earlier what the total amount of dollar value is for an hour of service, and it came back that an average was around $132. And so with this plan, we know that there is a reduction in total service hours of about 75,000 hours, which equates to just under $10 million if you do the math. So with that $10 million, what could the city of Ottawa do innovatively to, I guess, increase ridership? You've mentioned examples from other cities. I'd love for you to go into some more detail about what those examples are and how that $10 million could help bring some more innovation and ridership back to a service that really needs it.
Yeah. Well, I think Brampton is a really interesting example because we often hear that, well, Ottawa's too sprawled out. Transit can't work. Brampton's a very suburban town, but for the past 15 years, they've been investing. They've decided we're going to have better bus service, and they do now. They've purchased more buses. They run them on express routes as well as into suburbs, and the system actually works quite well. And so, yeah, with $10 million, you can buy 10, electric buses, and you can improve frequency. That's on the higher end of sort of cost, but I think it pays dividends. On the simpler side, on the very low cost side, you can put bus lanes on busy roads for next to nothing. And this gives buses a chance to get out of traffic and to actually get where they're going on time. We know that the 10 most popular routes conservatively are late 30% of the time. That's not good. That's not working for people. Like this is me trying to get down Rideau or Bank on the weekend. It doesn't work. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot that we can do. We can also look at, how we conduct transport generally. We like to widen roads. We spend about $50 million a year widening roads, thinking it's going to relieve traffic, even though we have decades of data saying it doesn't. We can buy a lot of buses for that, and actually get people out of traffic. So I would suggest we focus on really going all in on transit, because it pays off.
Great, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your delegation, Nick. I'm glad that you brought up Brampton, because Brampton is at about 110% of pre-pandemic ridership. They have a system that's very decentralized, right? Their Zoom bus rapid transit system operates along multiple east, west, north, south corridors. And save for some terminals like Bramalea and Shoppers World or whatever it's called, they don't have the central downtown core that we do and that most larger cities do. And so one of the parts that sort of confused me a little bit about your delegation, and possibly because I misheard, you might just clarify or whatever, is that you mentioned the loss of the connection routes, and more direct some of the connections that we get to Tunney's Pasture and to Blair. But at the same time, you mentioned that extending some of these routes, extending some of the other routes to provide connections to new hubs are gonna, is something that you're also concerned about. So perhaps maybe correct what I may have misheard or provide some clarity about what the concerns surrounding that are, please.
Yeah, I bring up Brampton because it's an example of what can be done that's very straightforward. And I think the ridership is at about 130% now. It's not to say we should do everything they did. I know that they've had criticisms. They've had criticisms for not providing enough connections, not providing enough bus lanes. So there's gaps. It's more to demonstrate what you can do if you really commit to transit. And I think what we have to do is we have to focus on the off-peak hours. We need to focus on the connections, because I think we've used the light rail as an excuse to say, well, we don't need buses anymore in a lot of these parts. And, you know, even if you're taking the LRT, chances are you need to connect somehow. And so I do think we need to go in on that. You don't need to sacrifice accessibility for efficiency or ridership. You can do both. And I bring up other cities because they show some specific tactics that have worked quite well. I don't think we should limit ourselves to those tactics. We should look at what people need and what will get them riding, and really double down on that.
Thank you. No, I understand. Like one of our downfalls was the fact that we said light rail will solve everything 5 years ago, and we know that not to be the case. So I'm glad you brought those points up, and thanks for the clarification there.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you, Nick, for your presentation today. Our second speaker is Sarah Donnelly, and I believe Sarah is online as well. Sarah, you may have to accept the prompt.
Hi, I think I'm good. You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. First off, I would like to mention, I read through all the documents and I requested some maps to further clarify, and they said they weren't ready yet, which I think is a bit irresponsible if we're going to be making decisions about the improvement or about the route review without them. But I continue. So as you all know, I'm sure ridership is down compared to pre-pandemic. I'm sure you all know this, but there were still 71 million riders last year. And that is almost 200,000 people a day. And if one of the main goals of this bus route review is to meet service demands, but you want to get ridership up to pre-pandemic levels, that doesn't work. Cutting service and aiming to meet current service demands, you will be discouraging people to get back on transit and also making it more difficult to adapt to needs when/if ridership increases. And I say if because when you keep cutting service, it makes the goal of pre-pandemic ridership seem like a far off possibility. And from what I understand of this bus route review, it has been undertaken with the goal of adapting to ridership levels, increasing reliability, and improving transit connections to Route 2 and 4 and between places in the city. But I think that it really fails to accomplish getting more people onto transit, which is, it seems, a lot of what people want to happen. There was on September 26th on Ottawa Morning on CBC Radio, there was a debate or a segment just about whether OC Transpo is headed for a transit death spiral. And I would hope that you know what that means as you're all part of the transit committee. But if you don't know what it is like a vicious cycle of service cuts and fare hikes that push people away from public transit and into their cars, which then decreases revenue and leads to further service cuts. And I would ask, does that ring any bells for you? Does the reduction of 74,000 hours of service happen to align with that definition in any way? Does the possibility of a 2.5% fare hike align with that definition in any way? I hope you can understand what I'm getting at here. As far as I'm aware, with the reduction of hours, more focus will be put towards routes that are used more to improve their reliability. And I understand that goal. I understand how that can be a goal. But as far as I'm aware, traffic has gotten worse since before the pandemic. And without more bus lanes, I don't understand how reliability can be improved when a lot of the reason that reliability is as bad as it is because that buses get stuck in traffic. As Nick mentioned earlier, there's some routes that are being extended to cover more ground. And I really do not understand how the reliability of those routes can be improved while they're also covering more service area. I think that trying to increase reliability is a good goal of this, but I think everybody agrees with that. But I think that when the overarching goal is to get more people onto transit, cutting service does not get people onto the bus. It leads to, as I mentioned earlier, transit death spirals, as the cutting of service leads to less riders, leading to fare increases and more cutting of service, and so it goes. I ask, what is being done to increase the reliability of some of the worst routes or busiest bus routes in the city? The proposed route change for the 11, which is a bus that I've taken frequently, is to make the route longer, which I fear is going to make it worse than the already bad reliability for that route. And adding more buses isn't going to do anything if the reason that it's late all the time is because of traffic. More buses still get caught in the same traffic. So what's the plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you very much. And Sarah, I was going to ask you whether your route is the 11, because it sounds like your comments were very specifically targeted toward it. It's going to become a Bayshore to Saint Laurent route now. It goes through some of the nastiest, gnarliest traffic in the city. And I'm not certain how, without transit priority measures, we're going to be able to maintain anything close to a schedule on the 11. But I was just wondering, you've confirmed for me the 11 is your route or one of your routes. What is your experience of the 11 currently?
I have been late for at least 4 physiotherapy appointments because of the 11. I stand at the corner of Somerset and Bank and wait for a bus that sometimes just doesn't show up. And then I'm standing there waiting and being concerned about having to pay a late fee on, or a cancellation fee on my appointment, or having to pay for an Uber or a taxi to get to my physiotherapy appointment. And I should not have to do that. I should not have to be worried when I am on my way to the bus stop that, oh, what happens if the bus doesn't show up? I should not have to worry about that.
Where are you traveling westbound? Or, feel free obviously not to answer, but you started in Somerset and Bank. Where does that trip typically take you?
It takes me to Churchill and I don't remember what the cross street
Richmond
is.
or something like that.
Yeah, Richmond, Churchill and Richmond.
Yeah, so they're trying to shove that bus, especially at peak hour, through Hintonburg, down Wellington Street, through the Parkdale Wellington intersection. I don't know how many lights cycles it normally has to wait there for. I appreciate you sharing the experience, Sarah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Seeing no more questions, you did mention maps, and councillors all have access to draft maps. And if you do want to reach out to your city councillor, they may be able to share specific routes, the draft form at least.
Okay. I reached out about maps in general, and I got back an email saying they weren't ready yet and they didn't have anything to give me. But I will reach out about that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for raising that.
Is this still on? I can't turn the mic off, so I might as well take advantage of it. At kitchissippiward.ca, the first post contains a document that has all of the draft route maps.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Naomi Badu.
Hi. First of all, thank you for having me. So I want to talk a lot about the changes to local routes. So with these proposed changes, there will no longer be a bus that consistently serves my neighborhood at all. The 282 will disappear completely. And then the local route that I have actually taken every day of my life for the past 6 years to get to a transit hub will only serve my street on weekday peak periods, which is a massive, massive detrimental cut for me because I'm a university student. I live at home. And the 82 is basically my lifeline to the rest of the city. The bus service with the 82 is already, frankly, abysmal. But that means we should be increasing the service rather than cutting it drastically. Buses are frequently, over 15 minutes late. They never show up, or they arrive 2 at a time. They show up early. And if ridership is low on this route, which is the reason that they have said that it's getting cut, is because people get frustrated and they call an Uber. Or, sometimes the bus is so late to stations like Baseline that the driver has to open up the back door on a 40-foot bus, and riders can't scan their passes. So there's no way to track what the ridership actually is on those buses. But, it's bad, but at least right now it exists. But with the route changes, I will no longer have access to transit other than at peak periods, which is a pretty devastating change from what I have right now, which is, currently the bus comes every half hour for approximately 15 hours a day from around 6 a.m. to 11:30 p.m., which is, if you do the math, it works out to about 31 buses a day. But if the bus only comes, mornings and evenings, that's about 8 buses a day, which is, a 75% reduction in service to my neighborhood, and to plenty of other neighborhoods like mine that are being reduced down to peak periods. And on the weekend, the 82 just simply won't come at all, which is, a 100% reduction in that service. Ottawa's bus service operates on a hub and spoke system, which I'm sure you all know, which is basically means that, places like Tunney's or Baseline are the hubs, and the local routes like my 82 bus are the spokes in the wheel. And, these routes have been slashed because the hubs are going to apparently become so much better. But how am I supposed to get to a hub if I have absolutely no access to bus service other than mornings and evenings? And how is anyone supposed to use improvements like the train or the supposedly more frequent downtown routes if they can't actually get to these hubs at all? As a university student, I kind of keep odd hours. My classes aren't all at 9 a.m. and they don't end in time for me to get home by 5. And on top of that, I work retail, kind of odd shifts. So I frequently need to get in and out of the neighborhood in the afternoon or the nighttime. And how am I meant to get to my 11 a.m. classes if I can't get out of my neighborhood? How is my neighbor supposed to get home from high school when their classes end at 2 p.m.? And most importantly, how is this putting customers first? Based on the presentations today, my experience will be, the exact opposite of the themes that the commission is kind of aiming to highlight. My reality is that I can't afford to buy a car. I can't afford a $400 parking pass for campus parking, can't pay gas or insurance or repairs, and I can't do those things, especially if I have absolutely no way to get to and from my job. And, the new changes will mean that I have to walk half an hour to the nearest stop, which at night or in the rain or in the snow is just not possible. And it's especially not possible, say, for someone who's elderly or in a wheelchair, or what if I had a toddler who I had to carry with me that half-hour walk? And how is it reasonable, for anyone to spend hours and hours of their day trying to just move around the city, especially for a drive that takes 20 minutes? On average, it takes me about 3 hours to get to and from campus, but with an added half hour of walking to a stop, that's 4 hours of my day. How am I meant to get anything done? How am I meant to have a social life or see my family? The reality is that I need OC Transpo in order to be mobile, and there's no way for me to live my life without regular service to my neighborhood. And there's nowhere to go from here unless I still have access to that bus service. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. I have some good news. The local councillors maybe they've heard from you or some of your neighbors, Route 82 is going to be an all-day and weekend service. So that's one of the changes that have been made since the initial release of the documents a couple of weeks ago. So hopefully that'll address many of the concerns that you've raised. And obviously happy to share that news. But if you have additional concerns or anyone who might be watching, do contact your city councilor, because when there are issues raised and opportunities to make adjustments, OC Transpo is working with local councilors to try to identify those issues and make those changes. But thank you very much for participating. Our next speaker is Aaron Stevens. Hi, Aaron.
Hello, members of the Transit Commission. Some agile changing on the fly here. Just because I got to thank you, Councillor Leeper, for putting the route maps on your website. I just went there really quickly to modify my remarks real quick. So I just wanted to speak to concerns about the described changes to Route 46. Well, the removal of Route 46 and then the shifting of it to become Route 48 and extending the length of the route. So now there's going to be a new frequent route that goes from Elmvale to St. Laurent, skipping Riverview Park. So that's Coronation, Roland Avenue, as well as parts of Russell Road. So now it's going to kind of skip that part, and it's going to be replaced with Route 48. So Route 48 is an infrequent route. So it's about every half hour on weekdays during the day, and then in the evening it's about every hour, and it ends at 11 and starts at 7, and then there's no weekend service. Some background on me. So this is the Route 46 is my regular route, and I don't own a car, and I'm very primarily relying on public transportation, and I also filled out the online consultation for the route review. So I reviewed the documents and I saw this change, and I was slightly alarmed by this change, just because of the drastic reduction. Because of this described reduction in service, it would risk kind of not cutting off, but drastically reducing the usability of transit for several social housing complexes and high density development, as well as a major healthcare center for seniors, and connecting them with businesses, healthcare centers, the light rail station, shops and services, as well as several businesses in the Train Yard Shopping Center, where many people work. I just want to go over some key demographics about the how this service change or reduction of frequency may impact the service, or may impact folks in this kind of area. So I went to the 2021 census data for this for the 2 tracks where the service would be reduced. And so overall, the population is growing faster than the rest of Ottawa. So about 13.2% versus 8.9%. Have a lower median income, so 44 and 43K versus 50. And so just to note, there are 2 census tracts that the route cuts through there. So there's a lower income, so 44 and 43K versus 50K for the entirety of Ottawa, and are more likely to be considered low income, or be in the low income cutoff, are more likely to be an immigrant, so 32 and 29% versus 25%. Are more likely to be a visible minority, so 45 and 37% versus 32, and most importantly, are more likely to take public transportation, so 21 and 15% versus 11 of Ottawa, and less likely to use a car, so 60 and 67% versus 76%. And please note that stat on the usage of public transportation almost doubles when it comes to the separation between male and female. So although this service change or reduction, or sorry, this reduction of frequency or hours may or may not change ridership, it would risk further marginalizing folks in this area. And so, and anecdotally, this is a very busy route. I use it at all hours of the day, from very late at night to early in the morning. And the alternatives are not great. So it could be, walking 15, 20 minutes to another bus stop. Or even sometimes it's even just faster to walk to Herdman, about 30 minutes than to wait for the bus. And that's even with the frequencies of 20 minutes as it is. So based on the data, it just doesn't justify the data from the census and just the anecdotal kind of what I've witnessed taking the bus every day. doesn't necessarily make sense or align with the kind of the transit service evaluation criteria, the City of Ottawa's equity and inclusion lens. And I'm just very curious as to kind of, maybe this frequency will be increased on the Route 48, and that is one of the changes that was recently introduced. But I am just very alarmed based off of my anecdotal experience with the bus, and what would be a very rough transition to a kind of a reduced frequency, or even just basic cutoff of service past the hours of 11 o'clock. So those are my remarks, but happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for having me today.
Hey, thank you very much, Aaron. We do have one question from Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much, Aaron, for your emails and for your advocacy and coming here today. I have to apologize. When I responded yesterday, I called it Route 42. I meant Route 48, that would take over that piece. I have confirmed with staff that they're still looking at the timing of Route 48 in the future. So I will definitely get back to you when I have more details, or more than likely they will. But I just really want to thank you for coming out today and advocating for that piece of town, particular segment of town. I know I was on the Blair Court Community House Board for years, and I know that area extremely well. And so hopefully we can iron things out and get the bus service, and I know you are a complete transit commuter, I believe. You always travel by transit or no car. So your input is extremely valuable. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us today and for your presentation. Our next speaker is Brent Manuel. I think Brent is online.
Hi.
Hi, Brent.
I'm here as a public delegation and frequent delegation, and have been a big delegation for the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and also always voice my concerns to the Accessibility Office in the City of Ottawa, and would like to thank the Accessibility Office and their team for their amazing help in letting me voice my concerns about accessibility issues. And one of the accessibility issues or concerns that will come in the route review is people in wheelchairs or people with mobility issues will have to travel further, and it will be difficult for those people. And also, if transit is the only way that people with accessibility issues can travel, the waiting of buses is not ideal for them.
Thank you, Brent. Is that the extent of your comments, or did you have any other comments?
One other comment is that if it takes too long to go somewhere, people are not going to go places.
Okay, thank you, Brent. You have one question from Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Brent, for your delegation and for the points that you've raised. I have heard similar comments, Brent, about concerns with the focus on local, meaning that many people are going to be required to take an additional transfer. And that's certainly something that's not lost on me. I've been speaking regularly with Councillor Lowe on the other side of Greenbank Road, and also with city staff to look at places where we may be able to combine some routes or adjust some routes in order to take that into consideration. But certainly, Brent, your point is not lost on me, and I'm interested to follow up to make sure that we're not inadvertently causing greater pain on our folks that have accessibility issues. So thank you very much for your delegation, Brent.
Yeah, welcome.
Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Thank you so much for being here, Brent. I was just wondering, you only specifically talked about the regular OC Transpo buses. I was wondering if you had anything you wanted to add about Para Transpo, or do you not use that at all?
I don't use it, but I have but I have people that I know that use it, and I know that it's very unreliable because I'm waiting for someone, like for example, a month ago, I'm waiting for someone to come in a wheelchair, and the drop-off spot was not in the spot that I was waiting for them. So then I had to like worry about that I was the one in the wrong spot because wasn't educated enough to know where the drop-off spot was.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. Thanks again, Brent, for joining us today and sharing your feedback on the route review.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Brent. Our next speaker is Joan Kuyak, representing Seniors for Climate Action Now, Ottawa. Good morning, Joan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, councillors. Thank you for allowing us to have this delegation to you. Like most seniors, I'm doing it in the old-fashioned way. I'm here with paper in front of me and talking to you in person. Seniors for Climate Action Now is a fairly new organization. It started provincially. We have over 500 members provincially and over 50 in Climate Action Now, Ottawa. It's growing rapidly. We're seniors mobilizing seniors around the climate crisis. We're angry and deeply worried about it, and we want to take action for future generations to change things and build a sustainable, equitable, and caring society and phase out fossil fuels. Ottawa declared a climate emergency on April 24th, 2019, and it should be informing all the decisions around how we do city services, including transit. We want to applaud the work towards electric buses, and we want to also appreciate the Sundays and Wednesdays that are free for seniors on public transit. It makes a huge difference for all of us. However, cutting 75,000 hours of service at this time is a climate issue, a justice issue, and an equity issue. People cannot see electric vehicles as a solution to the climate crisis, and that's what's being presented. They're going to use an enormous amount of materials. There's equity issues because people can't drive. It's a justice issue because there are those who need to travel to work and school and can't get there without transit. And the building of maintenance of roads for cars is expensive at all levels of government. The surveys were done with people who are customers currently of public transit. And I'd like to suggest that an awful lot of people aren't taking public transit and wouldn't have been part of that survey for a number of reasons. We don't trust the service because of all the failures that have taken place with the LRT and the erratic service that other speakers have referred to. We can't walk long distances to walk for a bus or a train. The stations have been designed so that they leave us out in the weather, if there's a station at all. Routes don't take us where they need to go, and the time between them is too long. The fares are too high, and people have fears of COVID and other diseases. And as some of you may know, I've spoken to before, the lack of public toilets. But cutting services and raising fares is only going to make matters worse. It's not going to make them better. And other speakers are speaking to what's happened in other cities. We need a vision for transit that really works, a vision that means that rich people will want to take transit, and where the poor maybe won't be the only ones taking it. We need more buses at all hours. We need dedicated lines on major roads. We need an improved paratranspo. In my mind, it should be free. And we need free passes for low-income riders. Please make our system more affordable and effective and not cut services. That's it.
Thank you, Joan. There was a slide presentation here. Was it that you were supposed to? Okay, just looking for any questions from councillors. I see Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out. I did want to ask you about one of the proposals that our office has put forward, and that's to look at some congested routes where people would benefit from low or free transit in the city. And it's an innovative idea that we're just trying to get ideas out there for our commission to discuss. We've talked about streets in the suburban and urban areas, east, west, south, and right through the core on the congested Bank Street. And so it would be a low cost option to pilot for 6 months on streets like looking at Montreal Road, Hazeldean, Saint Joseph, Bank Street, these sorts of streets that could potentially benefit from people switching out of their cars. I just wonder what you think about that, these kind of low cost innovative solutions to try to pilot some of these things that we're seeing in other cities across North America, and what your view of that would be.
Well, I think those are all good ideas and really worth trying out. I'd need more details to be able to give you some kind of feedback on it, and I need to talk to some of our members about it. But certainly having the costs reduced would make an enormous difference for an awful lot of people. A lot of seniors don't live in the downtown. They live in the outskirts of the city too. And the service to the outskirts has often been terrible, such that most of the people we know in our membership that live out there said they'd never even consider taking a bus. That hopefully some of that'll improve with the rapid transit.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Councilor Leeper.
Thanks, Joan. Thanks very much for the presentation. I'm actually going to take that with me into the next portion of our debate, which is going to be around the budget. This is the part of the meeting that really sucks because this is the pie is fixed portion of the discussion. And then we'll move into the budget discussion where I hope that commission and eventually council, as we go into the budget, will say, no, the pie is not fixed. There are things we can do to try to change ridership and make transit a first choice rather than last in the city of Ottawa. But with respect to the portion we're in right now, which is the pie is fixed portion, are there suggestions that you would have for us in terms of how OC has struck the balance? We know what they're trying to do, which is to increase reliability with some, I guess, rationalization of the routes. Do you have any feelings one way or the other as to whether they've achieved that or not?
Well, the problem with phrasing it as reliability is that it sets a standard to meet. And if that isn't measured against need, then there's a real problem. So I think when the budget is being discussed, there's a question about the actual need for transit that hasn't been addressed here. Reliability is setting, I can say I'm reliable because I had to be here at 9:30 and I got here at 9:30. But if my standard was whether I was going to be able to have time to do an effective presentation, that isn't part of the question. So I think that you're asked, what I'd like to suggest is you're asking the wrong questions in terms of the survey of what's needed, not what you're not setting a standard for reliability that is too low. Frankly, reliability sucks, and I hope it improves with this. I was 20 minutes late this morning because I had to take the number 53 and then the 14, and I wait. There's construction on Gladstone, so of course the 14 was late. I live near Carling. There is construction on Carling all the time. The buses are always late. Those aren't in the hands of the Transit Commission, but they need to be part of the planning too. So it's, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I feel for you. The 14 is one of my routes and frequently unreliable. I think the most useful things that we're hearing in the context of the discussion around the route review thus far have been, we're hearing from people who have told us you're missing major destinations, you're missing some key travel patterns here. And I will say staff have been good about trying to ensure that they're adjusting in the course of doing that. The budget discussion, which we'll have next, is where I think we have the opportunity to talk about, what should the service actually be. So
If I could just say, it's not always about the people who are currently taking the buses. It's also about the people who aren't because they can't.
Yeah.
Or haven't been able to. And that's been a huge issue, I think, for seniors particularly. One of the problems with the communications around this is that a lot of us don't understand it. We don't have access to the internet in the same way. We don't use it in the same way. It's hard for seniors to change routes and ideas. And I think we have to figure out ways to make that work better. I can just see a number of my friends saying, I'm not going to be able to take the bus anymore because they won't be able to figure out how to do it now. I just had to figure it out for the LRT and you're going to ask me to do it again. So I think that's going to be a problem with a lot of people.
yeah, no, we've I think seen that a couple of the changes in my ward, the Route 50, the 51, the 81. When people see what the actual routes are, some of their initial concerns are diminished because OC has done a good job. But without a route map available to take a look at how does the entire thing work, it's tough. Joan, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Joan. And a note for councilors, committee members, the slides are on SharePoint from that presentation on the council drive. Our next speaker is Sarah Hogan. Is Sarah Hogan in the room? So we're not seeing her online. I don't think so. Okay. Catherine McDonald. Is Catherine in the room? Catherine's not online. Okay. We're going to go now to KB Harwood, who is online. KB.
Yes, I am. Hi, thank you so much for having me today. Again, my name's KB. I'm not representing anyone other than myself. I moved to Ottawa in late 2015, and I want to say I've never spoken at a city council meeting or anything similar to this before. So I hope that emphasizes how important I think it is that I'm here, that I've taken off work to be here today, and I've willingly waited over, well, just about 3 hours to speak. Now, obviously, I'm here to complain. No one really joins these meetings to say like, oh, great job, keep rocking it. But I want to be fair. I understand balancing needs for a massive city, a massive amalgamated city like Ottawa is difficult with a lot of competing priorities. So the reason why I'm here is because I have 3 overall concerns after reading this plan. The first, or proposal, I guess. The first is the prices, which many people have already spoken to. The second is the routes you're proposing to cut, which people have already spoken to. And number 3, the top 10 routes you haven't actually proposed any improvements for. Not all of them, but some of the main ones, as we just heard from our previous delegate, like the 14. I even did a control F of the document to see if I just missed something, and I didn't. There was nothing. So these are my main concerns. And to kind of explain why this context matters, I will say that I may not look like it, but I live with a chronic disability that barred me from driving until last year, which meant I had no choice but to take transit in most of the 8 years that I've lived here, as many people with disabilities have to. And as Canadians age, the number of disabled people who would benefit from a reliable, safe transit system also grows, right? A number of our elderly neighbors rely on transit due to mobility issues or blindness that prevents them from driving themselves. And not only do these folks need reliable access, but they need affordable access. The first people who suffer during proposed cuts to save money are typically poor people, disabled people, and seniors, right? And this isn't a new problem either. And I know that everyone here today knows that, but it almost sounds like it is being presented as this unique problem post-pandemic, but it's really not. We knew this before the pandemic, that it was starting to get rocky, and we knew during it, right? In 2021, the Transit Commission drafted a report that said OC Transpo was impacted far more than other transit systems due to the COVID-19 pandemic, including ones that are more complex than ours, so arguably would have suffered more. They argued that, this report argued that it's largely because we had a lot of people working from home. Fair. I know a lot of public servants. I know that's a real thing. However, most of these workers have been pushed back into the office. So what's the reason now, right? I will say, before I really dive into the context of my full complaints, what I did actually like from the report in an effort to be fair. I love hearing that OC Transpo recruitment numbers are up. Good service starts at the company, and the bus drivers work in a very stressful environment. If you don't have enough workers, then the ones that do exist inevitably face more issues and burnout. So that's encouraging because that affects everyone. I also saw the proposal really, in some ways, try to connect more people to hubs. A lot of what I saw was trying to improve connection, at least from what I saw, between some of the suburbs and the Ottawa core. And I'm not being glib when I say I have my doubts, but I genuinely hope that that works, because Ottawa residents deserve a bus system that doesn't just connect them with their workplaces, but as we just heard, places to go to simply enjoy yourself and connect with your community, right? There's understandably a focus on necessities here, but we're also not setting up a transit system that is desirable for anything but the places you have to go. And that's a real problem. A few weeks ago, I spent nearly $60 in Ubers to get to and from the Mariblu conservation area from my home in the Ottawa core. I'm privileged that I could do that. Not everyone can. And there's a reason why it took 8 years and a lot of broke grad student days before I could actually go do that. I've lived here for 8 years and I've never been out there before, because if I took OC Transpo, it would take me an hour and a half each way on a good day. Now, did I have to go out there? No. Did I want to? Yes. And it's that simple. I should have been able to in a reasonable amount of time, because it was like a 15-20 minute drive and there was traffic. So the difference between the two is massive. I don't want to have to do any of that. I don't think you should have to transfer 4 different buses to get to another neighborhood that Ottawa decided to amalgamate. You know, once that was done, we should have had transit set up to actually effectively service these regions, and we haven't. And it seems like you guys have been playing catch up ever since. And while your surveys might show people aren't interested in what I just talked about, I don't think that's very true, because the NCC buses are often full when they offer free shuttles to different green spaces like Gatineau Park, and I've taken them more than once to know. People want to use buses and to not worry about parking and insurance and the whole 9 yards. So there's that point. And I hope it works, but I'm not convinced. I also saw an emphasis to connect passengers with the north-south Trillium line. And that's great in theory. And that takes me to the parts that I really didn't like about this plan and I have great concerns about.
You're at time. If you can wrap up in one sentence, then there might be some questions for you.
Yeah, wrap up in one sentence. I'm not convinced that the LRT can actually properly service these cuts. And I have concerns that you haven't talked about the 6, the 7, or the 14 routes, which are listed by OC Transpo as some of the top routes, and yet never come on time, not once.
Okay, thank you, KB, for your presentation. Any questions from councillors? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, KB. With respect to the 14, it travels through a number of different wards. It's my own route as well. Generally, I do find it comes on time during certain parts of the week, but obviously at peak, it's very challenged. But what were your concerns with the 14 particularly?
Personally, it's that I don't actually find that to be true. Like, I'm sure I don't take the bus every hour of every day, so I'm sure that, you know, there are times where it comes, but I've tried to take it both off peak and on peak hours, and it's usually no less than 5 minutes late each time, which is, you know, that's a real privilege in comparison to other ones. But like other people who have talked here today, there have been times where just never come, like 15, 20 minutes late. And it's a major bus route between like the Golden Triangle downtown to say Tunney's, where a lot of the workers who are back in the office now are going. It took me, for example, the couple times that I tried to take it when I was pushed back into work in the office, it took me, I think, an hour one time, an hour and 10 minutes one time, and I could walk from my home to Tunney's in 40 minutes. Like that shouldn't happen. You know what I mean? And I know it's because it's so congested, and I know the LRT is supposed to help with that. But if it's breaking down every 2 seconds, you know, you get what I mean? Like, it's just not, like, these things are not connecting.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks again, KB, for joining us this morning. Our next speaker is Bernard Murdoch. Don't see Bernard online. I'm wondering if Bernard's in the audience. I don't think so. Okay, we'll move on to Elaine McGregor, who is online. I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, Elaine.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That's great. Thank you. The first thing I noticed when I looked at this information item was that it was for information only. And that really shocked me because these are concerns and issues that are of direct and immediate importance to what among the most important things that City Council at Connection, the City of Ottawa offers to residents. And for it to be for information only and effectively for people to say, well, yeah, I can present, but there's no guarantee anything will happen is like a slap in the face. So I was disappointed with that. And, in general, when I looked through this document, I saw in general reductions rather than improvements to service. Perhaps they were more hidden. I also saw a lot of places where I simply couldn't figure out what the changes were without looking through and going through again and again. And maybe it was clear and maybe it wasn't. But I am delighted that, Ms. Amilcar says that, Transpo is open to suggestions. So I'd like to take that advantage in there. And I would like City councillors to maybe make these suggestions as well. I'm also, I would in particular like to talk about a couple things. And first of all, I don't think the changes here where it actually lengthens the number of routes will actually fix the bunching on routes like the 6, the 11, the 14 or the 44. And oh, Jeff, I can tell you lots of 14 stories. I think that these changes try to push riders onto the LRT when that's simply not convenient. And I think it's really important, and it's one of the things I emphasized when we had the public consultations last May, that bus service should be considered as equally important to the LRT. The LRT does one thing, it gets you across the city really well. Buses get you to your actual destination and from your home to the LRT and or to your destination. And buses should not be considered to like this, the second sister, the less important. And I'm concerned also about, there were certain things like for the 51 or the 87, I couldn't even tell what was happening. In terms of the actual routes, I'm particularly concerned about the routes in West Ottawa and North Nepean and in Central Ottawa. For example, in the Route 16 is losing its section west of Parliament Station. That means there won't be any direct access for people to get to Adasoki. It also means that everyone who lives on Scott Street, between Tunney's Pasture and downtown will have to walk all the way over to Wellington Street to catch a bus. That's a reasonably long walk, and the 11, as you well know, is not particularly reliable in any case. I think that should be reconsidered. The Route 86. Now, as Councillor Devine and Brockington and Johnson and Leaper well know, Melville Road is a really important shopping center for all of West Ottawa. There's a lot of times when people really need to get there to buy groceries, to buy other items, to get to Costco, to get to Loblaws, to get to all the different places there. And every time I have used the 86 ever since I moved to my current place of residence back in 1986, and it's essential. It's well used. It's still well used. I checked every time I used the 86, which was fairly frequently in the last 2 months. It's still well used. And it's really disappointing that you would say that, okay, we're just going to take, instead of running the 86 from Tunney's to Baseline Station along Fisher and Maryville, which is a nice direct route, gets you to a lot of places that you really need to go to. Instead, what you're doing is you're cutting it and taking it to O'Regan and Ontario's. And much as I like O'Regan, Ontario's, I used to work there many years ago, it's not a heavy use. It's not a place where a lot of people go to. Whereas taking the Route 86 on its current routing is really important. Similarly, the Route 89, again, gives you access to a lot of people in our area, including like low-income people in Carlington. It gives access to another part of Melville Road, again, with a lot of shopping and also not far away to Costco. Thirdly, I'd like to point out that you're increasing route service on the Route 56. And I do not understand why you're doing that because there's no one takes the Route 56 right now. It's like empty every time I walk by it, except when I run over to Tunney's and grab it because it's close enough for me to take it to home sometimes. But I'm surprised that you would use it. And lastly, I'm really disappointed that you're not looking at another crosstown service on what used to be the former 101, then turned into the former 99, then the 101, then the Route 55, and now you're cutting the Route 55. And yet crosstown service is essential and it can't always be offered on the LRT for many different reasons, including the LRT is way away from where a lot of people live. I think you really need to think of that. And I would really ask councillors to consider making more changes to this particular plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Are there any questions from councillors? I saw Councillor Leeper taking a lot of notes during your presentation, Elaine, so perhaps some of those will be raised when we get to questions for staff. Thanks for joining us today. Our next speaker is Anne Biasson-Hart.
Hi.
Hi, Anne.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name is Anne Biasson-Hart. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm delegating as a constituent who takes the transit every single day on this route review. I'm asking that the 200 series routes not get cut, as I believe that this will only worsen the transit system in our city. I'm specifically asking that rather than cutting the routes, the city creates designated bus lanes by painting specific lanes red, as I believe this will ease transit's role in congestion, and it will make routes more reliable as buses won't be held back by traffic. In the draft budget for the city, there are 4 goals outlined, and 2 of these are making a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility issues, and a city that is green and resilient. However, the current plan to cut some of the 200 series routes does not achieve either of these goals, but rather achieves the opposite. Once these routes are cut, fewer people are going to have access to bus routes that will allow them to get to a more central part of the city, thus forcing them to cancel trips or use more money to get Ubers. And those who have cars will likely use them more often rather than relying on the transit. With fewer people able to have access to downtown, our city will be less connected and accessible, and with more cars on the road, there will be more emissions created, and our city will be even further from green. I personally take transit every single day to get to work, social outings, doctor's appointments, and grocery shopping. The 290, which is scheduled to be canceled, has become a staple for me to get to work on time, as the 90 is often unreliable. Although the 290 isn't always perfect either, there have been multiple times where relying only on the 90 would have made me an hour late to work, and because the 290 was running, I was able to get there on time. The 290 is one of the routes that's going to be cut, and I can say with full confidence that my morning commutes will be much longer and more inaccessible, along with the other 50 people who ride it with me in the morning. I can tell you that the 290 is consistently full. Every time I get on it, there are people in every seat. Sometimes many people are standing. So to cancel it for low ridership is factually incorrect. In addition, based on the review today, the 90 would also change, and without the 290, these route changes will significantly worsen service in this area. In regards to the routes that aren't being cut fully and that will only be running at so-called peak times, that is not all of Ottawa's schedule. Many of the delegates have already touched on this. I just graduated, and as a former student, I can attest that many classes do not run between the 9 to 5 commute. And as someone who partook in a lot of extracurriculars that go as late as 11 p.m., it would be very difficult to get back home for those who are in those peak area routes to get home safely and on transit. I think that cutting down to peak times will make transit much more inaccessible for the average post-secondary student and for folks who are shift workers. And I think that it will increase car dependency, thus increasing emissions. This commission has claimed that there are empty buses running when other routes in more populated areas are unreliable, and the response was to cut a lot of these routes. What the city hasn't heard is that we do not want to take away one person's ride to work to fill that need for another. We want everyone in Ottawa to have reliable transit. I'm asking you all to reconsider and ask yourselves why. Why are these buses empty? Is it because they're so infrequent that they can't be relied upon? Is it because the monthly pass cost of over $120 is too much a financial burden to bear, along with unaffordable housing, the food crises that we're experiencing? I would argue yes, as someone who pays all of those things. I also want to mention how disappointed I am after hearing today's presentation on the route on the route changes, specifically to routes 111 and 10. Not running these routes directly to Carleton University will increase commutes significantly, as it is much more hassle to have to get off of a bus, walk to an LRT station, wait for it to show up when it doesn't always, and then have to get to where you're going, especially since, and I think that changing these is a huge redundant waste of time, honestly, especially when one of the largest issues has been proven to be traffic in getting places on time. I therefore implore the commission to not cut the bus routes and instead create designated bus lanes that will not only increase reliability in all routes, thereby encouraging more ridership, in my opinion, but that will also help to decrease congestion and emissions caused by idling. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Anne, for your presentation. Are there any questions for Anne? I wanted to ask quickly, can you give us a general idea of the neighborhood where you live or a nearby landmark, just to give us a sense of where you're coming in now on the 290?
Yeah, I'm coming in from, it's a 15-minute walk from Heron and Bronson. It's kind of in the Springland area.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. That's
No problem.
helpful. All right, thank you, Anne, for your presentation today. We're going to move to Patrick Shepard. I know Patrick was with us.
Hello, can
Hi,
you hear me?
Patrick. Yes, we can.
Okay. The proposed fare increase is going to drive ridership away. It's been proven fact with any transit system. When you increase fares, you're going to lose ridership, which is kind of contradicting of you guys wanting to build back ridership. That's going to, plus also, it's bad that you guys are announcing proposed bus cuts at the same time that there was an increase funding for the LRT in terms of what it was like over 150 million with the proposed bus cuts. Going to be about 30 million or so. Reduced service hours, so it doesn't look good in terms of the public of your trying to get the public to use transit. Especially you guys are talking about wanting to improve connection routes, but you guys are cutting connection routes. How are you gonna, you want people to ride the LRT? How are people gonna get to the LRT if you're reducing bus routes, which basically is supposed to feed the mainline routes and feed the LRT? And what other delegates are saying that you should be increasing bus service, but you guys haven't even ordered any new buses. And now the average lead time to get new buses is like 18 to 24 months, depending on the specs. And if you guys wanting to go all battery electric, there's a huge delay now of getting components for battery electric vehicles. So it's going to push the lead time more closer to 2 years. You're already at the end of 2023. You're not going to be getting anything to almost well into 2025.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Are there any questions for Patrick? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us on this item, and I think you're going to be speaking to us on the next item as well. Our next speaker is Sam Hirsch. I think Sam's in the room. Yes, he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Welcome. I can hear myself too. So, hi, I'm here today to speak out against the cuts that are being proposed, and more indirectly the fare hike, as it's, I know it's the next item. So that are being proposed, and let's be clear on the outset what these are before I begin. These aren't service adjustments, and they aren't simply route changes. These are cuts, plain and simple. 3.5% of service and 75,000 hours, almost as many as the last round of the worst cuts in over a decade since 2011. And I think that this commission and Ms. Amilcar ought to at least be honest and upfront about that. Edmonton and Montreal, what do these cities have in common? Both cities returned to almost full, if not full, pre-pandemic service. And how do they do it? Did they massively cut service to cut back on cost? Did they wager reliability versus cost and tell riders that they had to choose? No, both cities did what Ottawa won't. They not only improved service, but also expanded it by adding service during off-peak hours, as well as added more buses to the fleet. By contrast, what have we decided to do? Cut buses from our fleet like we did last year, raise fares this year, and cut back on service. We did so during massive cuts in 2021 and never returned a lot of that to service, all while spending $16.4 million every year in debt servicing to fund a real estate deal with OSEG and other developers on Lansdowne. But we continue to ask ourselves why our service hasn't recovered. It's because of a policy choice. Edmonton and Montreal have shown us what is possible, yet we continue to think that providing less service for a higher cost will get riders back. It just doesn't make any sense, and it isn't what sound management would and should do. Looking through the surveys as well as that OC Transpo has provided, this is exactly what people are calling for. One of the main themes, for example, was more route options, not less, that included an expanded service area, more local rural connection routes, not less, reinstate pre-LRT routes and parallel services to the O-train. I'm not really sure how this route review reflects these responses in any way, as most of the changes seem to echo the opposite of these sentiments. And what should riders do if the route is cut? Well, just use some of the nearby routes, of course. But what this survey leaves out, as some delegates have already mentioned, is that some of these nearby routes are about 1 kilometer away, which is a long walk for many people. Another concern that people brought up is extending routes with less frequency and less buses makes the service and a route less reliable, like the 11, as we've been speaking about in other routes. And one thing that our mayor and GM Amilcar really emphasize is the theme of reliability. And we have heard it again and again on the radio and the news, and they've leveraged this point, it seems, in this report again and again to push the idea that reliability can only be achieved if we're cutting service and raising costs. And I think it's very interesting that OC's focus has shifted away from a 100%, 99% ridership target to a 99.5% reliability target. Reliability is important, of course, but it seems as though Ms. Amilcar and her colleagues have abandoned the idea of getting back to 100% pre-pandemic ridership, and that's pretty much clear from this report. The fact of the matter is that we should not be pushed with this false choice of reliability and affordability/service level. The only ones making that choice are you around this table. We can have frequency, reliability, affordability, accessibility, and more all at the same time. This council and commission has attempted to put the bulk of the blame around shoddy transit and lack of funding on the provincial government, which is not altogether false. The province should fund part of the city's transit, as they have in the past. But that being said, the province hasn't come back and this year and last year with more funding. And at a certain point, it's only the city's fault to blame. We had ample time to try and figure out a plan, and we should do that to try to save our service. But at a certain point, again, it's the city's fault about difficult decisions. In an interview with the Kitchissippi Times last month, when asked the question, what are you looking to do in order to ensure that riders get the level of service they deserve while trying to fund the system, Ms. Amilcar responded that residents needed to be more understanding of the changes that were coming. And I was quite taken aback by that comment, Ms. Amilcar, because, I think it's yourself and this commission that should be more understanding after having faced, massive cuts and a disaster with our LRT. We need more help, not more cuts like we're seeing in this report and a fare hike like we're seeing in the budget. That's not going to bring riders back. The mayor ran on a promise of fixing transit, but this is bringing it down even further. And before I end, I just want to say that myself with Horizon Ottawa, we've been going door to door and going canvassing and dropping flyers in different places across the city, like in Canada and Beaverbrook, for example, we did last weekend, and other places. And people are saying that these routes are going to really affect them. People who take these routes to go to work, for example, are going to have to, drop taking transit and drive their cars instead. That's exactly the opposite of what we want to happen. Cutting these connection routes and cutting other routes across the city and making these quote unquote adjustments will not help our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Question from Councillor Plante.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hirsch. Merci d'être là aujourd'hui. Je voulais simplement savoir, parce que comme vous savez, seulement 35% de mon quartier conduit. Le reste sont à pied ou ils prennent le transport en commun. Alors, à ton avis...
The sound quality doesn't allow for a good interpretation. There's too much echo in the room. Service will start as soon as possible.
Qui vous concerne le plus, je voulais juste savoir c'était quoi le... qu'est-ce que vous pensez ou quelle sorte de feedback vous avez eu des résidents particulièrement dans le centre-ville? Merci.
Merci. Ben, je pense qu'on a entendu beaucoup de feedback des gens aujourd'hui,
There
particulièrement
was
sur
a
la-
lot of feedback today, especially concerning Route 12. This is one that's going to different neighborhoods throughout the city. It's having a lot of delays. I think that the numbers of buses circulating are down. We have what, 570 something buses? Before that, we had more than 1,000 buses in the system. I think this is an issue. And I think we can add on. But once more, we're talking about the 14. This is what I use normally. I was late today. When Councillor Bradley said there's not a lot of issue, there is. The 11 is another one that I'm using a lot to go throughout the city. And I would like to repeat something that nobody really talked about Route 6 and 7. If you want to improve some of them, the most popular ones, with the higher ridership, I think we have to talk about 6 and 7. And you actually should add resources to routes when there's low service. So we need more buses on the road and allocate the resources where it's important instead of cutting into the services. L'interprète s'excuse, le service reprendra dès que la qualité sonore le permettra.
Montréal, parce que franchement, je m'inspire beaucoup de qu'est-ce qu'ils sont en train de faire.
Service will resume as soon as the audio quality improves.
De l'habitation, la cohabitation, etc. Mais je pense qu'ils ont fait, si je me trompe pas, ils ont fait des coupures dans le système à Montréal. Pas drastiquement, mais ils ont un peu réorganisé les routes, puis ça a mené à des coupures. Mais
Service will resume as soon as the audio quality improves.
un service que vous trouvez qui est exemplaire, mais eux aussi, ils ont réaménagé leur route. Évidemment, avec les bus et pas avec le métro. Mais je voulais juste apporter cette précision.
Ben, brièvement, si je peux répondre à ça, c'est juste...
I may be able to answer. It's about the same issue that we have here in Ontario. What I can say is that in Montreal, they are closer to the 100% reliability level of service. I think they are at up to 90%. We are at what, 70 something? Even though they're proceeding with cuts in Montreal, they're still very close to their target. Interpretation services will resume as soon as the audio quality will allow.
Today. Our next speaker is Chris Rinn, who's joining us online. Hello, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, everyone? So lots of great suggestions from other delegates. And the last time I was here, we were talking about what if we don't get funding from other levels of government, and that leaves a gap in our budget. And well, that happened. So I'm going to just premise my speech on that. So as we talked about cuts disguised as route efficiencies. But the fact of the matter is, this is a service that is beneficial to provide, and I think we must treat it as such, which we very much are not. And it really just comes down to the lack of prioritization. There's a lot of things that we could do to champion public transit. And we talked about congestion and reliability, but a lot of that stuff is because buses are stuck behind a lot of personal vehicles. And the unfortunate matter is that there isn't really actually a balanced approach to dealing with public transit. It should be absolutely prioritized above public transit, because the cost of the private transit affects a lot more than what we're just speaking on today on the transit budget and, transit routes. It takes in costs of road widening and everything like that. And we don't take that into account when we're just talking about transit and how we could use this as a vehicle to actually change behavior, where we're spending money on marketing to kind of try to change personal behavior into taking public transit, but we're not doing the key steps into creating a system which people actually want to take, because we're not prioritizing it at all. So yeah, that's pretty much what my my whole speech is about, is the fact that we're cutting routes and making it efficient, but we're not actually spending more money into creating a system which people actually want to take and using it as a vehicle to change, consumer behavior, which in this case is, changing people's transportation methods. And personally, right now, it's completely unreliable. And this affects more than a lot of aspects of life, in the sense of like people trying to get to work. This affects the economy and stuff like that. And we're not really taking it seriously on how we could use public transit to lessen the burden on a lot of other key issues that we deal with as a city. And that's pretty much my speech.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Plante has a question for you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Hi. I know you spend, I guess I have two questions. So again, could you identify, and I'm asking this a lot, sort of routes that you find are really problematic? I'm just noting them for myself. And given that you spend a lot of time in the wonderful area of Vanier, I was wondering how you think this will particularly affect the residents of Vanier. As you know, many of them are low income. Many of them are very reliant on our public transit system. And we want to make sure that they have great outcomes, despite some of the setbacks that we're seeing in that area. So if you could just sort of give me the routes that you think are going to be problematic, and then specifically discuss Vanier, I would appreciate it. Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, as you know, I live and breathe kind of Vanier. It's my place of life. But every kind of route is affected. We deal with unreliability due to traffic and everything like that, regardless if you're taking the 6, the 7 on Beechwood, or the 12 or 15 on Montreal Road, or even talking about the 14 or the 18. Like these have been brought up in other conversations that you've heard today. And the reality of it is that I don't know if, like, no matter what we do, it won't change unless we prioritize transit on those routes, because they're just getting held up by other, personal vehicles and stuff like that. So there's really nothing we can do unless we prioritize it. And it's really the unfortunate situation of the fact of the matter is, like, yes, cars are going to be inconvenienced if we choose a way to prioritize these routes to make them what they should be. But the fact of the matter is, it is a personal choice to drive when there's a service offered like this. So I think prioritizing it is essential so that we can actually deliver, public transit, because we'll never actually get there if we don't do that.
Thank you so much. And just personally, thank you for all the work you do in Vanier. I know you make a big difference. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris, for joining us today.
Pleasure.
We're going to go now to Ethan Sabaran. Ethan, welcome.
Hi, everyone. Auspiciously, I'm delegate number 16. I am a resident of Ward 16, River Ward. Hi, Riley. And I'm going to see my local bus significantly rerouted, at least in part to cover for the cut of Riverside Park's connection route 290. So actually, Anne spoke to a bunch of the things that I'm going to speak to earlier, but I think that underscores how significant and detrimental these changes are going to be. Despite being labeled other changes, right, we are seeing cuts to service in Riverside Park. So the 90 bus, which is the only bus route that runs on Riverside Drive, one of Ottawa's busiest transportation corridors, is going to be removed from that corridor, and I'm going to lose any reasonable walking connection to OC Transpo. Those in Riverwood Park and those living near Uplands and Hunt Club are going to see a dramatic reduction in service as well. And those living in Riverside Park near Fielding and Southmore are going to see a lot longer walks and cuts to their peak time connection 290. So the 290 currently runs, as we know, as a shorter distance peak hour service for residents in the south end of Riverside Park. Especially, it's just off McCarthy and goes down Fielding and Southmore in particular, and then onto Walkley and Springland before meeting up with the same route as the 90 and serving some of Riverside Park's densest developments, the Denbury and the Norbury apartments, right there at Ridgewood. So that service is being cut, and no service is being proposed to compensate for those who are living on Fielding and Southmore. We're going to see those much longer walks. The 92 is also subject to one of the other changes, namely a cut. It's being revised to weekday peak periods and is no longer going to serve Herdman Station Line 1. So this new routing that it's getting seems designed both to save money by losing that connection to Line 1, as well as to fill gaps from other cuts it's going to serve some neighborhoods around Herongate. I think it's unacceptable that River Ward residents are going to be subject to these cuts. We're also seeing the 91 being changed to plug a gap being left by the 90 there at the west end of Uplands, and also being completely, removed from Riverside and the vast majority of Uplands. That line will also no longer serve Line 1, only Line 2 at Greenboro, which the 92 and the 90 already serve alongside Line 1. So these are already better connectors that are being changed. All of the Riverside Park neighborhood and the Hunt Club neighborhood, which is between Hunt Club, Riverside, and South Keys, are going to see reductions in service because of these cuts. But they're going to hit the west side of Hunt Club along Uplands, Riverwood Park, and Revelstoke the hardest. I live on Revelstoke. Residents on Revelstoke should not be completely cut off from the Ottawa transit system. I know a resident who was unable to drive for several months due to a medical emergency and depended on the bus to get to their job at the Ottawa Hospital General Campus. This is not, it's having that lifeline there at the very least is a really important thing. Under this plan, there's no bus stop within a 20-minute walk. It's something like 25 minutes. I'm not sure exactly the locations of the stop yet, which is more than doubling, if not tripling, the length of time to walk to a bus stop. It's also going to involve crossing at least two major streets, Walkley and Riverside, which both see frequent elevated speeds from cars. Almost every time I walk, bike, take transit, or drive along Riverside, I see cars reaching speeds upwards of 90 to 100 kilometers an hour. That gets worse at night. These considerations make the bus a much less appealing option, if not completely removing it as an option for many. As well, residents living elsewhere in the city shouldn't be cut off from Revelstoke's wonderful park access to the river, where people love to picnic, fish. There's even sort of woodsy hiking that you can do there that doesn't need to be sort of removed from residents elsewhere in the city. I think the 90 needs to remain on Riverside for the benefit of thousands of people living in Hunt Club, Revelstoke, Riverwood Park, and Riverside Park. And then not because it affects me personally as deeply, but as a former candidate for council in River Ward, and I'm sure, Riley, you know this also, we've knocked on a lot of doors in Rideau View, and there's a serious issue rerouting the 111 to remove Carleton University and replacing it with a Line 2 connection at Mooney's Bay Station. The time for a bus to drive from Mooney's Bay Station to Carleton U Station with 7 intermediate stops and 4 stops on campus, including 3 before Carleton U Station, is the same as the wait time between 2 trains on Line 2. We're talking about 12 minutes. Students should not be kicked off their bus to wait 12 minutes in the cold to get less service because the train obviously only stops at the one Carleton U stop on campus. Students living in Rideau View are already severely underserved by transit. It's one of the most common things I heard knocking on doors in that neighborhood, and they don't deserve to be subject to even more difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethan, for your presentation today. Are there any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us. We're going to move to speaker number 17, our last speaker today, William Van Geest. You get to wrap us up on delegations. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Just to start off, I'd point out that I was unsure whether to speak to the route review on the agenda or to the budget, since the points I make today will touch on both items. I went with the route review simply because it falls earlier in the meeting. So if you want me to repeat my delegation when we get to the budget, just let me know. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to address you on behalf of Ecology Ottawa. We're concerned about the direction that transit funding is going and the implications to ecological and social well-being in Ottawa. Last budget, $47 million was cut from transit, and an additional $39 million hole was left for other levels of government to fill, and as we all know, they did not. Moreover, over 100 buses were taken out of service. Is there any connection between this and the countless stories we heard through 2023 of buses that were 15, 20, 30 minutes late or simply did not show up? Is there any surprise that ridership levels are still only 70% of pre-pandemic levels, even while other cities across the country are seeing their ridership return, if not surpass earlier levels? This year, we're increasing the budget for transit, and that's good. But this slight increase is not good enough. For one thing, the increase doesn't yet match the shortfall in budget 2023. For another, this increase doesn't keep up with inflation. As such, budget 2024 continues the neglect that our transit system has seen for years. This neglect is visible this year in the route review before us. This review seeks to adapt bus routes to changing ridership patterns, anticipate the opening of LRT Line 2, and add buses on routes that have higher ridership. That's good. We should do all this, but not at the expense of other routes. The mayor has complained of empty buses. I'd invite him to consider all the empty roads and car parking facilities across the city at different times. It's normal for a transportation system to have peaks and valleys. If we value a service, we tolerate these. But do we value public transit and the people that rely on it? I also want to mention, of course, the ecological ramifications of these decisions. In our city's official plan, we committed to, by 2046, the majority of trips occurring by a sustainable mode, whether walking, biking, rolling, or taking transit. How is our transit system doing in this regard? I can't imagine we're anywhere near on track. I was surprised to see in the transit review that increasing ridership was in fact not mentioned among the goals of the review. This notion was only mentioned once at the very end of the report under a brief section on climate implications. I'm concerned that this reflects this council's view on climate change and related issues. That is an afterthought, an addendum when it's convenient to consider it. I know council has made a lot of their investments in electric buses. Electric buses are great. They reduce emissions, they're easier to maintain, they're much quieter than diesel buses and so on. But in terms of reducing emissions and increasing ridership, they're limited. Transportation is a huge source of emissions in our city, about 42%. But what proportion of those emissions come from city buses? A small fraction compared with all the private vehicles. What we really need to do is to improve sustainable transportation in our city. And for transit, this means the baselines of improving reliability and frequency and keeping fares at a reasonable rate. Once we get these right, we need to make travel times comparable to or better than less sustainable modes, which of course means more bus priority configurations, among others. Improving transit is climate action. Finally, we need to keep in mind who is affected by changes to transit. Disproportionately low-income people, people of color, and other equity-seeking groups. Moreover, transit in Ottawa has predominantly been shaped around commutes, which disproportionately affects women. Our official plan, however, commits to fighting inequity. Why don't our transportation decisions reflect this? We often say that bad transit means people will take their car instead. What if you can't, as several delegates before me, what if you can't afford the $12,000 annually that car ownership entails on average? What if the only bus near your home will be cut, leaving you isolated from groceries, medical visits, the library, or a loved one? In short, we need to rethink and invest in transit. We need to begin treating it as the essential service it is, as a critical component to our fight against climate change and inequity, a key ingredient in making our city livable for all. Thank you.
Thanks very much, William. Are there any questions for our delegate? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us today, William.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to all the delegates who've presented today and shared your feedback. We'll go next to questions for staff, but we're going to take a brief break so people can reset before we get to questions for staff. But it's going to be a quick one. So let's take 5 minutes just so people can reset. We'll come back as soon as possible. Thank you. Okay, we're going to restart. We have staff. We have staff back and we have quorum. Councillor Tierney, you're the first with your hand up, so we'll start with your questions for staff.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we had some very good delegations today. I'll try to keep my questions brief. I've been actually on Transit Commission for 13 years now, and I remember us going back in the days talking about eliminating the milk runs. Yes, I'm talking about how long I've been on council, but it was a painful time back then. And you know, fool me once, you know, shame on you. Fool me twice, you know, shame on me. How, and I know why, and forgive me if I'm asking some of the questions that were already answered. I'm doing this specifically so I can present this clip to my community on why you feel so strongly this new route optimization, even though it might add a minute or two here, is going to guarantee the bus actually shows up at the bus stop on time.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I won't say that I will guarantee, but definitely that will help. We saw with my will that there is a lot of things that we have to take in consideration. Definitely having buses will be able to run quickly on the backbone of the network to go to the let's say to the train or things like that. I think definitely that will be helpful. We know that local buses are most of the time hard to be on time because we have short roads, and most of the time people, you know, are crossing the road with their dogs or a cat, etc. So having more direct routes will definitely help us as well, and we'll continue to update the Transit Commission on our action plan as we saw this morning. So we have a lot of things to do. The network is redesigned, check. We still need to work on the recruitment. Councillor Brockington talked about the absenteeism, which is a reality. And we know that we have to continue to maintain the articulate buses, which are more than ready to be retired. So we have a lot of things to do, but at least we know what we have to do and we know what to do. So I'm confident that will be helpful, but it's not only the solo thing that will resolve everything.
Great, and thank you. I blame the cat walkers over the dog walkers, by the way. Joking aside, I'm looking at the routes that really come into question all the time. Route 12, which, you know, is in that top 3 of cancellations. How are these route changes going to ensure that this runs? Because again, these are the people that go and service our old age homes. They work the Mall 4. It is a true backbone. How are these route changes going to ensure that the Route 12 sees actual buses showing up and far less cancellations?
Mr. Chair, there's about 2 things that are here in the route review that will in time help the reliability of Route 12, and there's one other thing that we mentioned in the presentation and that Mr. Charter mentioned earlier. The first is that Route 12 is set up to so that when the east extension of the O train opens, that Route 12 can end at Montreal Station, where there will be a turnaround location that's off the street and where there's a place for buses to wait for their next departure and a place for us to put a backup bus when one's needed for the next westbound trip. Another is that even though Route 12 would be longer, as it would also take in the service on Bronson now provided by Route 10, it would terminate at both ends at major transfer stations. At one end, its operation would be based out of Blair until it moves to Montreal. At the other end, it would be based out of Herdman. And these are places where we have more buses available to cover a trip that's, a bus that's running late, or where there's a mechanical problem or any other kind of problem.
Great, and thank you, Pat.
Sorry, Councillor, just the one other thing I wanted to mention is that we mentioned that the drive to 99.5% is more than just each component, it's all of the components, and changing how we manage these routes, as Troy mentioned earlier, is a major part of how we will manage the operation of long routes like Route 12 and Route 11.
And that's great, Pat, and thank you for the discussion we had last week. I feel more assured than ever now that these changes are going to really affect things. Route 24, that's a massive change as well, the length of it. How is that going to ensure consistency, less cancellations, less stacking, where you see multiple 24s in a row? You've given me the answer, but I'd like to hear it from you so I can present it to my constituents.
Mr. Chair, it's not only the route changes that will change Route 24, it's also the how it will be scheduled, how it will be managed. This is Route 24 won't be considered by anyone to be a small route that would take care of itself. It will be, it's a serious, substantial route that will have full supervision. It's also all set up to make an excellent connection at Montreal Station when it opens. And that means that there's going to be very, very few people who ride, well, probably nobody who rides Route 24 from end to end. People will be using it as a feeder to Montreal Station from the Renault Road area, from Blackburn Hamlet. People will be using it as a feeder to either Montreal Station or Blair Station from Beacon Hill. And people will be using it for local service along Ogilvie. So it'll serve these many purposes and run at frequencies to suit and be managed in a way that keeps that reliability as high as it can be.
Excellent. And that's what we're all seeing, the light at the end of the tunnel. We're about 4 to 6 months away from seeing trains rolling in the east for testing, a year from service. It's fair to say this is the first tranche at setting up some of the initial routes. So I guess I have two quick questions, Pat, and then I'm pretty much done. One, when would these new routes go into effect? What date? And two, if there are tweaks or public consultations still to come in regards to Stage 2 light rail, when are we going to be able to get out to our communities to start those specific discussions on the more finalized routes of Stage 2? Because I'm getting a lot of people asking. People are excited for Stage 2 because, as one of our delegations mentioned before, Spoken Hub, we're not. This will be our first real opportunity at Spoken Hub and a community rider program. So I'm wondering, when will these new route optimizations come in, and when are we going to actually go out to the public and sit down and talk about Stage 2 new routes in the East End specifically?
So on the first of those, Mr. Chair, these changes would come into effect in the spring of 24. The exact week will depend on when lines 2 and 4 are ready to open, because as you can see, much of this relies on O-Train Line 2 being in place. As for the question of when we can speak to customers about the changes with the O-Train East extension, I think probably any time from when they're implemented, when these changes are implemented on. So, second half of 24 would be a good time, because then we can talk about what the bus routes are really at that time and how they would connect. So we're talking about like one level of abstraction and not two.
Makes a tremendous amount of sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Pat, for answering those questions.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions. Communications plan was cited. How does the average rider know what's happening? Are there announcements on buses? Are there sandwich boards at stations? Are there posters up? How does the average resident know what's going on? Have we taken ads out in papers? Like, how are we communicating to the average Ottawa resident about the significant review that's happening? It's one thing to be on all of our mailing lists. That's just a fraction of the public. So how is OC Transpo proactively going out? We heard a delegate said, I'm not on social media. I'm not on sort of the electronic means. How can you ensure that the average resident is aware of what's being proposed?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So for this network change, before it goes into effect, there will be a wide variety of communications tactics, not all of them digital. Obviously, web, social media, the transit app, those are important tools for us to communicate with our customers, but we will certainly be using a multitude of other ways of reaching to customers, both with print materials, with outreach. So representatives of OC Transpo in stations talking to customers, letting them know that things are happening. There'll be signage at bus stops, at transitway stations, line 1 and line 2 and 4 stations. And I know that Pat's planning team is finalizing some of the maps, but once those are ready, we will certainly be sharing those via a number of channels as well.
So I'm not even talking about when we're about to implement the changes. The data, the proposed changes are public now. This commission has today officially received the presentation. How is OC Transpo taking what you've just presented today and making sure that the average resident out there is aware of what's being proposed, knows what the remaining consultation phases are as part of this plan? So if they haven't been engaged as part of the preliminary consultation, they can at least react to and provide feedback to what is being proposed. And I don't see a plan here. So that's what I'm asking is, there are proposed maps, proposed route changes. How are we going to solicit feedback from people who have not yet been engaged? That's what I'm interested in.
So Chair, through you, we are certainly open at all times to feedback from customers on the proposed changes. So we will be following up over the next series of weeks and months in order to ensure that there is sufficient information so people that understand what are the changes consist of. And also we continue to have opportunities for residents to provide their feedback either directly to OC Transpo through the route review email address or through any of their counselors to us, and we will certainly be following up and taking that feedback into consideration.
Thank you for that. Announcements on the bus, LRT, para, sandwich boards at all stations, that's very cheap ways to communicate, but also considering like paid, this is a significant review within the city, citywide, and I think some money has to be spent to make sure that's communicated. Okay, reference was made to public meetings to have, I guess, public sessions on what's being proposed. Can you elaborate on what that will entail and when are those meetings scheduled for?
Certainly. So at this point, the meetings will be occurring in the new year. So obviously a key piece of those will include having maps available. So we'll certainly, as those dates are firmed up a bit more, we'll be providing updates to all of council so that you're aware of and can attend or share with your residents as well. Those meetings would consist of having transit staff there to explain a little bit about the route review, and the work that's gone into it, as well as what the changes will be. We are trying to sort of focus them across the city, so to make them more of a regional perspective. So for instance, east, west, south, and central. We may also have a virtual meeting as well in there. So we'll try and geographically narrow down the route changes that we're talking about at each meeting to the area we're in. And we would like to be able to have residents and customers come ask questions. One of the things we would like to do is probably have iPads or some other means of showing and customers what the changes will look like and what their route trips will look like, and demonstrating some of the online resources that'll be available for them to sort of understand and do route planning in advance.
Okay, that sounds good. So if implementation, let's just say, is mid-April, Trillium line opens, no change to any of these buses will take place before that date. What's the drop dead date you need to make final decisions on these bus routes in order to give you time to implement those changes through the system? When do you have to make a final decision on bus routes?
Mr. Chair, there's sort of different levels of that. Major changes, you really middle of next week. Minor changes that don't require, major schedule changes, much less of a restriction on, and they might be able to be accommodated up until, sometime midwinter or so. But for the major structure of the route, this is what we're presenting to you today with all of the improvements that councillors have helped us with over the last few weeks. And as I noted earlier, we're still working on a few more changes, responded to councillors this week for questions that came up towards the end of last week.
So just so I heard you correctly, the final date for, you said, major route changes are within the week?
We're thinking, middle of next week is when we have to get get our teeth into producing the maps for customers and producing the schedules for us to get back to you on all of the questions that were raised by many people about frequencies, capacity, and first and last.
So if you're not planning to host public sessions until January, and we haven't done proactive outreach with the general public about what you've just presented today, how can you be making final decisions a week from now?
Chair, thank you for the question. I think it's important, and I was pretty clear earlier by saying we have to run the system so we can monitor it, we can measure it, and then we can improve it again. And we know that we need a minimum of 6 months from the scheduling, preparing all of the schedules. And then after that, we have to go to the booking session with our employees. And then if we want to be able to start the new service, so we have to close it at some time. For sure in January, when we'll have those open discussion with the customers, as Pat said, that will be for minor changes. And don't forget as well, I said as well that it's important to stay on our envelope. So if we bring very huge changes, that will change the envelope and that will not be possible. And this is a system. It's important to understand sometimes we think that just a solo change here will be okay, but that can affect the whole system. And that will bring us, unfortunately, another result that we were not expected. So we will need to be very, very cautious because it's new. So I would say, let's start. We'll be open to improve it, but let's start, let's monitor, and let's measure, and then we will be able, more than pleased to change it.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have some other questions about specific routes I'll get to in a second, but I'll just say, my outreach to my community was late last week. They have responded with, I think, some very constructive comments, but by no way was I under the impression that there was an immediate timeline for OC Transpo to make final decisions on. I realized we weren't approving these changes. They're here for information, but that there would be at least a reasonable time frame for us to hear from our residents. And hopefully I have an opportunity to sit down with Mr. Scrimsher and yourself to review some of those and have a discussion before you lock those in. This is critical. I have not seen this type of route review during my tenure. The last one was 2011. And my residents are very interested, and I would rather we take the time to implement this well than go through a process that the public just thinks is smoke, as opposed to legitimate opportunities for that type of feedback. Otherwise, I don't understand why we would have the sessions in January. It's more information. Here's what's coming, take it, rather than how can we work with you in good faith to make some changes to routes that are being considered at this time. This is very, very critical. So thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first thank you for the accommodation and the flexibility that you've given Councillor Hill and me in terms of being receptive to our feedback, as well as just listening and talking to us about the changes that are coming. Some of the questions that I have are, I know we haven't really set or finalized a lot of the service details yet. Right now, we've kind of determined what the general service coverage will be like, but we haven't, you haven't, I guess, really determined what the span of service is going to be or the actual schedules. But when we're designating routes, so way back when we switched to rapid frequent, when we started classifying routes, there were some routes where even though it was a frequent route, let's say, it was still operating at a 30-minute frequency because of the way the schedule was designed or because of branching and all of that stuff. Are a lot of those concerns going to be mitigated or eliminated possibly through these changes?
Mr. Chair, some are. For instance, we talked about combining the 63 and 64 into a single route that could run every 15 minutes by changing the current 86 and 89 into the proposed new 86, 112, and 189. The new 86 can run every 15 minutes at most times. There will still be some routes that may have 15-minute or better service at rush hours, but be less frequent than every 15 minutes at other times of the day. And so they would still be good rush hour routes, are still good routes at other times, but we wouldn't be highlighting those on our information as being a frequent route. The definition that we brought to council back in 2016 was we'd call it a frequent route if it runs at least every 15 minutes from first thing in the morning, from 6 or 7 in the morning till 6 or 7 at night, noting that they might run less frequently evenings and weekends. So we'll call it frequent if it meets that definition. If there are routes that can run every 15 at rush hours, that can only run every 30 in the middle of the day, then we wouldn't promote them as being a frequent route.
Thank you. And I think one of the early concerns that we've heard in Barrhaven is that with the elimination of the 270s, a lot of the locals now end at Fallowfield, right? Mostly west, east. East I'm okay because everyone's being shuttled over to Limebank. But in the west, there are a lot of routes that end at Fallowfield, so that is a known concern to Councillor Hill and me is the frequency and that psychological barrier that connection becomes, right? If you're coming off the 74, 75 or whatever, and they're running combined every 7 minutes from Tunney's, but you're stuck waiting 30 minutes for the 170, let's say, then that's not going to entice a lot of people to go and use the service or whatever the number is going to be. This is sort of related. What is the expected frequency and end-to-end travel time for line 2?
The frequency is every 12 minutes. The whole system's been designed on 12 minutes. End-to-end travel time, I'm going to do some math in my head. There's 7 trains. I'm going to say it's about 35 minutes end to end because there's 7 trains running on that line. They have 12 minutes apart, so 84 minutes round trip. Let's take out some terminal time, divide by 2, 35, 38 minutes probably.
Okay, that sounds okay.
I know we've got that.
Yeah.
I just don't have it in my head.
If you come across those details, I would love to get my hands on it because it is helpful in allaying my residents' concerns about I can't go this way. No, you can. It's the other way, but they kind of want to know how fast that will be, right? I guess my last question for this round is the combination of the route 24, 28, and going out to Chapel Hill. How is that going to affect the measurements that we do to determine how successful the on-demand pilot's going to be on weekends through Blackburn Hamlet, because previously we would be comparing the 28 to the 28, but now we're comparing the 28 to the big 24, and there may be no way of dividing up that ridership until Montreal Station opens.
We'll look at ridership stop by stop in Blackburn Hamlet area. If Route 24 draws more customers to it during the week, there might be more customers interested in traveling on the on-demand service on weekends. But if we're comparing before and after, then it will be to Route 28. If we're comparing weekends to weekdays, then it will be with stop-by-stop information on the new Route 24.
Okay, and I'm sorry, this is actually my last question this round, is what are some of the internal processes? Can you describe some of the internal processes that you might be changing or improving to help support reliability? I'm thinking things like interlining and recovery time and things like that would support an operator's ability to be on time or close to it.
On the scheduling side, I would say we're continuously taking data that are available, data retrieved from buses to GPS data to allocate the scheduled time properly between time points. We will ensure that there's enough recovery time between one trip and the next, that if the bus is coming a little bit late, it won't, it'll still be able to make its next trip on time. We'll be able to, as I mentioned earlier, having more of these routes terminate at major stations, we can have standby buses at those locations that can cover a trip if there's a bus that is running late. On some of the routes, we will restrict the amount of interlining there is so that the controllers can keep an eye on just that route alone and not worry about supplying buses off to other routes. They can work with the resources they have. All of these things will go together. Oh, and yeah, and we'll, of course, thanks. And Renee's just nudged me that we'll be continuing to manage the legislative requirement for lunch breaks or meal breaks that came from the Canada Labour Code revisions a couple of years ago.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I'll come back on.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I don't have a lot of questions for you this afternoon. I think, the residents in Westboro Beach and Champlain Park are concerned about the loss of the 16 as a direct connection to downtown. Residents sort of at Clearview are concerned about the loss of the 50 as a key north-south between some of the car lane amenities. But I think there might be some alternatives that we can talk to them about I think it's Route 81. But the big one is the 11. I've been hearing from a lot of residents, we heard it again today in delegations, that stretching the 11 from Bayshore to Saint Laurent is going to make it even more unreliable than it is today. We had to split the old 2 into an east and a west route because the congestion was simply too much to manage. And I'm wondering what you can tell me today to try to convince me that the same thing isn't going to happen with this one as well. We're trying to jam it down Montreal Road, Rideau, Somerset, Wellington, Richmond. Again, some of the gnarliest, nastiest traffic we have in the city. You're proposing to have the bus deke over to Bayview Station, which is going to involve some left turns at some difficult intersections. Why is this route not going to become just hopelessly unreliable?
Mr. Chair, I think some of the answers to that are similar to the points I made when in response to Councillor Tierney's question about Route 12. But I think Route 11's a little bit different from Route 12, especially once the O-Train West extension opens. And that is that Route 11, even more than today, will be a very local, it is and will continue to be a long route, but it's used by many people for short trips. This will be a route that connects with the O-Train at Bayshore, at Lincoln Fields, at New Orchard, at Sherbourne, at Tunney's Pasture, at Bayview, at Rideau, and comes pretty close to a connection at Ottawa, and then another connection at Saint Laurent Station. So a lot of connections. It's really running very much parallel, doing some of the local delivery between O-train stations. One of the other difficult things that combining it with the current 18 and going through downtown is it removes us from having to deal with terminal operations in downtown, which are themselves a source of delay. And variability. If you go now to the intersection of, let's say, Queen and Kent, there's a lot of buses sitting there, and those buses are contending with each other, contending with traffic, contending with all of the activity that goes on in downtown. So one of the sources of delay that we can lessen is not turning buses around on downtown streets, but having them continue through downtown. So I'm looking at a map now. That's why I'm looking down. You know, a bus that's on Bank turns onto Queen, goes from Queen onto O'Connor, and then across the McKinsey King Bridge, like Route 11. It goes through. It doesn't have to do a lot of operations in downtown. There's still lots of points where there could be delay, and that's what we'll manage with enough recovery time on each end of the line. As I mentioned in response to Councillor Lowe's question, a good healthy amount of recovery time at both ends. So if a bus is coming in late, it doesn't leave late, and standby buses. And as Troy mentioned earlier, the possibility of having standby buses at Tunney's Pasture, at Rideau Station, places like that, where they can cut in and have a trip start on time, even if the normal trip's running unreasonably late.
Are any transit priority measures being implemented?
The transit priority, I'm just looking at the map. There's, we'll work with our colleagues in traffic services on any local traffic priority, transit priority measures we can, like changing the timing of signals, maybe a bus only turn signal, changing some parking regulations if required. There's not really scope on this route for big things like bus lanes, because this is not running on streets that are more than 2 lanes wide.
Through some of, okay. And sorry, I won't get into the details of traffic priority measures. I think there are some good potential. It would require removing parking during peak hours, but I think there are some potential ways to speed the 11 along its way. Without traffic priority measures going into place and not being confident that, we're going to have the kind of coverage through much of the day to have those additional buses at some of those areas like Tunney's Pasture to pick it up, I cannot help but imagine that it's going to become very hopelessly bunched pretty much 7 days a week during the daytime hours. I would ask you to strongly consider not extending the 11 along that huge geography where at any number of points you're looking at the potential for construction and collisions and similar delays that would lead to further bus bunching. So I will leave that with you. I am cynical that this is going to be a positive move for riders. I'll leave it there. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr is next.
Merci beaucoup de la présentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You were able to proceed in a very short delay. Thank you so much. We've heard many concerns today, and it's nice to see that you're still working on it.
Question with respect to communicating about the changes. My question is, once those changes are implemented as well, how feedback could be considered, because it's been my experience in other cities where I've lived, where there's been redesigns, that some people don't realize that the impact of those changes till after they've happened, and people aren't always aware. I know right now you have a feedback form on the website for comments and compliments and complaints. If there's any way to incorporate that somehow, so we could have feedback on the route review as well. I know you're using the email address right now, but it might help, because certainly I know as counselors, we get a lot of feedback. It comes in various ways, but if there was a way to link that, I wondered if that would be one method, just something to consider. I don't know if you want to respond, and then I have another question.
Oh, we'll take that away. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. My second question is, I know somebody referenced Edmonton's transit system today as well, and they did a significant route review in 2021. The difference with theirs, I think they changed about 100 routes, like every route changed, but they also introduced on demand at that time. And I think they introduced it, I think it was like over 30 neighborhoods or something like that. With the pilot, I know you presented the pilot to us a few months ago, and I hear that you'll be updating us in December. With Line 2 launching, do you think that there'll be any opportunity to have extended that pilot if it is successful, to have more on-demand service at the time that this launches with Line 2, if that makes sense? It's a bit circular of a question, but because there are some areas that have lost service or don't have, through the elimination of the 200 routes or whatever the case may be. Did that make sense?
I think so. Thank you, Chair. Definitely, the on-demand service is our way to improve the service, our way to increase the ridership. Councillor Maynard asked this morning what we're doing to do so. So the shuttle on East is another good example. So we want to make sure that the pilot will work, so we will be able to extend the on-demand service definitely, because we think this is the new model. With the pandemic, it's definitely the new model and the new way to provide services without having 40-foot buses with 5 people and at a particular hour of the day. But we don't want needed to let people behind, because we know that even if the ridership is low on a certain routes, we will need to continue to try to attract and to maintain those people with us, and we have to find solutions. And one of the solutions is definitely, again, the on-demand service.
Okay, so if the Route 28 is successful, there's an opportunity to increase the pilot at the same time as this could be launched.
This is the goal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the update, both in person previously as well as now. I'll start with some general questions and then drill down a little bit deeper to some of the routes. So I just wanted to confirm from some of the questions this morning, it is a reduction in total hours of service at 74,000. That CTV News report was correct at this time?
Sure, yes, and I sent a memo on that.
Okay, I guess other outlets reporting it as well. I don't know who first broke it, but okay. And then the $132 average, have you had confirmation of that since we had a discussion this morning, or is that about the right number?
That's the number.
Okay. Okay, so then there is a savings to come with this of about $9.5 million, just under $10 million that would come
from
operationally.
as we said, it's from bus operations moving to train operations.
Okay, you're proposing to reallocate that to the beginning of train operations for the north-south. Is that how we're phrasing it, or?
Sorry, not to the beginning of train operations, to the annualization. Much of some of the cost, I think 1/3 of the annual cost of running No Trains Line 2 and 4 was approved as part of the 2023 budget on the expectation that it could have opened 2/3 of the way into 2023. The remaining 2/3 of the cost is in the 2024 budget, and the money that would be reallocated from bus goes some way to covering the total cost of running O train line 2 and 4.
Okay, yeah, because I think if we were already expecting those costs on line 2 and 4, then there's a lot of potential with $10 million to increase service or reliability, that sort of thing, outside of it. So I'm interested in those transferred, like you're saying, basically saying that money's accounted for already. The 10 million in operational efficiencies as part of this would already be accounted for as part of service for the O train. And is that essentially what you're saying? It's the savings that would come operationally are not available to council to say reallocate to something that might increase service or be an innovative idea for transit.
Can I answer in French?
Yes, please.
Okay. Alors, premièrement, la façon
First of all, the way you're interpreting the route review, it doesn't mean that we're going to invest only in the train. We're talking about a network of systems. So the systems have to be seen in its whole. So we're not saying we're looking at the bus circuit and then the train on its own. It's not what we've done. Many years before, the council was proactive. They were visionaries. The way we're going to design the Trillium line will be part of a system. That's the reason why we were able to do it very quickly. When I said it took 2 to 3 years to do such a work, I was very serious. But like Councillor Braxton says, we didn't have the time to go through some engagement, but we wanted to make links with the Trillium line. So it's very difficult to say that we were able to save 10,000 million with the route review. We just redesigned our network. And by doing so, if we're looking at every single element, we were able to save 10 millions. It's not that I have 3 millions to give to Public Works. No, we've been reworking our network, making sure it's well integrated with buses and train. So all these monies are allocated. I don't know if this was clear.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So, no, I understand it's an integrated network that we're working with. I'm just trying to get the facts on the total amount of efficiencies and what availability we may have to I guess change where that goes. So I did want to just comment on the overall route review. Locally, there's, I think, some good things that I've seen and some things that need improvement. So, you know, the connection between Carleton, Dow's Lake and Glebe Annex with downtown, it's important. The proposal to make Route 56 all day, 7-day-a-week bus, which is another important service improvement. Those are issues we've discussed for years, and I'm pleased to see some of those aspects coming to fruition. I guess I do have some questions about the frequency. So the 15-minute frequency, is that the highest number of frequency we'll have on any route is 15-minute intervals, or is there some that are, 5 minutes? Yeah,
absolutely. The frequencies on the very busy routes will be as frequently as they need to be to make sure we move all the customers. So routes like 12, 98, 75 will all be, I expect, more frequently than that, but we're still to do that work.
Okay. Yeah, just to other councillors' points around the 12, that's a very circuitous route, and I'm concerned, given all the delays we see already on it. That's one of the extensions that we're seeing go to Bronson, for example, and it goes right over to the east end. It's a big route, and it needs to be very frequent given the delays that we're seeing now with that route. And I guess frequency is really freedom when it comes to transit. I think that's what Jarrett Walker has said, and so this is why we're trying. I guess I'm concerned about some of the changes that you're proposing. Otherwise, the congestion on Bank Street, it continues to exist. We've got slowdowns along the corridor. Do we have plans that are going to see increased service along Bank, especially on the weekends?
We will, I mean, this exercise is about, this stage of this exercise is about planning where the bus routes go. We're making no recommendations for any changes to Route 6 or 7. They'll still go to the same places they go now. The next step that we're working on is making sure that we've got the right frequency of service to move all the people. So on weekends, if we're seeing regular overcrowding today, then we will run service more frequently. If we're not seeing regular overcrowding, then it will very likely remain the same as it is today.
Yeah, and I guess my point in saying that is I want ours to be responsive to what changes we're seeing now. That I think we're almost recovered on some of those core routes, and I want to make sure service is being reallocated to those recoveries and where we're seeing overcrowding on those core routes. The Carleton University Student Associations also reached out to me, and they're worried about the elimination of Route 111. Not serving the campus. I know we have more discussions to come on this, and there's other routes that'll go through and serve the campus that are changing that you've mentioned. That sunny side overload continues to be a factor. And then yeah, so on the 111, did you want to just mention on that? So I want to get back to that student association about their concerns there.
Yes, Mr. Chair, the Route 111 is for those who don't know it, it's a crosstown route between Billings Bridge and Baseline Station, running along across the Heron Road Bridge and then along Meadowlands. And it has for the last 12 years had a little add-on extension. After the bus gets to Billings Bridge, it loops back and goes to Carleton University. And that was put in until the improvement of line 2 opened, when line 2 was going to go from 15-minute service to 12-minute service. Around that same time, decisions were made, obviously, as we all know, to rebuild line 2 and extend it considerably. So we knew there was going to be a period of time when that connection wouldn't be available at Mooney's Bay Station. When line 2 comes back online, it will be available again, and the fastest way from those places in central Nepean, places along Meadowlands on Route 111, places along Baseline on Route 88, places along Viewmount on the new Route 112. The best way to make that connection into Carleton Station is to get off that bus at Mooney's Bay Station and take the train one stop to Carleton Station.
Yeah, and I think this is a similar thing that we saw with the number 10 that didn't go to Rideau, right? For the longest time, when the O train line 1 started, and people just wanted to be able to stay on their bus, get to Rideau Station, not get off and hop, a station or two onto the line 1. They wanted to stay on their bus and get there instead of being all the way underground and having to go all the way up. They wanted to stay on the surface on the bus they were on and get to their local destination. This is one that certainly I'm going to raise with you. The O train is obviously a north-south line that's coming online, line 2, and the 111 is more of an east-west route from Councillor Brockington's area as well, where there's lots of students living that want to get to Carleton. So that one is a concern for us. Route 85 is going to return to Bronson Avenue, connecting Carleton to Chamberlain going eastbound. Westbound, though, it's being proposed to go past Bronson, turning down Booth to get to Carling. So it's kind of a 5-block difference in each direction. Just what's the purpose of separating the eastbound and westbound roads rather than just having it go both ways on Bronson?
That's certainly a change we can talk about with you and with Councillor Troster.
Okay. We have concerns from residents in Old Ottawa South and East as the Route 5 service will be diverted away from Riverdale. Instead, Route 16 will shift down Riverdale. Unfortunately, though, the Route 16 is a much more circuitous route downtown rather than Route 5. So Route 5 is going to be a frequent route, but Route 16 it doesn't look like that's the case. So is there a better way to provide direct service from Riverdale to downtown, either by switching the 5 back or making the 16 a more frequent route, or perhaps rerouting it where it goes now? I know these are very local questions, but
one of the advantages of the way we're proposing Route 5 to operate is that it can support the frequent service by being a primary route on Elgin Street and a primary route on Smythe. If we were to leave the routes generally the direction they go now, then we wouldn't have that through route straight to Smythe, and the 5 might have to stay at the frequency that it runs at today, which is less frequent than every 15.
Okay, I think I'll just talk to you about Route 16.
But how we serve Riverdale, we'll think about that more.
Okay.
Along with you.
I think we're meeting this week, so look forward to those discussions internally. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much for all the hard work in doing this route review and doing it so quickly. The feedback in your report that you listed as what you heard is what I heard too from Canada North residents. And the reality is things change, people change, life changes, and so are we. And that's what I think this report reflects, that this report that we are simply receiving, not approving, just receiving. So that's great. And I think I'm happy to receive this report. The specifics in it, I want to thank in specifics, Pat, for working with residents who had questions and concerns about their routes changing. That, you know, a simple email to you was wonderful, that you were able to talk to residents and sort out some of their confusion. The concept of what is to come in January, what I just heard from Amanda, will be fabulous. Anybody that isn't quite sure what they're supposed to do now, if their route has changed, that will be a great process for people to find out more information. I was thrilled to hear that. And the only other thing I will say is that the Arcadia subdivision, that we've changed that route. Overall, I've heard that people are generally happy. There was a promise a long time ago to have internal routes on Payne. That's one street. And I'm assuming that maybe in January, we can talk a little bit more about specifically what people can do, or is there a thought that we would later on come to more routes in the new neighborhoods that haven't had any busing yet?
Mr. Chair, we're certainly thinking about that, and we'll be happy to keep talking to the councillor about what's best and what's possible in that area.
Wonderful. And again, the concept of a little neighborhood that's off sort of to the side, that would be an ideal setting for on-demand busing. I heard Councillor Carr kind of trying to talk about one of her areas that might be ideal. Anyway, so I thought I'd make sure I said my area that might be ideal as well.
I mean, we will learn from experience we'll learn from all our experience on what are people's choices. Would they rather call for an on-demand, or would they rather walk the distance to an arterial road?
Okay. And just so we're clear, so any other issues, we just send to that email address that we have. That is the standard. If there's an issue, send it to this email address and we'll sort through individual issues.
Yes, please.
Great. Thank you so much for a lot of work in a very short period of time.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Kitts.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Yes, René et votre équipe, merci beaucoup pour ce travail. I know this was
The sound quality doesn't allow for interpretation. Service will resume as soon as possible.
Certainly, there are some for the East End. I represent the south side of Orleans, but I grew up on the north side, so appreciate what's in there. But as you know, because we've chatted
The sound
about
quality doesn't allow for interpretation. Service will resume as soon as possible.
Included in this review, and I am disheartened by that. And I know I sound like a broken record, but I'm concerned about having the lack of efficient transit options in this area where the growth is happening. For the East End, 13,000 new homes are planned for the next 10 years. And because of the lack of transit and walkable amenities, the congestion is becoming unbearable. So I know we've had some dialogue on this, but I think what I'm understanding is that there will be additional route changes for South Orleans, but really not until the LRT is operational to trim.
Sound quality doesn't allow for interpretation. Service will resume as soon as possible.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we'll continue to work with councillors over the next few days. If there's further improvements we can make to this, as we have with Councillor Kitts and other councillors already. And in that particular area, we'll also be watching for, more of those north-south streets to get built so that there's better ways to connect that area up to the O-Train East extension. We'll proceed with these changes, and then the next occasion in the east is really, as Councillor Tierney was mentioning earlier, the opportunity to make the next set of improved connections with the new O-Train stations.
Right. Okay. And I do appreciate that, some of why there's not more for South Orleans is an incomplete road network, which we're waiting on developers to build. Some of it is the, longstanding infrastructure challenges we've had. So I'm not, placing blame on OC Transpo, but I'm wondering, kind of what we do in the meantime to encourage transit use for South Orleans, particularly as new subdivisions come online. So, from your point of view, is there more we can do in terms of working with developers to get some of these connections to South Orleans built faster? I'd be interested in sort of hearing your perspective on what we can do to make the network more complete in South Orleans.
Mr. Chair, I'm not able to answer that question without our colleagues from planning as part of the discussion, but we'll be sure to have more discussions on that particular area, both with OC Transpo people, with the infrastructure planning people, and the development approvals people with Councillor Kitts.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. How did your planning incorporate developments that have been approved but not yet built that may yield significant number of new residents in particular neighborhoods? Was that looked at all?
Mr. Chair, to some extent, that was part of it, but to where those are sort of, if I could, maybe there's multiple priorities. There's new areas that have been built where transit service has not yet been extended. There's areas which are under construction where there might be road network connectivity that allows a bus route to go through soon. And then there's areas that are approved for development. What we've tried to do is line these routes up so that they can be extended into those new areas as they're built, so that they can be made more frequent as required when those new people move in there. But we've built these routes so that they're not contingent on a particular bus route being, a particular street being open by a certain day, because you never know if that's going to happen or not. And we've also tried not to commit resources to places where the people aren't there yet, but to set them up so that we can accommodate those people. So an example of that would be in Findlay Creek, the Route 93 will go over to the east side of Bank Street. Those streets exist. We know there's plans for more and more development around there, and we'll be able to expand that loop as more people arrive and as more streets are built.
Thank you for that. I do want to acknowledge that there's some good in what is being proposed. And in my ward, the 85, which serves many wards east-west, is getting some attention that will probably reduce some of the bottlenecks, which is good. This commission directed staff last year through our budget process to look at the Prince of Wales corridor that had the former Route 3 and left a fair number of pockets in my Hogs Back community without bus service. That is being addressed in the proposals. And I do like the crosstown route that will use Hunt Club Road from the Greenboro South Key stations to Baseline Station, and that will provide an east-west connection that I think will be well used. So I like to see that. A number of concerns have been raised, some of which Mr. Scrimger I've raised with you, but the Route 90 is probably the #1 route I've heard from to date. The Route 90 serves Herdman Station to Greenboro South Keys and basically comes through the Riverside Park, Mooney's Bay neighborhoods, and then Hunt Club via Riverside. And the Riverside connection is what is proposed to be eliminated. And it would seem feasible to retain that route in its current form, because there's a lot of duplication that would be proposed with another local route, the 92. And ironically, the challenges we were trying to solve on the other side of the river that I just referenced, the old Route 3 that left pockets, would now be replicated on the other side, where the Route 90 currently serves Riverside Park South, the Revelstoke area, the Rivergate condo towers, 2 skyscrapers mostly resided by older adults. Can you comment on whether that is a route that you are open to studying a bit further?
Yes, we are. I will be happy to talk to you more in the next few days.
Okay. One thing that I would admit I did not consider, but a delegate raised today, which I think is important, and that's Route 111 that Councillor Menard referenced. And that was the number of stops on campus this bus served. It's not just, well, students or passengers can get on at Mooney's Bay Station and get off at Carleton Station. There's actually some service within campus that I think is beneficial to riders. Does that resonate with you at all? And is that a route that you're open to looking at as well?
It is. We'll be happy to continue to think about that, but the impression I have is that people are riding that service via Billings Bridge to Carleton because that's what there is, not because that's the best thing. I don't know this number, but I believe there's more people, if you look at all day long on the Route 111 corridor, there's more people who are going to the transitway towards Herdman. They're going to Billings, they're going towards Herdman to go other places than there are going to the university. So we added that little tail on, but it's a slow operation to get back through Data Center Road and Bronson, and we have the new access point at the south end of the university. The train, on the other hand, you go downstairs, you get on the train, and Councillor Brockington, you know that better than anybody, that it's seconds later you're in the heart of the Carleton campus. And when we're building that line so it can be used, so that what it seems to me is that I think if we left both in place, most people would choose the train because they'll get to university faster. They'll choose the train because they can transfer to any of Route 88, 111, or the new 112. And the particular people who are coming along Meadowlands are not going to Carleton in a greater proportion than the people who are starting their trip on Baseline or on Viewmount. But as I said, we're happy to talk about any of these changes further with all of the councillors.
Fair enough, thank you. And I just ask if OC were to retain Route 90 and 92, the Hunt Club routes, is there a requirement to create the new Route 91? What differentiates the 91 is it serves CFB Uplands, still serves that main Hunt Club community north of Hunt Club Road, but what is the rationale for creating the 91? It serves the Uplands loop that the 90 wouldn't under the modified 90, but if you retained Route 90, do you still need to create Route 91?
Mr. Chair, perhaps not. Route 91, if Route 90 were to continue to run along Uplands between Riverside and Hunt Club, then current Route 197, which is the local service inside the airbase, would likely remain as it is. But the downside of this is that we would have less frequent service or service at fewer times of the day on McCarthy and on Springland. So we want to talk to the councillor, understand all of the comments that he's received. We obviously heard from one person earlier today, but we want to hear all the comments and reflect on it, look at our ridership data and come back to the councillor and work out what's the best for that area.
Okay, so like my colleague, I'd certainly appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you later this month and just review some of those highlights again and what the possibilities are before a final decision is made. But again, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lowe?
Thank. Sure. No, I can ask it if you want. It's on the record now. Okay. Hi. Councillor Carr is asking, we're removing 74,000 hours of service with the bus route review. How many hours of service are we adding with line 2 and 4? Roughly.
We can get the answer to that question. We don't have it close at hand, but we can get that and provide it by an email.
They can provide it for you.
Thank you.
Okay, my questions. So I find that a lot of the changes in Barrhaven are sort of preparing us for line 1 as well in 2026 at the moment. Part of my concern feels like perhaps it's a little too, some of the changes, like not all, but some of the changes perhaps are a little too early. I'm thinking of just especially two corridors in particular where the 270s are going away. Are there, I know there's a budget envelope to operate within, but are there any provisions to kind of take that into consideration before line 1 opens in a few years?
Mr. Chair, there are some areas in Barrhaven, there are some areas in Canada, and there are some areas in Orleans. I'll leave Orleans out for a second. In Canada and Barrhaven, where there are routes which we would like to extend to the O-Train terminal when the O-Train terminal is built, but that based on the ridership those routes generate, it's very expensive to go all the way to Tunney's pasture. So by having those people in Canada transfer at Terry Fox or at Eagleson for the few years until we can extend them to Moody, by having those people in Barrhaven or even in Riverside South make a transfer at Fallowfield in the years before we can take them to Algonquin baseline, then that it does impose an additional transfer on those people for a few years.
No, I understand, and it is a long way to Tunney's pasture, and I hope that we do well with line 2 so that it's not as much a pain for people. I kind of want to build on one of my colleagues' questions about the communications campaign. We have several mini billboards, 4,400 mini billboards across the city in the form of bus stop flags. Has that been, I think it's 4,400. Anyway, has that ever been considered as a little bit, like put a sticker on it or something to say, hey, your routes are changing, or tell us what you think, or go to octransport.com and see what's happening. Has that been considered?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So obviously, as these service changes approach, bus stop flags will be changed to reflect the new stops. So we will be redoing bus stop signage. But certainly in advance, that's a suggestion we can take away and look at is what we can do in advance in terms of informing.
Yeah, and especially because as the bus stop flags change, the stickers will be taken off anyway, right? So, and the last question I have is with there seems to be a lot of addition of midday service, all day service with these changes. Do you foresee an increase, or do you foresee a shift from in terms of the operator work shifts? Do you see a shift that goes towards more kind of straight shifts, like 8-hour shifts instead of the split shift focus that we have right now?
Mr. Chair, it certainly we expect there to be a change in the distribution of when buses are on the road and when operators are working. And we are working on and will continue to work on how to merge together to the best solution all of these inputs, the new route network, the need to deal with the legislative change that came in a couple of years ago, the need to continue to deal with that, and the drive to 99.5% service delivery. They all mesh together, and that's what we'll be working on a lot behind the scenes in the weeks to come.
Okay, because if done right, like this can really improve the work-life balance of a lot of our operators, potentially contributing to like a decrease in absenteeism and even promote it as a job for a lot of people, a good job for a lot of people, right? So I hope that is one of the products that will come out of this, and that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Any other questions? If not, I've got a couple. In terms of maybe the overall awareness theme that Councillor Brockington was asking about earlier, I know in Miami, they branded their route redesign the Better Bus Network. In Edmonton, they were a little less creative and they called it Bus Network Redesign. We're calling it Bus Route Review, but seems like there might be, more of a branding opportunity. Has staff considered any new names? And please don't call it OC Transpo 2.0.
Thank you, Chair. So that part of our communications plan will be to consider something that makes sense to customers and residents, and that is informative. So yes, that's to come.
Okay, and I know we have the added challenge in Ottawa of being bilingual as well. So looking forward to seeing that. Accessibility. There are a lot of people for whom, well, not just people who have accessibility needs, but a lot of people for whom a change in transit is going to be a big concern. Anxiety, comfort level, ability to move around. What kind of help are you offering to help people adapt to the change who may have needs that are above and beyond an average passenger, for example?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. It's a good question because we will need to work closely with those people to make sure that we can accommodate them. I think it was 3 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to meet, what's their name again? I don't remember. I'm sorry for that. The Ottawa Transit Riders. And we chatted a lot. So this is something else maybe that I can take in consideration and see what we can do better to make sure that it will be a good chance for them as well. So we'll continue to work with them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just some thoughts to wrap up. This has been a really good discussion. I pulled some stats on return to office. So in downtown Ottawa, this is as of third quarter, so very recent stats. We had a return to office rate of 42% downtown. Across Ottawa, it's 52%. Toronto is at 62%, and Montreal is at 81%. So Ottawa still has a very low return to office and clearly a change in commuting patterns. And that is one of the main things that this review responds to, but it's certainly not the only thing. We see a shift to more all-day service, more local service, focusing where we have high ridership demand. University students, I see a lot of ways that they will benefit through these route changes and others. And also, I think it's the broader context too. A route review isn't going to solve every challenge that we have for OC Transpo. And I think it is really important to look at this in the context of other initiatives OC Transpo is working on. We saw the chart earlier with the 3 pillars of route review, recruitment and maintenance. That's important, but also in the broader context and the investments we're making in LRT and our transportation budget. There will be funding for priority bus lanes, for example. We have to look at our pedestrian network. If we're asking people to walk in different directions and sometimes a longer walk, we have to think about how we're clearing those networks in the winter. We have innovation like on-demand transit that ties into this as well. And everything else is within the OC Transpo 5-year plan. But this route review, I don't want to understate how important this is. This is a big change, an important transformation, and it's a big piece towards getting to that reliability and attracting new riders. I know in my ward, there's more daytime service, there's more frequency for routes heading in and out of Canada and Stittsville. There's more service to retail areas, community centers, new neighborhoods that don't have solid service right now, and that's in Canada and Stittsville, but I think that's the general theme that's replicated across the city. And finally, I appreciate that staff have been really open to the feedback we heard today from delegations and councillors and keeping an open mind to that, and looking forward to see this implemented. It's a big change. people decide on where to live and where to work, where to live their lives based on where transit goes. So it's not something we can take lightly. And I think the consultation work that led to these recommendations and the continuing commitment to adapt is going to be crucial to make sure we get the buy-in and the ridership and reliability that we're looking for. So thank you to staff. We do need to receive this report, as Kathy Curry reminded us. So is this report received? Thank you. Okay. Kathy is in transition. Okay, we'll take a.
I haven't left. I'm still here.
Take a deep breath and we'll shift gears here. We're going now to our item 7.1, the 2024 draft operating and capital budget Transit Commission. We do have a procedural motion that Councillor Brockington is going to move on adding budget documents to the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. So whereas the 2024 draft operating and capital budget documents for the Transit Commission were circulated and published after being tabled at Council on November 8th, 2023, which was after the Transit Commission agenda publication date. And therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to subsection 89.3 of the procedure bylaw, the Transit Commission add the budget documents to the agenda.
Is that motion carried? Carried. Thank you. All right, so we're on to the budget. We're going to begin with a presentation from staff. We have 4 delegations registered. And then we'll go to any questions or motions from committee members as well. So turn it over to staff for the budget presentation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Alors, une autre grosse étape.
Another major step.
In this presentation, Pat and I will be speaking to you about the OC Transport 2024 budget. I will explain our operating budget and Pat will cover the capital budget. Next slide, please. First, I want to set the context for where we are today. As we previously reported, in the second quarter of 2023, the budget update showed a projected variance of $40.8 million. We proactively put together an action plan to close this gap. This action plan included prudent capital spending and proactively implementing a hiring freeze to carefully manage our finances. This action plan helped us to realize savings of $45.9 million. This came from various sources, which included $10.4 million in savings due to the delay in the opening of the O-Train lines 2 and 4. There were also savings of $500,000 due to service adjustments on O-Train line 1 on weekends. We were able to make these reductions to better match train ridership levels without impacting customers. We carefully reduced capital spending in 2023 by $35 million, which was possible partly in response to supply chain delays and partly because of reduced needs based on current ridership and service levels. $5.3 million of this reduction were approved in June by you. As a result of this spending action plan, and after covering the 2023 variance, $5.1 million are projected to be contributed to the operating reserve. Final details of all this will be in the year-end capital adjustment and closing our projects. Next slide, please. Now that we have talked about the rest of this year, I would like to talk about the new reality for the 2024 and beyond. As you know, ridership continues to be down, but has begun to stabilize. In 2023, Ridership was forecast to start the year at 65% of pre-pandemic levels and end the year at 75%, for an average for the year of 70% of 2019 levels. For 2024, we are forecasting a constant 75% of 2019 levels. With this in mind, it is clear that the status quo is unsustainable, and we must examine carefully how we invest in our transit system. Next slide, please. With this new reality in mind, we must be laser focused on funding the strategic initiatives outlined in our 5-year roadmap. It is what my team and I used as we built our 2024 budget priorities. We are focused on those actions that prioritize our people, our customers, our service, our assets, and for sure, our finances. Next slide, please. First, I want to talk about the revenue changes that we are taking into account for next year. Overall, there are $24 million of additional revenue on top of the base budget that we are forecasting. This revenue is realized from various sources, including $19.2 million from the 2.5% transit levy increase and 1.7% from assessment growth. $3.8 million from the 2.5% fare increase that was set by council in the budget directions report. There are also $0.9 million from annualizing growth in service to high schools. Finally, we expect an additional $0.1 million from advertising revenue, which the team is working hard to increase. This is a lot of information. The important figure on this slide is the $24 million, which is our projected additional revenue next year. Next slide, please. Now I will walk you through our expenses for the upcoming year. Overall, there are $73.8 million in additional operating costs in 2024 on top of the base budget. This comes from various increases, which include the annualization of 2023 changes, reducing expenses by $3.6 million, a base adjustment of $4 million, our wages, contractual obligations, and inflation pressures, which account for $14.3 million. $17.7 million that are due to the upcoming openings of Ocean Lines 2 and 4. Our contribution to capital will increase by $1.1 million next year. There is also an additional $5 million in debt servicing cost. Due to COVID-19, there is a $29.9 million the adjustment in fare revenue based on ridership levels and an $11.4 million adjustment in fare revenue based on the current balance between full fares and the discounted fares that customers pay. Again, I know this is a lot of information to digest. The important number to take away from our expenses is the $73.8 million of additional operating pressures. Next slide, please. We have talked about a lot of numbers, and I want to summarize for you what they all mean toward balancing our budget. We have $73.8 million in pressures in 2024. We are forecasting bringing in $24 million more in revenue next year. This leaves us with a $49.8 million gap. We are closing this gap by getting $11 million from the bus and O-train service adjustments, all of which will be reallocated to support the operating cost of the new O-train lines. $5 million in savings will come from reduced payments for O-train line 1 maintenance and $1.9 million from reduced payments for O-train lines 2 and 4 maintenance. $19.2 million will come from an administrative process review started earlier this year. This consists of matching our administrative work with the level of the service, matching our results to council's goal, reviewing our capacity to do more with less by being more efficient. As a result of this administrative process review, we have identified areas where savings can be made through a reduction of positions. My team and I worked very hard earlier in the year to put in place measures to ensure that the impact is minimized as much as possible. As a result, the majority of impacted positions are vacant, temporary, and filled by employees with positions elsewhere at OC Transpo, or they are short-term contracts. Still, a small number of individuals will be affected by this decision, and those announcements will be made early next year. Every effort will be made to provide as much notice and support to those individuals as possible. Finally, $12.7 million will be a one-time draw on the transit operating reserve. Next slide, please. This graphic shows how the changes in revenue and the savings offset the new expenses in order to balance the 2024 operating budget. On the left-hand side, you will see that all the new revenue and savings had up to $73.8 million. On the right-hand side, the corresponding cost increase had up to $73.8 million. Each side of this equation brings us to a balanced budget. Next slide, please. If we look historically, we can see that we continue to invest in our transit system. We are putting more money into transit and being more strategic in where we invest those tax dollars. The increases are responsible and invest in our 5-year roadmap goals to ensure that all of our expenditures are contributing to building a reliable transit system that meets our customers' travel needs, that is safe, and that is reliable. Now I will turn over to Pat to talk about our capital budget. Next slide, please.
Merci, Renee. The capital budget falls into 5 major categories, which we have more details of on the next page. $21.6 million in investment in stage 2 development and readiness. $11.3 million to support rail operations. $196 million to support bus and paratranspo operations, and most of that, as you'll see, is for bus replacement. $4.3 million for customer support and system support. And there is also $6.3 million in this budget, which would be for life cycle maintenance of assets, and that's administered by our colleagues in infrastructure and water. That adds up to $239.3 million of capital expenditures recommended for next year. The funding for that, 55.3 from the capital reserve and 184 million from other sources. If we go to the next page, you can see the breakdowns here of what adds up to the 233 million. That's all of the things that are administered by our department and not by our friends at Infrastructure and Water. So the first group, stage 2 development, you can see the largest numbers there are for stage 2 transition. That's the costs to bring people, largely the cost to bring people on staff and get them trained up before the trains start rolling. The second, the last one there, the largest of those three, is the detour hours for stage 2 construction. That's the bus detour costs that are required for the buses to go more slowly on city streets as the transitways are converted to O-train lines. In the next group for rail operations, you can see the largest number there is the contractual life cycle payment for O-train line 1, and you'll also see the new entry for the contractual life cycle payment for lines 2 and 4. When you go down to the third group, bus and paratranspo operations, you can see by far the largest number there is for purchasing new buses. These are buses that would be ordered during 2024 for delivery during 2025. We have other buses on order for delivery in 2024 that council approved in this year's, in the 2023 and I believe also the 2022 capital budgets. The next largest number under bus and paratransport operations is $10 million for bus refurbishment to keep the buses that are in our fleet working well and extend their life where required. And then down in customer and system support, these are in addition to capital approvals that came in previous years, which we're still working on and funding our programs. The largest one there is the life cycle replacement of operation support vehicles. So that's the cars and trucks that support OC Transpo operations. So that adds up to the $233 million in the capital budget. And I'll turn you back to René now.
Merci, Pat. Next slide, please. Perfect. As you can see, our budget supports the city's strategic priorities. By aligning it with our 5-year roadmap, we are advancing the term of council priorities to, first, build a city that is more connected with reliable, safe, and accessible mobility options. And second, invest in a city that is green and resilient. Next slide, please. I would like to say a few final words before we conclude. I'm proud of the work my team has done to focus on our investments on our 5-year roadmap, which will continue to build a strong foundation for our transit system. Even with all the challenges we have this year, we are building a system that will have 99.5% service reliability. With this budget, we are doing a lot. We are investing in our transit system. We are introducing the on-demand transit. We are making the needed service adjustments to meet the evolving needs of our customers. We are building a more sustainable fleet by implementing more battery electric buses. We are investing in improved real-time data for customers. We are improving our paratransport customer experience by investing in technology systems. Our 5-year roadmap has been built cautiously. We have a goal. We have a plan to achieve our strategic goals. We know what we're doing. We are more proactive than reactive. I'm very proud of my team. I'm also proud of this budget and how it will keep our city moving. It will respect our taxpayers' capacity. It will let us align with our mission to bring our customers a more reliable transit service. And it will bring Ottawa into the league of the best transit systems in the world. Nothing less will do. Next slide, please. I want to say now a personal and heartfelt thank you to Pat, Derek, Scott, as well as finance, Sean, Adeline, Isabel, Cyril. Last but not least, I would like to thank my entire department leadership team members for the work and dedication they have shown in putting our budget together. This year, I introduced a new way of building the budget. Everyone got on board. I saw a lot of open minds and a lot of capacity to think outside the box. We still have a lot of work to do, and we will not rest before we optimize every one of our processes to ensure that we save and use each penny to improve our service. This is my commitment to you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Renee. Thank you, Renee, and to your entire team for presenting the budget. We're going to go now to delegations. We have 4 delegations. First up is Rory Lewis, representing the Ottawa Transit Riders. And Rory's here in the room. Welcome, Rory.
Thank you. As the chair said, my name is Rory Lewis, and I'm on the board of Ottawa Transit Riders. And in my professional life, I'm a certified internal auditor, and I work in risk advisory consulting. Full, disclosure, I don't work for the firm that OC Transpo hired to do the bus route review. I will in fact talk to you for free. In advance of this meeting, it was made known to the public that cuts to bus routes were on the table, as well as fare increases. In September, a coalition of groups held a rally outside of City Hall, and we made it clear that as the representatives of people in this city who take public transit, that we don't accept these changes, and our demands remain today: affordability, frequency and reliability, accessibility, democracy, communication and accountability, like telling riders when there's bed bugs on the buses, and funding. And I can, if anyone has any questions, I can go into details about some ideas we have behind those demands. But as many have pointed out, previous delegates, that a lot of these things are, relatively in the grand scheme, quick fixes, things that just require political will in order to become reality. My colleagues and other delegates, they've gone into details about how we feel about the route cuts and the fare hikes, and I don't want to just repeat what they're saying. So what I'd like to take the time to do is to give this commission, council, as well as OC Transpo management, some questions to think about going forward, and as well to take back to council. The main one, which I'm sure is something that a lot of people in my position and other people in other positions have thought, is why can't good things happen to transit riders? Why is public transit always becoming less affordable? Why does service always seem to be getting worse? What do riders have to do at this point to adequately communicate the issues we're facing to the people who make the decisions? What more can we do apart from contacting counselors and the mayor, setting up educationals for counselors, the mayor, and OC Transpo managers, inviting counselors, the mayor, OC Transpo managers, and political candidates to take the transit challenge, inviting counselors, the mayor, and OC Transpo managers to take a ride on Paratranspo, inviting counselors, the mayor, and OC Transpo managers to neighborhood-specific transit forums, starting petitions that get thousands of signatures, holding rallies in front of City Hall, marching through City Hall, taking time out of our day to speak with the media on these issues and taking time out of our day to come to city council meetings and transit commission meetings. Excuse me. Why should riders have to be understanding about decisions that they've had no say in that negatively affect their lives? Why should riders simply use nearby routes that are, in some cases 1 kilometer away? When was the last time you walked an extra kilometer to get somewhere? I bet you didn't like that. How long do we have to wait from some hypothetically better system? What are people supposed to do in the meantime? Are we expected to just absorb the loss of hours of our lives? How can on-demand service with spare paratranspo minibuses be offered for users of conventional transit while para users have been asking for years for on-demand service? What makes them less worthy? Why do paratranspo users have to accept an undignified service? Why do they have to accept being treated as second-class citizens, as some people have said? Since the Citizen Transit Commissioner position was eliminated, why hasn't some sort of citizen advisory panel been convened to coach the city council on transit issues? Why do transit riders have to find out through CBC that they have to check their homes for bed bugs if they've taken OC Transpo recently? Why does the city of Ottawa need a consulting firm to tell them how to run its public transportation system when transit riders have been giving free advice for years? What was the point of the city council declaring a climate emergency and and acknowledging good public transit is vital to reducing greenhouse gas emissions if measures aren't going to be taken to get more people on buses and out of cars? What was the point of developing the climate change master plan? Has the Transit Commission considered the goal of reducing emissions from city operations 30% by 2025 in its thinking? Or will it going forward? Has the Council and Transit Commission considered in its thinking that the city is off track on 5 of 8 of its climate change master plan priorities, as well as all 5 of its transportation related priority projects? What will it take for the City Council and Transit Commission to make a public transportation system that is worthy of the people who rely on it? And I know I ran out of time, so
1 sentence to wrap it up, Rory.
Well, I want to tell this commission and council and OC Transpo to do the right thing, prioritize the needs of transit riders, because nothing less will do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. Just looking if there's any questions, and Councilor Menard has a question.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for being here, Rory, and I can understand your frustration. It's palpable in the room. I do want to ask you about the process for the budget and corresponding route review, which relates to it.
Mm-hmm.
What would be a better process, I guess, than what we've seen today? We've got obviously recommendations, the receipt of a report. What would you suggest happens from here to Q2 of next year to bring riders in who have suggestions, use the service daily? How would that look in your eyes compared to what we're currently planning?
I think the simple answer would be to come to riders, involve them in the process. I know that there was, I guess, doubts or criticisms of the role of the Citizen Transit Commissioner previously and how effective it was, what was like the scope and this and that, and there hasn't been anything to replace it. And I know what me and my colleagues would like to see is some sort of body that has a say, that has teeth, that can provide the experience from people on the ground who take paratranspo, who take the O-train and take conventional transpo.
Did the organization you're representing get consulted on with regard to the report that was in front of us today and some of the changes that were suggested? I thought that was supposed to happen. Did it?
Not that I'm aware of, but if it did happen, I will kind of withdraw that comment, but I don't think so.
Okay. I'll follow up with staff on it. I know, I used to be on the Pedestrian and Transit Advisory Committee for the City of Ottawa 10 years ago before it was disbanded. And there's a lot of good out there, good work done by transit riders and others. And so just appreciate your advocacy. It's free advocacy. It matters a lot. So thanks to keep pushing. This city can be frustrating on some of the big decisions that are taken here. And I just appreciate you coming out continuously and advocating, because it's not easy to do that when you're not seeing the change you want to see. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Okay, thanks again, Rory, for delegating today. Our next speaker is Alex Cullen, and I believe Alex is online. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Hi, Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Alex Cullen. I'm representing the Federation of Citizens Associations. I think you're all familiar that we represent 70 community groups across the city. And we have particular concerns with respect to the OC Transpo budget, in particular, the measures that we think will reduce ridership. We know ridership is very vulnerable at the moment. We believe the proposed fare increase will reduce ridership. We believe that the service cuts that are being proposed in this budget will reduce ridership. And therefore, to maintain ridership, it means making an investment from the transit levy. Let me just underline why we are so concerned about ridership. You all know that in 2011, ridership on the OC Transpo peaked at 103.5 million rides and has descended since. It has gone down to about 100 million in 2019 pre-pandemic. And of course, now we're struggling to recover from the pandemic. So here we are at 70 million or thereabouts. And the expectation is, you saw in your long range plan, that you would reach 100 million back in 2030. So any measure that you look at now that would raise fares or cut service would make that road that much steeper to climb. And just to talk on fares, every year up to last year's fare freeze, fares increased in Ottawa faster than the rate of inflation. Back in 2011, a monthly adult pass was around $93. You're proposing $128 now. That is a almost a 35% increase. So you will know that that means that will have an impact on ridership. On service, the staff are suggesting reallocating service, but in essence, is going to affect bus service. And the complaint we get from our members is very loud and clear. Bus service has been deteriorating. They want to see the investment being made to at least maintain service. So we don't have a problem with reorganizing, optimizing, what have you. But when you're reducing service hours, you are reducing bus service to the population. You're putting into LRT, fine. But if most people access the bus system, the public transit system, through the buses. So that's about $11 million. So you're looking at maybe a total of $15 million to make up here from the transit levy. That is approximately a 10% increase in the transit levy. So it is straightforward before you here. If the city is that committed to promoting transit, and you just walked us through an official plan process that made that front and center, you're walking us through a transportation master plan process that making that front and center, that we need to expand active transportation, we need to expand public transit because it's cheaper for the taxpayer and it's better for the environment. Well, if you're going to do that, then you're going to have to make the choices to support transit ridership. And raising fares, you're going to lose ridership on that. Cutting bus service, you're going to lose ridership on that. There's only one other place to go. And here we are, on behalf of the Federation of Citizens Associations, we're taxpayers saying the best advantage to do is to take it from the transit levy because you don't lose riders. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alex. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thanks, and thanks very much, Alex. What are the implications? Ridership for the sake of ridership is not particularly compelling. What are the implications of losing ridership or not growing ridership at the rate that it should grow?
I think every councillor should think very carefully about this because if you lose ridership, people still need to get to work, people still need to shop, people still do things, and they will use their car. And that means more cars on our streets, more pressure for that very expensive taxpayer subsidy, not only to maintain, that's the snow clearing and what have you, but to expand, to widen, to build new roads. And not even talking about the climatic impact from greenhouse gas emissions. So the pressure on the city by having to accommodate more vehicles on our roads as the city grows, we've grown from 950,000 in 2011 to now over 1,070,000 in 2013. Our employment has gone up double that rate. People need to get somewhere. So if the alternative is cars, then the quality of life in our neighborhoods deteriorates. The better investment, which the city has been saying for decades, decades, even before I came on council, that's a long time ago, has been saying for decades that the better public investment is on active transportation, public transit, cheaper for the taxpayer, and better for the environment. Well, you can't do that if you keep on taking measures that reduce ridership. And you peaked in 2011, and you're not going to get back there if you use the current policies till 2030. And meantime, the city is continuing to grow. The number of households continues to grow. The number of cars continues to grow. If we want to protect our lifestyle, we have to make this investment. Thank you for the
Thank you,
question.
Alex. What I'm hearing is there will be less of the resources that people want, like parking. There will be more choked streets, poorer air quality, blown climate targets. I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for your delegation today. Next delegation, Elaine McGregor. Welcome back, Elaine.
Oh, thank you for hearing me again. I do appreciate that. I hadn't heard Alex's comments before this, but I quite agree with them. But I want to add a few more things to it. As you have heard before, the city's long-term goals are to improve transit, are to increase the modal share of transit. This won't do it. The city's long-term goals are to reduce our emissions. This will not do it. Our roads are way over congested already. I mean, anybody who rides their bike, drives their car, even sits in their household and looks out in the window, we know that our roads are over congested, and it's just not improving it. We also know that these service cuts will inevitably reduce ridership. I thought it was interesting that Alex mentioned that 2011 was the peak of the ridership. Well, we had a major service cut in 2011 that people are still pissed off about. And, ridership has gone down ever since then. And I don't see any reason why this particular service cut will not reduce ridership further. Also, we're downloading costs. There's been a lot of studies over the years that say time is money. Though they're always talking about time where a person, say, caught in a traffic jam is, that's time is money. We have to widen roads. Well, it's also time is money for a transit user. And so what you're doing when you make it more difficult, when you require someone to walk further or make 3 transfers or, take a route that has become much more circuitous, you're downloading cost to that person. And is that really fair to people? So I found that in general, the whole process for the review, which is feeding into this particular budget, was too hurried, and it didn't reflect what I heard in the 2 consultation sessions that I attended in May. I would strongly recommend that you add back the $11 million that are supposedly going to come from this quote optimization unquote, and that you actually say that okay, we value our riders and that we will actually not cut back the service hours. I think it's really important to say that we are not going to make it more and more unclear and insecure to be a transit rider in Ottawa. Thank you.
Elaine, thank you very much. I'm looking around to see if there are any questions for you, and I don't see any. Thank you very much for another great presentation today. Patrick Shepard is joining us next.
Hello? You guys can hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you very much. Welcome, and you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee.
Okay. So in terms of budget, you can't be increasing fares, reducing service, cutting service, especially with the population increasing, because the population is expected to double in Canada, what they're saying in the next 20, 25 years. And it takes a lot of time and money to start planning ahead. You need to plan before all of this happens, or you're going to be in a big hole. If you look back, Ottawa OC Transpo used to be, if you look at it in the 80s and 90s, it was well respected and looked upon by other transit agencies in North America. Now it seems like we're almost like the laughing stock of what's happening. If you look around across North America, a lot of cities are investing in their their transit networks. Ottawa, it seems to be after light rail and the fiasco that like nothing really wants to happen now. Not really letting the system fall into despair. The city needs to look at going after other levels of government for more funding and even maybe alternative funding models. Yeah, that's it. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for you. I'm seeing none. Thank you, Patrick, for joining us on this item. So that concludes our delegations on the budget item. We'll now move to any questions for staff from committee members or councillors. Who wants to lead it off? Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair Gower. In this budget document, the ticket revenue was over $12 million lower than expected in 2023. What caused that reduction, and what lessons did you learn from the 2023 forecasting that you were able to incorporate into the budget to ensure that 2024's budget revenue forecasting is more accurate?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The reduced revenue in 2024 comes in two categories. One is the fewer number of people that are traveling on transit than were before the pandemic, and that adds up to about 23 million, as I recall. The second is that of the proportion of the customers who are traveling, a greater proportion than previously are traveling at discounted fares. That's because most of the people who are no longer traveling on OC Transpo were adult full fare users traveling to offices downtown. We're still carrying, and we're carrying more students than we were before. We're still carrying a lot of people who travel on discounted fares. So the second of those two numbers that was shown in the presentation is the revenue that we have lost because of the makeup of our customer base. So the councillor asked, how do we build that into future years' forecasts? This is the forecast. This is the one-time correction in this year's budget that gets built in the base, and we go forward from this point.
Thank you very much. And you alluded to the loss of the base of the adult fares as a result of changing work habits, less people going downtown, et cetera. I know a few months ago we talked about the options of trying to incentivize them to come back through a hybrid pass option. And I do remember that when we concluded that conversation, we talked about that balance between price point and reliability. And what I was left with was that reliability is the most important piece to that, and that's what we need to focus on. Is that a fair understanding of where we left that conversation?
I would say, reliability is fundamental. The generally understood motivations to use transit are about travel time. When travel time is shorter, made up of each component of the trip, including reliability, reducing people's real and perceived travel time is the number one driver of whether people will choose transit.
No, thank you. And so just in summary then, I just want to understand from your perspective, OC Transpo's perspective, the model that we're moving to with this budget and through the bus route optimization, bus route review, is that we're going to see, generally speaking, transit riders getting increased frequency, increased opportunities, although that's going to come at the cost of potentially some increased transfers.
Mr. Chair, the overall, there will be more people with more frequent service throughout the day. Overall, there will be more people who will be able to take advantage of the speed and capacity of line 2 and line 4. But individually, people will be affected in different ways, and no one person makes up the composite of the entire city average. So there are people who, some like who spoke earlier, who will have a longer walk to the nearest bus stop. There are some people who will have an additional transfer. There are other people who will have faster ride, and other people who will have a shorter wait because of more frequent service. Put all together, we are confident that the bus route network that we showed earlier meets the policy direction of council to ensure good mobility to all parts of the urban area.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just a few questions about the operating budget and the delta between this year's operating budget and what we're proposing for next year. So we're seeing that there's going to be potential reductions in bus service overall in terms of the number of hours of service for next year, starting when the Line 2 launches. But we're seeing an increase in the operational budget overall. So where is that increase going to specifically? Why are we seeing that increase go up there, and what is it being allocated to? Is it just the Line 2 becoming operational and the operational costs going there, or is there more to it than that in terms of service?
Thank you for the question, Chair. There is a lot of things for sure. I think first, the lack of ridership that we have to deal with that. And as I said, it's 23.9 million less that we'll have because of that. We'll open the O train that will bring an increase of our operational budget as well. And the fare reduction that Pat just explained. And we need to contribute to the debt servicing. So if you go to the slide, I don't have the page here, but I think it was, maybe we can, Eric, put it back, the presentation. If you can show the belt. Page 8, please. Here we go. So this slide shows on the right-hand side our expenditures. So those costs are higher than last year. So that's why we have this increase on our operational budget.
Yeah, thank you for that. So of that increase in operations, it's a lot of it because of the reduction in ridership due to COVID-19 that you're comparing to year before. So is there like, I just, in terms of the reduction in ridership due to COVID-19, that's a continuing figure from last year, year before, year previous, but the delta between the two isn't 23.9 million from this year to last year, 23.9 million from when the start of the pandemic. Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around a little bit more, because what we're seeing is, you're saying the operation budget is increasing to cover off the extra expenditures that we're having here. We're dipping into our reserves as well to cover off some of those extra expenditures. We've got LRT that's gone up in cost to maintain. Huge problem with P3s is the extra maintenance cost that comes with them. So just to say, even though our operations budget is increasing overall, our service outside of Line 2 launching is less hours, fewer hours on the bus side of things, right? So even though we have a higher operations budget, it's mostly because of cost increases. It's not like we're getting all this extra service that comes with the operations budget.
Chair, this is correct. However, I want to bring here, and this is why we show here what is the impact of the ridership. And I think Pat just said that as well. So this year, for next year, that will become our base. We won't talk about 2019 anymore, because there is no sense here, because we thought last year it was the last year, and this year is the last year. So when we will present the 2025 budget, we will our base will be the 2024 budget. So definitely, because we forecast 25 less than 2019, it's normal that we represent our service based on what we forecast. So that's why when you say that we cut 74,000 hours, it's true, but it's not true because, as I said, we are integrated all of the system as a whole. It's not, we don't want to take them separately. And we consider that our ridership will be less by 25% if we compare with 2019, where those decisions have been taken.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful explanation. It's hard though, because the operations budget going up so much, but yet we don't have as much service hours on the bus route, right? It's just difficult for people to see and take it, I guess, because costs are going up, but we're not seeing increased service as a result. The O train was shut down for a period of time this past summer. In the past, when that has happened, we haven't paid RTG or RTM during that time. And so I assume those payments were not made during this time as well. And usually those are we've previously allocated that funding for things like a fare freeze or service increases to residents who would have taken the train otherwise or the bus otherwise. So in this case, how much did we reduce from those payments, and is it available to do innovative things like increase service or reduce fares?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So I think it was during last TC, I said that we won't pay RTG for July because we knew that July and August were affected. So for July and now for August neither, I will not pay them. And we used a portion of this amount to give the errand service, to provide red vest people to assist our customers. And I'm still offering the shuttle on the east. This is possible with that money. So we're not finished with the discussion that we need to have with RTG. But it's hard for me today to tell you how much I have on my pocket from July and August. But definitely we will have some savings there, and we will take in consideration on the reserve. So that's why to buckle our budget for next year, we will need to use our reserve.
Okay, that's helpful. And was there a global figure at the last TC that we had, or we don't know that total amount yet? I'm trying to remember, Chair. We got that figure last TC meeting.
On reserves or
on the reduction in payments to RTM? Did we get a total figure for the reduction in payments to RTM that we had to work with? I understand the Red Vest and the East Line, but was there a total figure that was provided?
No, there was not a total figure provided at the last TC. As those you have confirmed now that there was no payments made for July and August, and there'll be still some discussions on future payments with regards to the ongoing mitigations.
Okay, so that's about $8 to $10 million then in terms of the payment, 8 to 10 million.
Correct. That is correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for that. That's helpful. Just on the route review and the savings potential that you've booked that into this budget already, the potential savings from the route review. Okay. On the route review, was there actual consultation with those big transit groups like Transit Riders, Ottawa, those folks? Did you do that type of work before presenting this, or are you assuming that work's to come as part of the release?
Mr. Chair, we communicated with a number of groups, including Ottawa Transit Riders and others, when we did that consultation back in the early part of the summer.
Okay. And do you have any last question for me, Chair, on this? Just is there an ability to bring them in to have more, I guess, direct conversation in person or what otherwise about their suggestions to the routes. There's a lot of, free good advice there that we heard from delegates as well. Is there a potential to do that outside of a strict kind of consultation process where that free exchange of ideas may not necessarily occur? Is there a possibility to do that?
Mr. Chair, we do, I would say a lot, but we do all of our work based on the comments that we get back from customers. That those comments come to us in a number of ways. Many of them come through you in your offices. Some come through organized groups. Some come directly from customers, and they make up just a large fraction of the input we use to do all of our planning decisions.
Okay, a lot of good groups engaged, Chair. It'd be great to get a direction to have that kind of engagement with those already formed groups that have a lot of say. So I don't know if staff can take that direction as part of the consultation process to bring those groups in specifically to speak with them directly. Just because I'd hate to lose that type of free interaction. So are you able to take that direction to work with those groups that present to us regularly on issues like route review?
Mr. Chair, I'd suggest that there's an interaction here with the proposed transit advisory committee, transit advisory group. And I think until that's formalized, it wouldn't be the right time to decide whether one has priority over the other.
When is that supposed to form? We know when the transit advisory group is supposed to take shape. Sorry, Chair, I didn't mean to go off here. Is there a timeline for that?
Is clerks able to say when that is expected to come back to council, to commission for decision?
So, Mr. Chair, I think perhaps one of your colleagues in transit might have a follow-up. That body has been established by council. My understanding is that there's a recruitment either underway or pending to appoint the members to that body.
Okay, ideal if that can happen before this comes back, I think in Q2 2024 or whenever it's supposed to come back for decision, I guess. Chair, I do have a motion to freeze transit fares. Did you want me to put that out now, or do you want me to wait till questions and I can do it after and chat?
Why do you wait till after? We'll get through questions.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Who's next? Councillor Lowe is next.
Thank you, Chair. So with the so I mentioned earlier today that over the weekend there was a CUDA conference and a lot of news has been flowing from the federal government to CUDA, mostly about the Permanent Transit Fund. And some of I believe they're releasing 3 streams of funding. I don't remember what the categories are, to be honest. It's 2 streams of 500 million and 1 stream that's 2 billion. So it's $3 billion starting in 2026. They are, I think, open to possibly they're open to the idea of intaking early, doing early intake and process to allow transit agencies to start planning around it. Are you aware, are you aware of any of that, or has anyone reached out about it at all? Or have we reached out to them at all?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, actually, Infrastructure Canada has reached out to us and we have had ongoing conversations with them about it. And they are very keen on continuing that conversation to make sure that they structure it in a way that's meaningful to us. Because we're looking for both operating and capital funding. We're hoping to have a lot more flexibility this time around.
Excellent. One of my other questions is, this is more of a hypothetical and you can choose to entertain me or not. But there are some cities like, first one that comes to mind is Calgary and Edmonton. Their customer service call center is lumped in with their 311. And I'm not suggesting do one thing or another, but has that ever been considered with our call center in terms of potential savings that may bring about?
Mr. Chair, yes, we've looked at that in the past, and we found that because of the more specialized detailed type of calls that are accepted by 311 versus the transit specific questions that are asked at the OC Transpo call center, at that time the conclusion was that we could provide better service at a lower cost by keeping the 2 separate. However, we do pool a lot of knowledge and a lot of back of house systems.
Okay, no, that's fair. It was just like I said, just to humor myself. And then the last question, I noticed that the cost of I'm noting the main cost of e-buses over the next few years. I stated at length my reservations about electric buses last year, and I won't do that again. But have we looked at other agencies that are using technology alternative to e-buses that produce results like savings and reduction in a carbon footprint, et cetera?
Thank you, Chair. My colleagues at UITP are doing some research about the hydrogen buses, but it's not ready now. I know that there are some pilots, but most of the transits are working with the e-buses, and we will continue to follow with my colleagues around the world to make sure that if the hydrogen is ready, so we can bring it here. And I think for long routes, that will be very helpful. So this is something that we are open, but for now, we will continue to work on the e-buses.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Two quick questions. The first is, I thought when I was reading the budget documentation that money, I think it was 4.25 million, that was originally forecasted, that wasn't originally forecasted in growth overall, was redirected to transit services. Did I read that correctly? And is that included in the budget amounts?
Chair, yes, that is correct. The original directions report was approved with 1.5% assessment growth. We later got confirmation that that could be increased to 1.7% about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So the decision was made to put that forward to transit services.
So is that amount included in the presentation today? Okay, I just missed it there. Secondly, has there ever been any look done at sliding scale Equipass instead of the current Equipass? Many municipalities have adopted a sliding scale pass. Has there ever been any economic analysis or social analysis on what impact that would have?
Mr. Chair, we did a lot of research at the time, proposed a number of options, and what we have now is what council chose.
Okay, what that was done obviously before I was elected?
Oh, yeah, that was
okay.
Probably 3-4 years before that.
Okay, that's
I
something I
don't remember
could
the
follow
year.
up on maybe. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Maybe 2017. We're just guessing right now.
Okay.
So we've looked at it. What we have is what council decided upon.
Okay, so if I could ask for a copy of that or something, yes. Okay, thanks. I thought I might have missed something because we are into hour 7, but appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to staff for their presentation. Can I just be reminded our ridership numbers as of now, post-COVID, what is that number? Are we like 65% coming out of what's our number?
Chair, September was sitting at 73%, and we should have October in the coming week.
For the budget in 2024, what number are you averaging for the budget for ridership?
75%, Chair.
75, okay. And talk to me about how we are investing money to attract new people. Earlier today, we talked about your 3-point plan to bring stability to the system. That, of course, is one strong way to bring new riders. But is there anything embedded in the budget that, in addition to everything else we've talked about today, you're specifically putting aside to target people who don't take public transit at all, or who should be taking public transit more frequently?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The takeaway here is the reliability of the system will retain our customers and will bring more customers. we must be able to deliver 99.5% to make sure that people can rely on our transit. And this budget is built with the action plan, with the route review, with the recruitment, with the maintenance action plan as well. All of those things are focused on 99.5%. And for sure, my hope is people will come, and we know that our ridership is based now at 75%. So this is our year zero. So we will see next year and the year after where we can be and what we can do to continue to improve the service. But at least, can we deliver what we promise? This is very important. And then we can build on other things.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I have been talking about the need to focus on reliability for quite some time. I anticipate, however, as I continue to have conversations with my residents, the question of, well, where does the budget illustrate an investment in reliability for buses, for paratransport in particular? And yes, I can cite the plan again that we talked about this morning, and that will yield greater stability overall. But we certainly have no shortage of examples that our residents provide us about their morning commute, their daily commutes, and the challenge with reliability. So I just want to underscore with that again with you and for the commission, because that's such a top priority for my residents. I want to follow up on something online about another question, but if I could just yield the floor now to Councillor Cavan, I may come back.
Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm sure a lot of the questions have been asked, but something that was said earlier about discounted fares, that the ridership is going up, but it's more in the discounted fare categories. Is that correct? I just wanted to understand that.
Mr. Chair, the group of customers who travel with discounted fares is now making up a higher proportion of the total ridership than it did before the pandemic.
Okay. And when you say discounted, are you talking about the U-Pass or Equipass or Community Pass or all together?
All together, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. One thing that concerns me is that that because that means less revenue, perhaps they're not as strong a target that we're trying to get back those full fares, which are going to be tougher to get. But as Councillor Brockington was mentioning, what are we doing to entice people to get passes? And I want to know if we're working on getting more discounted fares. I'd hope to see more of them. Do we have stats, like, for example, on the eligibility of Equipass and community passes, and how many actually are using it compared to who are eligible? We must have some statistics from our social services on who's, for example, on ODSP and who's on Ontario Works or low income. So are we doing anything to encourage those people who probably are finding it even tougher to get around than anyone else?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do have those numbers, and some of those were sent in a recent email or memo about 2 weeks ago that I don't have a copy of right here. But in response to the councillor's point of encouraging people to take advantage of the discounts that are available, yes, we're working on that in a number of ways with our colleagues in community and social services, and with our counterparts at Ottawa Community Housing to get more of the word out about the Equipass for people with a low income. We're also working with community and social services to find ways to make the application process easier, and where we can give extra help to people who are eligible to choose transit if they would like to.
Thank you. And I hope to see those numbers go up even more. In terms of doing the budget, sometimes I feel like we're in silos. I mean, sometimes necessarily because, you know, you have the column for transit, you have the column for roads, you have the column for sidewalks or whatever else. But we don't, you know, do we cross-reference at all? Because obviously, if there's more ridership and we invest more in transit, then we're reducing costs in other areas. For example, do we look at how many parking spaces, city parking spaces, et cetera, if areas are filling up with parking because they've given up on transit? Have we looked at things like that to see that that's, you know, these are people that switched from taking the bus to driving? Is that something that gets looked at?
Mr. Chair, yes, this is something that gets looked at in a bigger way in the regular origin destination survey that is carried out regularly. I said regular twice in one sentence. I'm sorry. You know, understanding how people are making their travel choices is an important part of bringing the recommendations to council on all aspects of the city's transportation system.
Was that information used when looking at the route changes?
Mr. Chair, yes, we had a huge number of data sources that we used to provide information into how we modeled and planned the potential route changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been suggested before that for climate change, we need some sort of umbrella person to look at these things so we see these cross references, and I hope we do more of that, because I'm concerned that we're not getting the full picture. My last question is about connectivity, and when we're having people walk longer, and I just saw a rant back and forth on Facebook in my ward about having to walk further due to construction of the stage 2, ironically, because the bus route change. But that means that we better have better facilities for that connectivity, better sidewalks, pathways, etc. And are we looking at this as well? Because when we're telling people they have to walk more than a kilometer, they're, you know, are we looking at where they have to walk and the conditions? And that's been particularly problematic, like I said, because of the huge amount of construction going on in my ward.
Mr. Chair, yes, we do look at that for construction projects. We look at how to provide good alternatives while the normal path is unavailable. And in planning the route network, we're always looking at making sure that we're modeling the real walking distance from where people live to where they would catch the bus, and not a theoretical as the crow flies sort of line.
Okay, well, I'd like to bring some examples back, either to you or stage 2, because there's certainly a lot going on right now. So, and connectivity, it's kind of been my mantra to talk about making sure that it's as easy as possible, and for seniors and accessibility, persons that need any mobile devices. So I hope that we'll continue to look at that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Brockington and then Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. So the question that I wanted to circle back on was fuel savings. I apologize if this was raised in my absence, but the budget does have a positive number, meaning we're looking at a fuel savings in 2024 compared to 2023. Can staff just elaborate how that was done?
Through the chair, yes. So we do have edge contracts for our diesel. So our pricing right now is below what we had forecast or budget for in 2023. So it's a reduced rate that we're seeing as savings. You'll see that on when I tabled the budget last week, you saw that as well. We're seeing that on the other diesel side across the city.
So is that estimate for fuel at least confirmed for 2024?
There's a little bit of risk there because we hedge we don't hedge 100% of our contracts at the same time. We kind of do like a 75%, 50% certain portion. So there's a minimal risk there that, is normal risk that we take on our edge contracts.
Fair enough, thank you. And my other question is just regarding the I don't know what to call them, but the protective shields that protect the operators, operators from the public. Have those all been installed on all buses, in all buses?
Chair, the answer is yes. However, the Enviro, they are very, very old buses. They don't have those shields because those barriers, because we will retire them. So that's why we don't have them. It's the only reason.
But all new purchases, it automatically comes with that built in as part of the specs.
Absolutely, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr.
I think so. I just wanted to circle back to my last question on the sliding scale inquiry, and you mentioned it was done in 2017. Given that the data now, post-pandemic, we're hearing that a lot of the fare take-ups are in the lower cost free categories. Would it be possible to give direction to staff to look at that again? I recognize you might not be able to do it in time for the 2024 budget, but I don't want to make too much work, but if looking at increasing ridership and the potential for that sliding scale, is that possible?
Mr. Chair, it is possible. There's two cautions I would give. One is that there's the potential that by devoting staff time to that assignment, we would not be able to carry out some other assignments that are in the 5-year roadmap. The second is that if the sliding scale were meant to be self-funding, that some people would get a greater discount than other people would get a smaller discount, so the total discount remained the same. If it, by contrast, were intended to increase the subsidy given by giving it, given it in greater degree to the people with lower incomes, then that would be a budget change if it were to be, it would be a funding change if it were to be part of this year's budget.
Can I suggest, Councillor Carr, take it offline, chat a bit more with staff, put some more definition around it, and maybe a direction or motion at the next commission meeting, depending on what you come up with?
That's exactly what I was going to say. Thank you very much.
Super.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just based on a lot of the conversation today, it sounds like a lot of the things we put in over several years has led to people making use of public transit, but there's always a cost. Nothing is free. We all know that. I'm looking at my tax bill. It goes citywide is the biggest chunk, and then transit's the second largest at 800. So someone has to pay at the end of the day. But I do think some of our investments were good, and specifically around seniors. We still have obviously the 2 days of free riding for seniors. Do we know what the tax impact is? I'm not looking to remove that. I think seniors are very important, and we want to see them riding around on Wednesdays and Sundays. So I'm just wondering, what's the ballpark do you think we've lost? Because it's not free. There is a cost to having seniors ride those 2 days.
Mr. Chair, we do not have that number at hand. I believe we've provided it in the past, and we could find our past calculation and scale it today, and perhaps send it in an email to the councillor and to you.
Okay, and then we also have ODSP, which is a separate envelope. I won't ask you for the costing on that. We also have, when it comes to youth, which Councillor Brockington brought forward. I forget the age, Councillor Brockington. I think it's 15 or lower. Obviously, there's a cost to that as well, to the taxpayer. It's not free, but it's a good investment. So I think this council is making good decisions. If I could ask for some kind of bundle of how much we have actually done as a council to subsidize prior to this going to full council, I'd appreciate that because I think we'd like to highlight and talk about free, but nothing is free. And I think we want to make sure the most vulnerable populations, the people that need it the most, receive. And it's not a carte blanche free, because that's not going to do anything. People want reliable service. We've heard that time and again, and making it free will not bring reliability. It's only going to be able to help out the people that are suffering now because they have no other options. So anyway, that's all I had to offer, Mr. Chair. And if I can get that information before council, I'd truly appreciate that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I know there's been a lot of attention on fares. We are intending to freeze the community pass and the Equipass. Is that correct in this budget? There's no increase there. And the displaced persons and refugees pass and emergency shelter pass remain at zero, like no cost whatsoever.
This is correct, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And seniors are still, a monthly pass is a 62% discount over a regular adult fare. Kids 12 and under are free. Youth have a 23% discount. We have a lot of discounted fare properties in the budget. Just on numbers, I want to make sure I have my math right. So the proposed operating budget, $767.8 million. That's a 4.9% increase over the 2023 forecast.
Chair, that is correct.
Okay. I'm a little bit concerned about sustainability, and we are proposing 12.7 million coming from operating reserves. What will that leave us in the operating reserves at year end 2024?
Mr. Chair, at the end of 2024, we're projected to be around 4 million in our transit operating reserve and about 6 million in our transit capital reserve.
Is that a healthy level for us to be at a year end?
Unlike some of the other reserves, the minimum max balance doesn't really apply to transit. It's kind of driven by the LRFP affordability model. So it's hard to say whether that's a good level or a bad level. It's certainly not a lot left in there.
And going back to 2023, so was it February when we had our budget meetings? Were we planning to draw from reserves as part of the 2023, the original budget?
Mr. Chair, no. So in the 2023 budget, that's where that $39 million placeholder was in place from the provincial government.
So we still have that overrun, just that we are planning this year to take it from reserves rather than counting on Safe Restart money as a funding source.
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's likely not something that we can continue doing. I guess I'm on the fence as to whether this is an extraordinary time for transit, ridership is down or ridership is still recovering. So it could be a good use of reserves. I am concerned about that high amount that we're taking from reserves, and if there might be another funding source there. The other thing I want to mention before we wrap, there's been a lot of talk today about the 3% in bus services hours. I just want to caution people that that's only one dimension of how you can measure bus service or train and bus service. You have to look at them together. Other dimensions would be things like geography, the service area, whether or not those buses are on arterial roads or quiet neighborhood streets. Also bus capacity or train capacity. I mean, you could look at that 3% and paint a picture that that's a cut back to transit, but I think it's way more complicated than that. And I think you do have to, as Renee has been reminding us throughout the day, have to look more broadly towards the network and the entire plan for transit to understand how service may be changing in the coming years. I'm not seeing any more questions, but I know Councilor Menard, you had something you wanted to raise around a motion that's likely to go to council.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll just read it in and then we can refer to council if you'd like, which is fine with me. Though I think the discussion obviously for these things should happen at Transit Commission, but I'll read it in. Whereas a fare freeze would generate approximately 300,000 resident trips on average in 2024 and create new long-term ridership. And whereas creating long-term ridership has positive impacts for the service and will reduce traffic congestion, saving the city operational funds. And whereas OC Transpo ridership levels have been stagnant or in decline for several years outside of COVID-19 lockdowns, and whereas OC Transpo is proposing a reduction in bus service hours, And whereas LRT continues to operate at reduced capacity, and whereas Ottawa Transit riders should not continue to face fare hikes in the context of reduced and inadequate transit service, therefore be it resolved that Transit Commission recommends Council freeze transit fares in the 2024 budget through a 1% increase to the transit levy. I understand budget directions don't allow us to have this debate or discussion about these types of motions here. I think we need to change budget directions eventually so we can have these discussions here, because where else would you want to have these discussions? But at Transit Commission on these topics, which are directly transit related. So hopefully midterm governance, we can change those silly budget direction rules. But in the meantime, I'm happy to put this on the floor, Chair, and have it referred to council if you'd like.
Okay, you're right. That's what our governance report says. We cannot make that decision as Transit Commission. So we would have to refer it to City Council for a decision. Yeah. So on referral, is that carried? Oh, you did. Pardon me. I'll, okay, Councillor Leeper, then Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I snuck in there. So I would also like to have that discussion today, and I'll certainly support Councilor Menard's motion when that comes before council. I just wanted to point out, I asked a question around the shift from the fare to the levy early in, or at some point this summer anyways. And the amount is estimated to be approximately $3.8 million. The transit tax increase would need to go from 2.5 to 3.5%. So the 1% that Councilor Menard is speaking to. This would add an additional $8 annually to the average urban residential property owner. $8 a year in order to achieve a fare freeze on the urban property owner. Most folks will never even see that in the context of their tax increases. So I'm looking forward, assuming referral passes, and again, a number of us around this table vote year after year against the budget directions, and one of these days we'll succeed. But I'm looking forward to supporting Councilor Menard when this comes before council at budget time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Hi, I think Councillor Leeper got my question. It's 3.8 million that would be required. Okay, that's good. I'm good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Tierney.
Yeah, obviously, we're not going to deal with this here, but again, when you come to averages like $8, okay, so instead of me paying $800 a year, it's going to be $808. Like, I mean, this is where it gets into the minutia of things. I know it sounds like a cup of coffee here, a cup of coffee there, but we're all stressed and pressed. And I think we have to look at other orders of government to be able to assist us and not be dependent solely on a tax levy or a tax base. But I will support referral so we could deal with this at the appropriate group. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
So Mayor, just, sorry, not Mayor, Chair. Promotion, just officially then I'll move referral that this matter be moved to the is it committee of the whole or council meeting?
Council
Meeting on December the 6th. Thank you.
All right, on referral.
Carried.
All right, I believe it's carried. Okay, are there any other motions or questions on the budget to be raised today? If not, Councillor Brockington has the roadmap motion for the budget, so I'll let you read that in.
Thank you, Chair. I do. So particularly for our new colleagues, this is a normal motion that we put up. So be it resolved that the Transit Commission recommend that council sitting as committee of the whole approve the Transit Commission 2024 draft operating and capital budgets as follows. 1, transit services as follows. A, user fees pages 7 and 8, and 1B, operating resource requirement page 6. And item 2, Transit Commission capital budget, page 9, individual projects listed on pages 16 through 36.
Can we do yeas and nays, or we can do it on consent?
Carried.
Is it carried?
Carried.
Yeah, I'll just dissent.
Councillor Leeper's called yeas and nays. Eric?
Press needs to record this. This is democracy.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
Yes.
Counselor Leeper,
No.
Counselor Brockington,
Yes.
Counselor Menard,
No.
Counselor Carr,
Yes.
Counselor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Curry,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
7 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Eric. Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and for answering our questions. There are no in-camera items. Are there any notices of motion today? Seeing none, any inquiries today? And there's no other business that I'm aware of. So our next meeting is Thursday, December 14th, special or an extra meeting. Thank you to Renee and the OC Transpo staff. Thank you to the clerk's team. Thank you to our members of the media and to all of the residents and delegations who've stuck it out to the end. We are adjourned. Have a good night.
Thank you, Chair.